Hey Goblin, welcome. How's it going with the coronavirus? Where am I from? I'm from LA. I live in Los Angeles. Man, it was just like I tried to go buy toilet paper yesterday and they didn't have any. Oh, too loud? Okay, give me a sec. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? It says that it's registering. Hello? Let me check. Let me check. Let me check. It says that it's registering. I can hear myself. Did Yang fix Corona yet? Yeah, look, here's the solution, Hank. Here's the solution. Okay, we should flood the zone with buying power. So just do it. UBI, do it right now. Right now. I'm serious. UBI could pass because of the scare. There's a chance now. Yeah, it's not going to cure it, but it can't hurt. You know? This is actually a great time to pass legislation like UBI. You know? Well, everyone's running scared. But we'll see. We'll see how long it lasts. You know, I've been thinking, if the coronavirus, you know, if this happened just like a couple months ago, Yang could have probably won the primary. That's the sort of thing I've been thinking about. It's too late now. Now we have to count on Biden. Oh man. Joe Biden? Is Joe Biden gonna help save us from the coronavirus? I don't know. Maybe. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. But yeah, I started a new job, man. I'm doing real estate now, so I have to kind of like look at this stuff. So far, it hasn't affected the housing market that much, but well, this is just the beginning, so who knows, man. Oh, coronavirus housing. That's why I have to. Today, I gotta think about. Okay. How is. Okay. How is this going to affect in the hold on. Wait, what? I'm doing real estate now? Yeah, sort of. Yeah, so it's a long. Oh yeah. I don't think you were here, but I got a new job, and I got the job through the Yang Gang. Okay, and your brother got the corona. Oh no. But okay. So the Yang Gang gave me a job. Okay, so I'm grateful for that. But yeah, so I'm gonna help him manage his real estate company and some of the properties he's managing. So it's gonna be, I don't know how this is gonna affect my streaming stuff, but either way, a month from now, I'm gonna actually be on site. So I'm gonna be moving into the new apartment. So, oh. Well, now we have to think like, oh my god, coronavirus. How do we deal with that? You know, we're trying to fill up our trying to fill up our empty units here with tenants, and like, okay, well, now that the coronavirus is here, how do we market it to people, right? It's like, hey, come to Kenmore Apartments. We have a we don't like the coronavirus here, you know. I don't know. What's with all the hate against white people nowadays? I don't know. People are just cranky in general. Don't think you're special, okay? Everyone is pissed at everyone. That is my impression that I get. You know, even as an Asian person. This is basically, yeah, it's just down the street. I live in LA, and I'm just moving from the arts district to Koreatown. So it's not that far, just a couple miles away. But in exchange for the work I do for this guy, his name is Andre, by the way. You're gonna hear a lot about him. He's a little crazy. That's probably why he hired me. But we're making a rap song about real estate. Okay, I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't want to ruin the surprise, but that's coming. Yeah. And so I should just say, I should just tell you guys, it's really not that, you know, it's nothing, it's not private or anything, because I'm getting, you know, so in exchange for my contract, I'm gonna get free rent, but in exchange for that, I have to do some work and also teach him music. I'm giving my landlord slash friend slash boss music lessons in exchange for rent. That's what's going on with my life for now. Okay. But anyway, cool. Yeah, I know it's pretty cool. It is cool. I'm just waiting for him to finish up the contract. So, but he gets it though. You know, he understands. He understands. Like he understands like entrepreneurship and like, you know, being a creative. So I think it'll work out pretty well. So he knows that I want to keep this channel going, right? Even if I start, even after I start my new job, because he's really into housing and I'm really into housing too. So we'll see. I don't know. There's gonna be a weird. I'm gonna start talking about him more and more over the next couple of months because we're working on a few projects together. So that should be cool. But anyway, my question to you guys is, say that you're moving into a new apartment complex. You know, I'm actually asked this question. Say that you're thinking of moving into a new apartment. What sort of coronavirus things would you like to see? You know, this is like it's a real issue. A lot of people say, hey, you should make it easy to do deliveries, you know? That's it's a pretty good idea. No coronavirus. No internal share and oh god, you what? That sounds really expensive, Hank. Personally, I would just not like to hear about it. Okay, good. Out of sight, out of mind. That is a legitimate as well. That was my strategy. I was just like, okay, I'm just not going to think about it. But then everybody, it's just like you can't escape it at this point. Everybody's talking about it. All my friends are talking about it. They canceled my trip. They canceled all my man, I don't even know. I was supposed to do a presentation next month. I don't know what's happening. They canceled YIMBY Town. They canceled Code for America Summit. All the things I was involved with, they all canceled everything. So now what? What do I do? Do I just stay home all day and stream? Oh wait, I do that anyway, so or I used to, I don't know. I was joking around, I was like, well now that the coronavirus is here, nothing has changed. What do I do all day? I just stay here home all day, I eat in. I go out once in a while. Oh yeah, oh. Hank. See, this is a blow to the YIMBY movement, man. Hey, QP. This is a blow to the YIMBY movement, because it's like, then now the NIMBYs are like, well, see, that's what happens when people live close to each other. You know? And I'm like, oh, you're right. Oh, God. Oh, God, this is the nail. You know, this is really... See, up until now, we always had the right of way in terms of the argument, but now, I don't know, man. Oh, you had something... You had something canceled too? Yeah, Kill P, so you've been telling me about how, like, all the shelves are empty. Yeah, I just went to my, grocery store downstairs, and literally everything was gone. All the dry foods, and you know, they're all gone. There are no toilet paper, so I'm down to my last few rolls now. And what am I gonna do? What am I gonna do? I had to resort to using napkins and shit. That's that's not good for the toilet. You know, could get clogged. Then what? Then I have to call a plumber, and the plumber might have the coronavirus because he can't afford to stay home. Actually, plumbers make a good amount of money. Yeah, if anyone who's not going to show up, it's the plumber. They're going to be like, fuck this. Fuck this, I'm not going. I don't want to touch people's shit, you know? We need milk and eggs, go to the... Oh man, it's coming down to that, ain't it? Oh yeah, but since you're here, QLP, you know, the question was, okay, so, you know, I'm starting my new job, and so the first thing we've been kind of brainstorming about, okay, what do you want to see in a post-coronavirus world apartment complex? You know, what would make you feel better about living someplace, you know? So I don't know, you know, I think the most common response I've been getting is like, okay, on-site laundry. We do have, well, we're planning on improving that. So that seems like a... and then also, if you order stuff from Amazon, you know, you should be able to get your package without talking to anyone. Be antisocial. You try to buy Home Depot. I didn't try very hard, but it did get me a little concerned because I went downstairs. There was no toilet paper. I went to 7-Eleven. There's no toilet paper. It's fucking ridiculous, man. Yeah, see, maybe this will help Americans get over their fear of water coming out of the toilet, you know? Because it's pretty standard in Japan, right? You're like, oh, look at the fancy, you know, look at the high-tech toilets in Japan. That's so weird, but who's laughing now, man? I don't know. How's Japan doing, actually? You warned me, you were right. I was like, it's not gonna be that bad. Oh no. Oh no, fuck. Well, I'll survive. I'll figure something out, you know? At least my bathroom at least has is right next to the shower, so I'm not gonna talk about what sort of things we could do without toilet paper, but you know, I'm sure I could come up with something. Oh wait, wait, there was a... There we go. Someone showed me the picture of one of these. So yeah, you know, if you don't have a bidet, you know, hey, there's this thing called the garden hose. You know, if you can't afford one, if you can't afford a legitimate one, you know, you gotta improvise. Good old American ingenuity right here, man. You can ship me a roll or two, okay. Yeah, man, I don't know. Those things could, they could be worth a lot of money, man. Licks butt. Okay, well, good for you. It's very popular among millennials these days, as I hear. But thanks for the follow. Alright, I need to make a video about housing, and you're also available to clean butts. Oh man, oh. There you go. You're being an entrepreneur right now. You know, I'm like, hey, well, there's gonna be a demand for butt wiping. Literally, you're gonna get, you know, people who aren't too proud to wipe people's butts. Maybe they could make, you know, maybe they could make a 6-figure salary in the upcoming years. Because it's like, I don't know what to do. Like, what are you gonna do? You don't have any toilet paper? Sorry, I mean, stealing toilet paper from work. It is kind of funny, though, isn't it? They're gonna, oh no, it's... I get it, though. Chambermaid. Oh yeah, that's what they call it. Chambermaid. Ugh. Yeah. Oh man, that used to be a real job back in the day, man. See, we're like regressing on so many levels right now. You know, scarcity mindset, man. Andrew Yang warned us about this. You know, like people like beating each other up over toilet paper. It's fucking ridiculous. So the innovative solution is to get a bidet, right? So then you can wipe your butt with just a couple pieces instead of wasting all those trees. You think the tree was like, man, when I grow up, I want to become, I want to be material for ass wiping. I don't think so. Trees have feelings too, you know? Alright, I'll click on whatever. Hey, there's Scott. Oh, wow, they're doing it commercially too, damn. So yeah, if you heard, San Francisco put a moratorium on evictions. Yeah, this is going on. But, it's still a stopgap. It doesn't solve the problem at its root, it's like everything else the government does, but, I guess it's better than nothing. Okay, I need to make a video I'm running it behind on videos, as you can probably tell. So, let's talk about coronavirus housing and housing. Actually, I could actually use this one. So, what does this mean? What does this mean? I bet, okay, let me guess. There's gonna be people talk, like, there's a lot of people who don't like Scott, so there's probably gonna be some, pithy comment under this. Let me see. Let me guess. Yeah. Aaron Peskin is the NIMBY king of San Francisco, but, he's still a politician, so... With the unpaid rent, yeah, this is a good question. Toilet paper shortage on Friday. There might be baby wipes. Oh god, people are moving on to other things. See, there's going to be a toilet paper shortage. There's going to be a paper towel shortage, napkins, baby wipes. Depending on how desperate people get, You could even like go to like t-shirts and rags and who knows, God, you can wipe your butt with so many different things, right? It's a very flexible product in a way. Yeah, they say since. Oh god. Scarcity mindset, man. Okay, but... wait, level... CDC level 3, or wait, where was that one? The US is now level 3. Okay, this is, wait, what? Maxi pads? Oh, man, that's expensive, man. That's a really expensive toilet. We're gonna have to go back to the good old days. You know how they used to wipe their butts in the past, right? They used to use pieces of cloth, and they would wipe their butt, and then they would wash it. They would wash it manually. So they might have to resort to that. I'm not kidding either if it continues, you know. Okay, we're at level 2. Maybe it's time to panic now. Oh god. Damn, man. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on. Oh. And practice social distancing. Oh, man. It's so weird. It's just so weird government organizations being like, hey, now's the time to be antisocial, everyone. Okay, so I should probably make a video about these evictions. Yeah. There was a former action including a letter to including foreclosures. So basically nothing. So landlords are fucked. Okay, well. Yeah, the people on the far left are gonna learn the hard way that when you fuck over landlords, you get fucked over too. So. Well, see? This guy. That guy in particular. Okay, so I'm gonna do one on evictions, I think. Jesus Christ. Oh, yeah. Okay, that's a lot. That's a lot. That's a lot of sanitizer, man. What do you think about anarcho-capitalism? I don't think about it much. I used to know a few people who are into that up in the Bay Area, but why is that? I mean, that's a strange question. You know, if you don't think about something, how would you know? How would there be a reason why you don't think about it? You know? So, probably because you're not interested. Bingo! Yeah, you're right. I am not interested. But you're here to show me the way. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Sure. I'm just seeing some of these. I've actually been, like, not very closely, but I've been part of those communities that run on some of those principles. And what ends up happening pretty much every single time is that they either give up it fizzles out. You know, usually due to infighting, but you know, there are some organizations that manage to hold it together, and the ones that survive seem to move back towards the center, if you know what I mean. You know, like here's a good example. So I used to hang out at this place called Noise Bridge, and they, you know, it's a pretty cool space. There's a lot of creative stuff going on here, and but they have this thing where they're like, they run, what do they call it? Duocracy. Yeah. So they run on this thing called duocracy, and everything is decentralized. But when you start looking into the, you know, how they actually run things, it ends up like a couple people end up running the whole show because most people don't give a shit. So when you have a couple people running everything, even if it's decentralized, you just have politics again, you know? And then they vote on things, which is great, you know? But the people who are doing most of the work end up becoming leaders, and then the leaders end up running everything, and so it just turns into a, you know, turns into democracy in a different name. So that's just my anecdotal experience, you know, maybe you have something different. I've just never seen a company like that survive for more than like 4 or 5 years at best. But talking about a world, wouldn't work in, we're not ANCAPs. Moral flaw, take over. Hopes that costs us 2 years for you. Oh, okay. Oh no, thanks. It probably does. So I appreciate that. Yeah, well, I don't know. Like I'm not really like, part of it is that the unfortunate part about living in the world today is that you know, if you don't enforce certain ideas with like the military or the police, people don't follow, you know, people don't follow the rules. So I think that's probably where our disagreement lies, you know, like sometimes you gotta, you know, some amount of authority is necessary, you know. But I do like the idea of like distributing power, you know. I don't think anyone likes a concentration of power, and so I feel like, you know, that philosophy is reacting against that. But property rights, yeah, but the U.S. government is enforcing those rights, you know. It doesn't come out of nowhere. Yeah, if you want to like a reality check, you should just not pay your mortgage and see what happens. You know. Then you'll have all the people with guns coming after you. Yeah, the use of force. I'm saying there's a more efficient way to do it privately. Yeah, I can agree with that. I think it can work in small contexts, you know. As a national government platform, I'm not too sure, but there are some smaller communities that have made it work, I think. But Yeah, I think like I don't know. It gets kind of complex because like once you have like more than 10 people saying a bunch of stuff, it gets very noisy, and so I don't know. Right? It's like well, some some models can work in small numbers, but others have trouble scaling. You know. Oh man, I don't know, man. Looking at our political system now, and it's like, oh god, so much of it's so broken, you know. So I get it. I get the desire, you know. Like, I understand why you'd want to just start all over, you know, do something that makes sense. Sentences for criminals. Courts present ideas, and people decide. Yeah, isn't that called a jury, though? You know, you get judged by the jury. I don't know. It depends on what parts of court, you know. But yeah, a lot of things the court does, they don't actually consult the people, so you know it's done by a judge. Uh, it's just complicated, man. I don't know. This is why I don't want to. I don't like thinking about it. It just gets like, just like, it's like, well, yeah, you're right, but it depends. You know, it always just depends. So like personally, I don't like talking about like political ideologies. I just like talking about like specific issues, and I'd like to have conversations with people like, hey, so here's this issue. What do we do about it? And try not to make it too like ideological. You know what I mean? So democracy and the god that failed from Hopper Murray Rothbard. Okay, well, I'll think about it. Right now, I don't know. I can't think about. I'm just so worried about the coronavirus. You know, because it's going to affect everything, man. It's going to affect my job. It's going to affect the place I'm going to live. It's going to affect whether or not I can wipe my butt next week. You know. Isn't as bad as you think it is. Yeah, I actually agree with you on that. It's not as bad, but the panic is bad. You know, people are freaking out. They canceled everything. Like, I had a bunch of plans that I was gonna do next month, and they're all canceled now. The panic is the entire problem. Yeah, another 20%. It's a low. That doesn't sound. I know. Okay, yeah. I mean, you're right. You're right, but it's like, you only have a 20% chance of it being a lung problem. Yeah, it doesn't sound pleasant. Yeah, but the panic behind it is nuts. You know, on one hand, people are scared, right? And the people in power, right? People in power, you know, people making the decisions whether to cancel you know, the conference or not. They're all like, "Oh, I don't want to get sued, so let's just play it safe and cancel the whole thing." I'm scared, you know. People on the bottom are scared. People on the top are scared, and everybody's acting irrationally now. I feel like this ain't gonna do nothing. Okay, like unless they're like, okay, you can't evict businesses. That's great, but after this is over, they still owe the money. So in the end, it doesn't change anything. You know, this is just like a thing that the government does to pretend like they're doing something about it. We were criticizing Bernie. Well, I don't know. I don't blame him for that, honestly. Oh man, so the debates is tonight, right? That's why I'm here today. There. Oh man, this the debates is gonna be a shit show, man. Ryan, have people been unkind to you? Well, are you talking about the Birdie Bros? Because they're a little butt hurt right now, and I'm trying to avoid talking to them. So, free stuff 2020. Oh yeah, I mean, I haven't watched that video, but I kind of know. I deal with this all the time, so I kind of know what. I kind of have a pretty good idea what that video is about. So, I don't know. The only good thing that could come out of this is that maybe it's a wake-up call, and maybe we'll get some healthcare shit improved in the long run. Maybe we'll get UBI passed, you know? That could be a silver lining to this. But oh, you're talking about Asians. Oh yeah, I don't leave the house, so I don't leave the house. I don't talk to people I don't trust. So that hasn't been a issue for me, but I can see. It doesn't matter, right? We're all gonna get it. We're all gonna get the coronavirus, and after a while, it'd be like, oh, it's not an Asian thing anymore. Everyone has it. Oh man, you feel connected to your neighbor now. New Lisa. UV light. Okay, that's a little much. So I'm getting feedback on like, hey, what should we do? What should we do about the coronavirus, in our apartment? I don't know. Okay, I need to make a video because I'm just gonna chat all day and forget about it. Okay, so should I make one big video or a small chunk of a video? First, should start creating a crisis team. Oh no, that's what we need to do. Hold on, I'm gonna call him up right now and be like, "Hey, Andre, we need to form a crisis team. It'll be me and you. That's it. We are the coronavirus crisis team at Kenmore Apartments. Yes. How coronavirus ties into housing is very, very relevant for me because it actually ties directly into the job that I'm doing right now. So actually, let's okay. Closing the facility. What the hell? Wow. That's hey guys, coronavirus. Everybody's evicted. But we can't do that. Yeah. Well, at least not in San Francisco. Do we have a wait. Los Angeles coronavirus Did LA do a similar thing? Okay. Oh, man. Actually, this is good for me to know. Let's win, bro. Let's win. Yeah, well, good luck with that. I'm staying all of it. Oh yeah, we were joking around, like we were gonna go like, hey, you know, sometimes I go to the range with my brother. I'm like, man, it's gonna probably be super busy there. Like it's like everyone's like, I gotta stock up on ammo and toilet paper and canned goods and water and guns and. Bernie is closer to Yang than Sleepy Joe. Yes and no. In some ways, he is, but oh man, I really don't want to get into this discussion because then it just gets like bitter and angry, you know. It's like I don't want to. I've done it enough where I know. Vote Bernie, bro. I can't. I already voted. I already voted last month. I voted before Edgy Yang dropped out, so it's like too late for me. I live in California, and our vote is over already. So I have an excuse. I'm done. I'm done with presidential elections this year, unless Biden picks Yang as his VP. Then I'll probably get back into it. But oh man, but see, okay, like I don't know. I know it seems like you want Bernie to win, but you know, Trump was gonna crush the Democrats this year. But now that we're heading into a recession, I don't know. You know, Trump could get ousted. You know, and you can tell if you talk to the Trump people recently, you can tell they're a little bit concerned. Let's say, yeah. Before they're just like laughing, like every time I would talk with a Trump analyst person, they'll just like laugh. They just laugh in my face, like ah. You know, they're like, oh, yeah, you know, like I kind of like Yang. You know, actually, most of them are pretty nice. But they're like, yeah, you know, like I hate the Democrats, but Yang, you know, I can kind of tolerate. But you know, you're fucked either way. You know, like, hey, wait a minute. But now that we're heading into a recession, you know, the whole like, oh, under Trump the economy is doing so well. That argument has always been pretty weak, but now that's pretty much out the window. So I don't know, man. The Democrats could win this year if this keeps on going. Everyone should vote for Trump. Oh God, don't. Oh God, don't make me. I cannot. I do not like the Democrats. Okay, but I just can't, man. I can't vote for Trump. It's just like I can't do it. It's just like I just do not like him. You know, I understand. I have a better understanding why people voted for him now, but I just can't, man. All right, okay. Let me. Okay, I'm wasting. I'm not wasting time, but I really gotta get this video out because I'm falling behind. Okay. Level 2. Okay, so what to do when you get to Coronavirus. Okay, this is dumb. Housing market, okay. Coronavirus impacts. I mean, there's a very, very... Okay, US is another... Okay, so it'll be like this, and then Andrew Yang. Andrew Yang being like, hey, yeah, here's how you solve the problem. You think they're gonna do it? Well, we'll see. So I'll save this for the end. Okay, here we go. I know, it's nuts in Europe, right? Look how red everything is here. So, be wary of Europeans. See, we're even going back in time that way. You know? You know, back to the Revolutionary War days where people took a shit and wiped their butts with cloths, you know? We're gonna, that's what we're heading towards right now, you know? Okay. Okay, well, let's see how this works out. I don't know, man. Okay, I'll just start talking and see what happens. Okay. Hello, everyone. This is Ryan from the YIMBY Arts project. Okay. Gotta calm down. Maybe I have the coronavirus. That's why I'm having trouble talking. Hello, everyone. This is Ryan from the YIMBY Arts project. Coronavirus is now under level 2. Okay, so I made the previous videos I made was like, okay, I'm not too concerned about the coronavirus thing because, look at the CDC levels and the United States hasn't really showed up on these, these risk assessment levels. I don't know how exactly they figure this out, but you know that level 3 is bad, and now Japan was at level 2, but now the United States has joined the ranks of these other countries at level 2, so we're not quite level 3 yet, and there's some good news coming out of China that say that they were able to contain the pandemic fairly well. That's what I hear. So I think we will get over this eventually, but man, the damage has already been done, in terms of like lethality, the coronavirus is not that bad, right? I mean, it's not good, but especially if you're older and you have like weakened immune systems, you should be very, very careful about this. But it's not going to wipe out humanity, it's just not capable of doing that. But the panic, though, oh my god, the panic. So, on a personal level, I've had a trip canceled. I had several conferences I was planning on going to canceled. Everyone I'm talking to is stocking up, and they're like making plans of staying home, and it's just kind of nuts. I went downstairs to the grocery store, and all the toilet paper was gone. So, I didn't really want to make videos about this topic. I wanted to talk about housing. But it's gotten to the point where I can't ignore it anymore. So, okay, so what's going on? Okay, well, I'm going to tie it back into housing, though. And as a response to this, we are going through a housing crisis in a lot of the big cities. I live in Los Angeles, so it's particularly bad here. It's really bad in San Francisco right now, but they put a moratorium on evictions. So London Breed, she's a YIMBY, by the way, but she put a moratorium on evictions on tenants. So during this scare, you're not allowed to evict people. It's like it's kind of like with like rent control and other sorts of measures. Like it doesn't solve the problem at its root, but maybe consider it to be an emergency situation. Give people some time to adapt. I think most people would be on board with this. Even if you're like a market driven guy, it's a little heartless to say, no, kick them off, kick them, put them on the streets, so these are the things that they're doing. So they are doing this for residential. I think LA is working on a similar thing. I don't know if it has passed yet, but we'll find out either way. I know Eric Garcetti was interested in doing something similar to this in LA. So if you're kind of in that situation right now, hopefully that'll come soon. Scott Wiener, who's also a YIMBY, by the way, he supported a measure here that is a similar thing, but for small businesses. So, if you own a small business, you cannot be evicted in the upcoming months. I'm not sure they'll let us know when the crisis is done before going back to things as normal, right? Aaron Peskin, see, this is a kind of weird thing. Aaron Peskin is like a NIMBY in chief up in San Francisco, and these two, they get into fights all the time. Political fights, not physical fights, except for that one time Aaron's friend assaulted that campaign staff, but that's a different story. But Randy makes a good point here. Okay, so if this is a moratorium, will the unpaid rent still be owed? And the answer to that is probably yes. It's a moratorium. It's not a forgiveness. It's not like, well, you don't have to pay rent now. So in the long run, I'm a little skeptical because all this is doing is, if you're not making your payments anyway, you're accruing debt. And soon as the moratorium is over, you're gonna owe all that money anyway. And so I don't know. I'm hoping that depending on how long this thing lasts, people will give people some time to figure out the bigger problems. It's kind of like with rent control again. Like rent control forces the landlord to cop the costs on high rents. It is really the city pushing that obligation onto private citizens, which is why it gets a lot of pushback, especially from people who lean moderate art to the right. So I would, the thing that makes the most sense to me is UBI, because this is literally the government spending taxpayer money in a universal way to help everyone. The problem with like some of these things is that it punishes business owners and landlords to cop the costs of this crisis. So I don't know. I feel like this is going to be, you can get away with this in like places like California, but I do think there's going to be some pushback against it. So all right, so what do we do? Well, so interesting thing about this is that, okay, how is this going to affect the housing market? How is it going to affect people trying to buy a home, or renters, right, who are living in apartments? So there's a lot of, this is a little silly, it's kind of like, oh, everyone should create a crisis team related to coronavirus. Well, I mean, if you can afford that, that's great, but yeah, so a lot of these things, like, they've been sending out to landlords and such, have been fairly, I don't know, most of this is just common sense, right? And most of this you can actually look up on your own, so it's not that interesting. But kind of the bigger issue here is that regardless of what you think about what the real threat is to the actual pandemic, it has been a disaster economically speaking. Lots of things got canceled. It's going to slow down the market. Then what's most likely to happen is that it's probably going to slow down the housing market. And I've been kind of predicting this for a while. I in a lot of videos that I made prior, I said that a recession is probably coming soon. There's housing prices are going way up. People don't have money, and eventually there's going to be a correction. And I did not expect the coronavirus to be that trigger, but looks like it is. You know, I think even Yang said here that a recession was inevitable. What a mess. Yeah. Yeah, no shit. No, man. No kidding. It is a mess. And but it was already a mess, you know, like even before the virus, the system was already a big mess. And what we're happening right now is people are seeing the world for what it is. You know, it's like, oh wow, we can't even do basic things. Hey, vote for David Kim, by the way. So yeah, he lives in my district. So I'm trying to look for the tweet that Yang said that Yang said that seems like a recession is inevitable at this point. Let me look that. Oh man, he's been posting a lot lately. Huh. I wonder if he deleted it. Because, like, you know, it's probably in here somewhere, but. Oh, there it is. I saw it. I saw it. There we go. So, according to Yang, you know, it's pretty much like a recession is pretty much inevitable. I think I agree with him on that because there's a lot of things that were already happening in the background that are just now coming to light. And, you know, it's like, wow, you know, most people, regardless, they know that the world has some problems, but most people don't really realize, like, for example, the housing, right? The housing politics and housing market is just like, it's completely broken, you know, and I talk about that all the time. But most people don't really want to think of it that way, you know, they want to believe that things are still running or chugging along in some kind of way. But it's not looking like, yeah, so it's not looking that like that's going to happen. So far, so there's some forecasts here, you know. So okay, so this is the California Association of Realtors. They're a very well-respected group in the real estate market. But if you read at some of their, okay, what's likely to happen? You know, there's nothing really here that really says it once in a while. You know, one way or another, it's like, well, you know, it could reduce demand for luxury homes, or it could raise it. Like, you know, like economists do this all the time. They're like, well, the stocks could go up or down. Great. Thank you, Mr. Economist. You know, they call it hedging their bets because they're afraid of being wrong, but they just basically, you know, well, okay, it could go up and then it could go down. So, but realistically, okay, so this could be a good thing for well, I don't know. During a recession, nobody really comes out ahead because, you know, on one hand, it might lower demand for housing, which should bring down the prices, but at the same time, you're losing jobs, right? Because there's less money to go around, there's less jobs, so people have less money, but at least the price of goods should go down in certain sectors. It's very, very unlikely. Like, so this is where my opinion comes in. Like, so far, it hasn't had a effect on the housing market, but it's still very, very early. So this could change very quickly in the next couple of months. I kind of think that because there's a lot more volatility and a lot more uncertainty in people's wallets right now, I think most people are going to avoid buying a house. And that could actually spur demand for rental units. So I don't know, you know, like let's see. Again, there's a stat that says that nearly 2/3 of millennials who have bought their house in recent years are unhappy with it. You know, 2/3. You know, a lot of this has to do with the mortgage costs. You know, a lot of them are having trouble making payments on their mortgages. You know, maybe some of them, I don't know, bought too high, or they you know, they didn't have enough income to meet. You know, it's really hard when you're like drowning in student debt and like other forms of, you know, even if you have a good job, if you're like have a ton of credit card or student debt loans to pay off, having a mortgage can be really tough. So I do think this is going to lower the demand for home ownership. That's my guess. But this, you know, again, this has already been going on. 2/3 of people hate their homes, you know, and all the virus is doing is bringing stuff out like this. So I'm kind of hoping that maybe, you know, if there's something good that comes out of it for at least the pro housing movement here, is that maybe more and more people will be joining the ranks of renters, and they'll be more attuned to some of these needs. You know, right now there's a huge disconnect between homeowners and people who rent from apartments. But if the renter class becomes more powerful as a result of this, it could lead to maybe some common sense solutions. You know, that's kind of what I'm hoping. That's been something I've been thinking about recently. So I don't know. This is a very complicated thing, and I'll keep you guys posted on, you know, how things unfold. But if you have any comments, please let me know. You know, be interested in hearing what you guys think. So, okay, that's all for now. So, thanks a lot for watching, and see you in the next video. Okay, take care. All right, Toronto is done. Oh man, man, you like scaring yourself shitless, huh? Some people are like, every video you see like fighting at Costco, man. Oh, thank you, Sebastian. Welcome. Appreciate that. It's made in China. Oh, come on. Oh, man. I don't know. See, it's hard to see, you know, like some people are being like, oh man, I hate China, you know, China's gonna overtake the US if we're not careful. So they've been using the you know, they're using the coronavirus thing to try to make, you know, talk shit about China. And then I don't know, it just gets ugly. It's a mess. It's a mess. You know, and it's like, well, do you trust, you know, and people don't trust the media, so when the media says, hey, do this and do that if you don't want to die, they're like, no, fuck you, you know. Remember that one time when you said bad things about Andrew Yang, you know, fuck you. I don't trust anything you say. 2 days ago, 19. 1 day ago, 22. Do the math. Okay, +3. Oh man, it's exponential. Alright. So, okay, I think I covered most of this, but I wanted to talk about something else. Oh yeah, I was gonna do like a... Oh yeah, hold on. So, how much death does it need to say? Well, I mean, millions of people dying did not stop the United States government before. So, that's very, it's very optimistic of you to think that, you know, you're gonna try to save everyone, but, okay. Wait. Yeah, there we go. Oh wait, no, this is not the one. No. Alright, this is the one. Okay. See things work well. Pretty sure they had the vaccine. Okay, let's not get into conspiracies, okay? It'd be like, oh no. Okay. Disclaimer, do not believe anything that you're about to see right now, okay? Coronavirus was invented by the US government. Oh my god, what the fuck? I knew it. Oh my god. Okay, the US Army created the coronavirus in the lab, and they used special forces. They dropped it off in Wuhan, infected it, and then they blamed the Chinese government for it. And you know, you can go all kinds of crazy, you know. Okay, this might actually make a good video. You kind of believe that? See, right? It seems plausible, right? Especially if you don't trust anyone in the government right now, which is kind of true. But yeah, be careful of going down too far down that path, because it could, you know, you might not come back. That's the danger. No dog poop. UV light decombination, that might be a little bit too much. That might be a little bit too much. It's like, welcome to Kidmore Apartments. Okay. Just stay over there for a few seconds. Look away from the light, thank you. actually China stole Canadian. How do you know that that's not Canadian propaganda designed to cause you to question your government because China is trying to recruit you into their side? You can just, I don't, right? You can just say who's lying. I don't know, right? The U.S. to release the airborne virus. Okay, let's man. Okay. Here's a counter argument to those conspiracy theories. Okay, the U.S. government is too inept to execute that kind of high profile. It takes a lot of organization to pull off something like that. In secret, especially. So, so before you start thinking like it's a conspiracy thing, most of the time it's just ineptness. That's kind of what I'm seeing. I'm just like seeing, oh, how are we going to respond to the coronavirus? Not well. And then, because there's people in power right now who would be really, really embarrassed. They don't like being embarrassed. So what they do is they spin up these stories about how China invented... Okay, actually I need to find that too. China invented the coronavirus. Oh man. Okay. Where did it come from? Nobody knows. Nobody actually knows where it came from. But what if the scientific community is in on it? Oh fuck. Okay, actually I should read this. Okay, so I did skim through it, but mortgage rates fell to an all-time low of 3.13. That's down from 3.8. This is what finance people do. They just like write long-ass articles about 0.5% in the market change. This is their life. And meanwhile, I'm like walking down the street, and then the homeless people are yelling at me about, who knows what. Like 1% in finance, 1% is like a huge deal. It's like, whoa, it dropped from 5% to 4%. Holy crap, the end of the world is ending, and I don't know. That's why there's a disconnect between people who are doing analysis and the actual, the actual public. Okay. Question is, are people really gonna learn from this? Probably not. Okay. This is dumb. Viewership will be high. It will. Okay, so I'm gonna be streaming this, and then maybe after the debates, I'll play with my brother some follow-up tonight. Maybe I should rename my streams, Coronavirus Edition. I should like redo my titles anyway. No. It's not even daily anymore. I'm just gonna put stream. Live stream. Can I update all? Well, I can. Okay. I got that. I got most of it. There we go. See, now I'm gonna get thousands and thousands of viewers just because I put coronavirus in the title. Okay, let's see. Oh man, see the worst part of all of this is the anti-vaxxing crowd. Okay. Let's see what's happening with the anti-vaxxing crowd, okay? I mean, good God, if they... Oh no, please don't do this. Please. YIMBY Corona. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm just gonna change my name. I'll be, Corona YIMBY. Yeah. I can't, no. Corona has to come first because coronavirus is much more powerful than our movement combined, I have to, This is fucked up. Oh, man. Uh-huh. So what are they gonna do? Of course, they would enforce another vaccination. Oh, man. Good God. Good. See, okay, this is why you have to be careful about... This is why you have to be careful about... going down conspiracy theory route, because you're going to turn out, you're going to end up like people like this, man. Okay, I think I have my video. Okay, good. Okay, hold on. Let me get another drink. I'll be back. Corona means crown. No, it's the king of viruses. Good. Good. You're moving up in the world. The virus world. someone outside. There's someone outside saying some stuff. I think they're the coronavirus. I don't know. They told me don't answer the don't open the door. Oh wait, someone sent me a link earlier as well. Let me check. Okay, Sebastian sent me that.
And it is time for a president.
Okay, yeah. I think this will be funny. Okay, yeah. Okay, hairy legs and Joe Biden. Okay. Yeah, I'll watch this. Okay, what is this?
We need to be clear. We're basically at a pandemic now.
In a setting of an outbreak, it's going to be second.
I should use the bathroom too before I go, so I'm not antsy. Okay, let me. Okay, I'll have this on play.
Secondary spread. It's not going to be someone who visited China who gets sick.
Well, we've known about the coronavirus since the 1960s. It's always lived in animals.
We went into lockdown. From then onwards, I kind of just understood that I'm not going to make my flight back.
真的那种感染，别个电视那里报道的，可怕多了。
是吧？有时候在必要的时候，你得说点真话。
I'm declaring a public health emergency of international concern over the global outbreak of novel coronavirus.
The sudden outbreak of the new coronavirus has some people questioning the truth about the origin of the virus. In this video, we investigate chilling theories and clear up some misinformation. This video is simply meant to report on the news and give some insight on the situation. Please keep in mind this topic is ongoing, so information in this video is subject to change. Also, we'd like to give a big thank you to all of our Patreon supporters for making this video possible. Sensitive topics like this tend to get demonetized, so the extra support really helps. If you're interested in pledging, you can find us at patreon.com/spillquality. Now let's get into the story. The novel coronavirus, nCoV 2019, has officially been named SARS-CoV-2. The disease the virus causes is known as COVID-19. COVID-19 was first identified in Wuhan City in Hubei province of China in December 2019. It's a contagious virus with flu-like symptoms and can be fatal. While most people who have contracted the disease have recovered, there is currently no vaccine. Studies also show that COVID-19 can be asymptomatic, meaning the virus can be present in your body and show no symptoms. It's still unclear whether it's contagious at that stage. Many people that are infected by the virus are placed in quarantine at hospitals. However, some citizens are turned away from overcrowded hospitals to self-quarantine at home. Wuhan was placed in lockdown on January 23rd to prevent the virus from spreading. Still, the virus managed to spread to all regions of mainland China and has made its way internationally to over 30 countries, including the United States. By February 9th, the number of fatalities reached 812, surpassing the number of fatalities during the SARS epidemic in 2003. The number of infected and number of deaths continue to grow rapidly every day. Although, it's important to note that the infection versus percentage is lower compared to SARS, MERS, and Ebola. Since then, many strange photos and videos have surfaced online. Authorities have claimed the source of the virus came from Wuhan's Huanan seafood market, but others are skeptical. There are many theories out there, but we'll only be looking at some of the bigger concerns. Predictive programming is a term commonly used by theorists to describe how popular media, like movies and games, predict big future events and normalize it to prepare you for it in real life. There are two cases involving the coronavirus where people believe predictive programming may have happened. The first case involves the video game Resident Evil. People pointed out that a biotech lab in China shared a similar logo to the fictional Umbrella Corporation in Resident Evil. To further explain, the fictional Umbrella Corporation is disguised as a pharmaceutical company that is actually developing bio. In the game, experiments at Umbrella Corporation turn people into zombies and mutated creatures. This outbreak takes place in the fictional Raccoon City. People pointed out that Corona is an anagram for raccoon. However, as you may have noticed, Resident Evil Raccoon City is spelled with 2 C's, and nobody with COVID-19 has turned into zombies or mutated creatures. So, it's safe to say this theory is debunked. The second case of predictive programming has to do with an old novel. Some people claim Dean Koontz's 1981 novel, The Eyes of Darkness, may have predicted the COVID-19 outbreak. The novel mentions a Chinese scientist in possession of a man-made virus called Wuhan 400. The virus is also described as a biological that was intended to spread worldwide in 2020, causing severe pneumonia-like illness. However, this theory was quickly debunked. In the novel, the virus had a 100% fatality rate, whilst COVID-19 does not. And Snopes did some research and found that the 1981 edition of the book did not have any references to Wuhan. Instead, the virus was called Gorky 400. These were some of the more far-reaching theories. Let's take a look at some of the more serious claims. On two separate occasions, two people shared strange photos of the coronavirus numbers from Chinese media companies Tencent QQ and NetEase. Both photos showed dramatically larger numbers of infected and fatalities, and in both cases, the platforms later updated the data to a much lower number. These numbers reflect what other news outlets were reporting at the time. Taiwan News shared some theories citizens had about the numbers. Some are speculating that a coding problem could be causing the real, internal data to accidentally appear. Others believe that someone behind the scenes is trying to leak the real numbers. However, Tencent QQ gave an official statement explaining that the images from citizens were doctored with false information. Tencent also warned citizens that they would take legal action against those who continue to spread misinformation. CBC News said it's easy to doctor information by manipulating the numbers in a browser tool. They showed an example, changing the numbers to display the phrase, "This is fake news." Furthermore, CBC made a good point, explaining, if Tencent QQ had the higher toll, even for just a few minutes, to its 899 million users, one would expect many different screenshots of the same figures to exist. However, that's not the only thing that has people questioning China's data. There was also a concern with the number of people who passed away from COVID-19. The Wall Street Journal revealed China was manipulating the number of by listing the cause as severe pneumonia. Here are several cases. The family of a 53-year-old fitness trainer expected the certificate to reflect the coronavirus because his doctors told his family he was suffering from an untreatable virus in his lungs. Similarly, in the case of a 60-year-old mother, doctors told her family a different story from the certificate. The official cause of death was severe pneumonia. Two doctors told the family privately that she had probably contracted the virus, but provided no documentation. In another case, a Japanese man was not properly diagnosed. According to Chinese medical authorities, the man in his 60s was suspected of having been infected with the coronavirus, but due to difficulties in diagnosing the disease, the cause of was given as viral pneumonia. The allegedly inaccurate documentation isn't the only concern. On January 29th, William Yang, a reporter for Deutsche Welle, said China was hiding the number of by allegedly rushing to cremate the bodies. Credible Chinese media outlet Inituum News interviewed people working at local cremation centers, confirming that many bodies.
Sorry, it took a while. Yeah, 2:43, okay. Yeah, I had to go use the bathroom and then not wash my hands, and I had to go touch a bunch of people, so sorry, it took a few minutes. 43. Yeah.
Skeptical. There are many theories out there, but we'll only be looking at some of the bigger concerns. Predictive programming is a term commonly used by theorists to describe how popular media, like movies and games,
it's kind of funny, they crossed out the conspiracy part because they know that that keyword gets flagged and probably gets pushed down the rankings, is my guess.
Predict big future events and normalize it to prepare you for it in real life. There are two cases involving the coronavirus where people believe predictive programming may have happened. The first case involves the video game Resident Evil. People pointed out that a biotech lab in China shared a similar logo to the fictional Umbrella Corporation in Resident Evil. To further explain, the fictional Umbrella Corporation is disguised as a pharmaceutical company that is actually developing bio. In the game, experiments at Umbrella Corporation turn people into zombies and mutated creatures. This outbreak takes place in the fictional Raccoon City. People pointed out that Corona is an anagram for raccoon. However, as you may have noticed, Resident Evil Raccoon City is spelled with 2 C's, and nobody with COVID-19 has turned into zombies or mutated creatures. So, it's safe to say this theory is debunked. The second case of predictive programming has to do with an old novel. Some people claim Dean Koontz's 1981 novel, The Eyes of Darkness, may have predicted the COVID-19 outbreak. The novel mentions a Chinese scientist in possession of a man-made virus called Wuhan 400.
Look, man. Look, man, you know, when things happen, you know, things do happen in the world, you might have noticed. And sometimes people make stories that have similar thing, you know. And it's not because they predicted it, it's because this stuff is happening already. Well, let's figure.
The virus is also described as a biological that was intended to spread worldwide in 2020, causing severe pneumonia-like illness. However, this theory was quickly debunked. In the novel, the virus had a 100% fatality rate, while COVID-19 does not. And Snopes did some research and found that the 1981 edition of the book did not have any references to Wuhan. Instead, the virus was called Gorky 400. These were some of the more far-reaching theories. Let's take a look at some of the more serious claims.
Yeah, I don't use audio compression, so that's probably why. I don't know. Maybe I need to do that more. But then my voice is gonna sound all loud and shit all the time, you know. Okay, well, I mean, this actually could be a not so bad example of what I wanted to talk about. Anyway, which is stop panicking. Ear rape, yeah, but that's like, man, no, they've been over compressing everything, man. Like, even I've even noticed in like my Google Maps, you know, they're like, man, that. Oh wait, who tried to call? Didn't Dad try to call? Might have to call him back soon. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna do this video, and sorry, but I'm gonna have to do a call. But yeah, so it's kind of like, oh man. It's like, okay, wow, that lady that gives you the directions, it's fucking super loud. And I'm like, how do I turn it down? And then, the three settings, I don't know, they probably changed it, but the three settings that they had at that point was like loud, louder, and ear deafening loud. And I put it on the lowest setting, and it's still fucking loud. Like, so I don't know what man, it's what happens when you have like, this is what happens when a company is on the downfall, and they feel like Google has like, they're on a decline right now. Has a lot to do with the people who are working there, but they haven't been able to innovate for a while now. And so now they're just like coming up with these bullshit projects that, it doesn't help. They're making money, right? They're making money anyway. You're not going to stop using Google, so now they're just taking advantage of you. Unless, but maybe the coronavirus will solve all that. I don't know. Okay. So, okay, I don't need this anymore. I could still use this. Okay, here we go. Coronavirus time part 2. Now I'll figure out which video I should release today. I think I'm gonna do a third one too. Third one will be about oh shoot, I forgot. What was it about? Coronavirus. affecting. Okay, whatever. It'll come back. Okay. Hello everyone, this is Ryan from the YIMBY Arts project. So today, well man, lots of stuff going on. United States is now level 2 travel advisory. We have joined the ranks of, countries like Japan and, oh man, South Korea used to be level 2. It got bumped up to level 3. And we got bumped up from, last I checked, we weren't even on the list, and now we're at level 2. So, coronavirus everywhere. Oh my god. So, I want to make a video real quick about conspiracy theories, what they are, and why we should be very, very careful of them, Conspiracy theories usually play into people's sense of paranoia and institutional distrust, which is kind of at an all-time high right now, at least in the United States. A lot of it has to do with the rising inequality, right? When you have a huge gap between the haves and the have-nots, and the people on the top ain't doing nothing about it, people who are kind of in the middle or below get very, very distrustful of people in power. And then that causes the downfall of society sometimes, if they don't fix it. And so I'm hoping we're not at that point yet, but I have been, like, honestly, I made videos in the past and I've said, man, if we have a recession, I'm a little bit worried about a riot, riots breaking out. Cause the thing is, like while the virus itself is not that deadly, it's not like you catch it immediately and you die, right? The symptoms and the I don't know, the actual effects of the virus is not that much more dangerous than a common cold. In fact, most people, there have been more flu related deaths this year now than coronavirus related deaths. So I do think that the threat of the virus is a little bit overblown, but what's not overblown is the effect that it's been having on the economy and just like people's sense of, like, I don't know, like societal well-being in general, right? Like, people are already mad about the way things are happening in politics, for example. So this is just like bringing all of that out in the open, and we're finding out that a lot of the things in our systems, like housing, healthcare, the way we handle these sorts of problems, just ain't working. So, just a real quick, this means, politically speaking, that Joe Biden is looking like he's going to be the nominee. Who knows what's going to happen in tonight's debate, but Joe Biden has a chance of beating Donald Trump now, because Donald Trump, his whole thing up to this point was, hey, under me, the economy has been doing great. I know you don't like me that much, including people on the right. There's a lot of people on the right who do not like Trump, but they see him as a lesser of evils. And they're like, well, since my stocks are doing well, they tolerate him. But once that's gone, he doesn't have a platform to stand on anymore, and Joe Biden could actually be competitive this year. So that's something to kind of pay attention to. Who knows? There's so much uncertainty right now. Okay, so I want to cover conspiracy theories. Let's start with the one that everyone knows. Okay, so China, there's been a rumor going around that China started, they created coronavirus in a lab, and they had it spread amongst their own people for some reason, but they wanted the virus to spread everywhere to hurt the American economy and something like that. I don't know. The arguments behind that is a little fuzzy, and it changes every time. It changes a little bit. The story changes a little bit every time you hear it, so it's a little hard to follow. But this has been debunked, by the way. They did not create the coronavirus in a lab. It did not come from a bat. Some people are speculating that it might have came from livestock, so that's where the bat thing comes in, but it's not really clear yet. But see, when things are unclear, people don't like not knowing what's going on, so what happens is that people make up these stories a lot of times just out of the blue. They haven't done no research, and that's how like a lot of the fake news just kind of propagates everywhere. So you have to be careful. One is that, okay, you don't want to fall prey to information that is just false, right? But it's hard to do when nobody trusts the institutions that are supposed to be, keeping us in check, right? Like, okay, hey, I know there's these rumors going around, but this is actually what's happening, But if you don't trust that voice, then who cares, right? Like, it's like, well, you're just lying to me like you did that last time on CNN, right? And so I'm hoping that if we learn anything from this, it's like, hey, even institutional trust is important, and the institutions do have to do their, they have to live up to their side of the bargain and make sure that they're actually doing things to give people a reason why they should care what they have to say, So that's one thing. But since we're already kind of in this mess already, so it is a mess, like nobody trusts anything. People don't trust the government. People don't trust the CDC. People don't trust, scientists. Some people don't even trust the scientific community, And so, there's also a rumor going around from the Chinese end that China is spreading a rumor amongst their own people that the U.S. Army actually invented the coronavirus, and they probably planted it in Wuhan to make it seem like, to give the Chinese government a bad name, And that is nuts too. The fact, so you have to be careful because this is a global pandemic, and there are people on both sides, the United States and China and Italy and Canada, or any of the countries, they have a vested interest in talking smack about other countries when it's politically convenient, and we are seeing some of that here too. So did we invent the coronavirus in a lab in Washington DC somewhere and then drop it off in China and pass it off to try to damage their economy? I don't know, but you have to be careful. Just be careful. Okay, so here's some viewer QOP sent me this a few minutes ago. So there's other stuff. I'm just gonna play the first example here. So
there are many theories out there, but we'll only be looking at some of the bigger concerns. Predictive programming is a term commonly used by theorists to describe how popular media...
Yeah, you see how they blanked out the conspiracy part? It's because they're trying to avoid getting caught on the keyword algorithms on YouTube. Yeah, I've seen this before. It's a little sneaky, but hey, if you know what it says. What was this called? Dog whistling. Yeah, there's a term for this. It's called dog whistling. So basically they're like, hey, I know that if I say conspiracy theory out loud, it's going to get flagged and they're going to do weird things to the videos. That's why we blanked it out. So,
term commonly used by theorists to describe how popular media, like movies and games, predict big future events and normalize it to prepare you for it in real life. There are two cases involving the coronavirus where people believe predictive programming may have happened. The first case involves the video game Resident Evil. People pointed out that a biotech lab in China shared a similar logo to the fictional Umbrella Corporation in Resident Evil. To further explain, the fictional Umbrella Corporation is disguised as a pharmaceutical company that is actually developing In the game, experiments at Umbrella Corporation
Bioweapons.
turn people into zombies and mutated creatures.
Oh
This
no,
outbreak
just like
takes place in
real
the
life.
fictional Raccoon City. People pointed out that Corona is an anagram for raccoon.
Okay, this is kinda getting a little crazy, okay? But, so this is a very, common thing, okay? It's like, something happens, you know, something like the coronavirus, and then people are like, oh my god, it's just like that movie, or it's just like that novel, it's just like that book that I read, and oh, look at this, right? They, the developers of Resident Evil totally predicted the coronavirus. If you actually talk to the developers, they're like, yeah, it's just like a coincidence. But the thing is, it's very, very tempting to like people don't like not knowing what's going on, you know? Humans hate uncertainty, so they will make up a story in their own mind that makes sense to them, regardless if it's true or not. And so, and what makes like things like this, like, you know, the Resident Evil thing, very, very appealing is because there's enough similarities there. Like the fact that, you know, there would be a disease and bad things happen, which is basically the plot of this storyline, is you know, that could happen anywhere in any kind of context. Like, so I don't know, right? And so rather than seeing it as either a coincidence or, you know, that's just how life works, people come up with these really, really crazy theories about like, okay, wow, you know, Capcom must be in on it. I don't know. Depends how far you want to take it, right? So I just want to put this out there as a warning because I understand that it's very tempting, but you have to be careful about falling into a lot of the conspiracy theories. You know, we have to have at least some amount of trust in the experts, that the experts know at least somewhat, you know, they somewhat know what they're talking about. Otherwise, we kind of lose the whole social fabric, you know, of society. And it's particularly dangerous because this is a good example. This is happening right now in California, the anti-vax groups, you know, and they are very, very vocal. A lot of them have, you know, they're not poor. A lot of them have money, and they are going around, yeah, spreading stuff like this. And so what if we get, you know, what if the government is actually successful in creating a virus, coronavirus vaccine, right? It's not just us working on this. They are working around this worldwide. And it's hard to tell, but there is a chance that even if it's not us, someone out there will be successful in doing this. Are we going to force people to take the vaccinations in order to prevent further panic, right? And these people, and they've done this with things like polio and measles and a lot of those old style diseases in the past that they've been making a comeback now in California. It's nuts, you know. Like people have to worry about polio now in some schools. It's so what's going to happen? I don't know, right? If a vaccine does come out, they're going to be on the sidelines, really, really pushing against it, and that's not going to be a good thing. So I don't know. I know I don't have a solution here, but I'm just trying to like, you know, I made this video. It's kind of like throwing it out there. Make sure that I don't know, you don't get sucked in to this I don't know, conspiracy theory land, because it can really lead you down to like a really bad path. You know, some of these folks, they've lost children and family members for completely preventable reasons. You know, it's quite tragic. So, all right, so that's about it. You know, hang in there, and see you in the next video. Okay, take care. Okay. There's video number 2. And there should be one more. Oh man. I was just thinking about it. What was it? Automation. Oh yeah. Automation. I can do this one fairly quickly, I think. Okay, this is different. It's testing. Yeah, I know, Kevin, but coronavirus, man. You think people are acting rationally right now? I don't think so. Okay, what else? So automated drone delivery. Okay, no, don't need this. Don't need this. Telemedicine. There's actually a pretty good case to be made here. That... Ooh, what is this? Okay, whatever. Okay. Bidet, high-tech, toilets. I think today's going to be a pretty productive day in terms of videos. Creating new businesses. Yeah. Robots. High-tech disinfectant devices. Yeah. What is this? loud. Okay, get to the point. Okay. It's good. Anti-splitting hats. Oh. Wait, what? Oh, this is interesting. This is related to housing. Yeah, I'm gonna put this all back here. Yeah, here we go. Hello everyone, this is Ryan from the YIMBY Arts project. Oh man, this is the third coronavirus video I'm making today just because everyone's talking about it and then I can't afford not to talk about it because then every time I talk to anyone about anything, they just bring it back to the coronavirus. So, oh well, here I am. Okay, so now I've been talking to some of I used to work in the Silicon Valley until a few years ago. And so I have some friends that work in the tech industry, and I've been talking to them this morning about what's going on, what are they doing, you know, what does this mean for the industry, really, you know? And kind of the interesting thing about the coronavirus thing is like, one, people are literally being told, don't go to social events if you can help it. Don't go to work if you're sick, you know? And so there's like this feeling of like, hey, wow, now we're in a world where you need to self-isolate. And then, you know, just because of the work I do, you know, I do stuff on YouTube, as you can probably tell. I spend a lot of time by myself, you know, like streaming is often a very solitary thing. So I'm kind of used to it. You know, I do go out, you know, when I'm not on stream, I do go out and hang out with people, but you do spend a lot of time by yourself. But a lot of people aren't used to that, you know, and I think it's going to be a very kind of hard transition for some people. But on the other hand, you know, I talk to people who are kind of like introverts and they're kind of a little bit, you know, they don't like socializing anyway. So it's like, wow, this is great. You know, they're trying to see, you know, it's like, wow, finally, my lifestyle has finally, you know, it is time. It is my time in you know, I've been doing this anyway, so now it's socially acceptable to be antisocial. Wow. Anyway, you know, people are trying to like look on the upsides of it, and so this video is a little bit about that. Not to say that anything of this is good, but I'm trying to look at some of the things, the new ideas and innovations that have that might come out of it as a result. So one thing is that because people don't, you know, there's a legitimate reason now for people not to interact with each other, you know, to put it bluntly. There's a lot of interest in using automated solutions now, you know. And so one, so I'm just going to point out a few examples. So here's sort of a counterpoint to what I just said. It was like, sorry, but working from home is overrated, okay? In the tech industry, there's a lot of jobs you can get that are remote. And I do think as a result of this, demand for this type of work is probably going to go up quite a bit, at least in the short term. So for people who are working from home anyway, I've actually done that for a few years in parts of my life, but then it's kind of like, well, you know, people who know how to do remote work effectively, and it's actually pretty rare. You know, it's hard to really like pry yourself away from the face-to-face meetings that you have. You know, I kind of agree with him about, you know, there's nothing you can really replace like a face-to-face conversation, but you know, if you had to, right? If you had no choice, working from home maybe might be the only option. So while I do kind of like agree with the sentiment he's going here, you know, in the face of a pandemic, I don't know how much people are going to listen to this, you know, to be honest. So a lot of people are kind of turning to automation now, and this relates to the new job that I just started too, because I'm going to be working in real estate, and we have to start thinking about, okay, what sorts of things our tenants or clients are going to want in their buildings or their properties in order to deal with this sort of thing, you know. So, and I do think automation is going to be looked at with a little bit more seriousness now, you know. It's so weird how all of this ties in back into a lot of the things that Andrew Yang has been talking about, you know. It's like, and out of all things, it's not, you know, people are talking about UBI a little bit more seriously now. People are talking about automation a little bit more seriously now, you know. He was kind of way ahead of his time in a way, you know, Andrew Yang. And he's been talking about these things like a year or well, actually 6 years before this comes out, but now there's all of a sudden there's a need. So one thing is that, you know, one thing that's kind of related, directly related, is telemedicine, right? And I did go to a healthcare AI conference a couple months ago, and they were actually talking about this ahead of time. Like, telemedicine is basically a fancy word for, instead of walking in and talking with a you know, the usual way is that you set up an appointment with your doctor, and then you go into the office, they do a few checks, and they diagnose you, and they're like, okay, this is what's wrong with you, you know, based on this. The thing is, setting up a appointment like that is the best way to get the highest quality diagnosis, but it's often not necessary, you know? Like, if you just have a cold, and you're not feeling any symptoms that are severe, you know, it's like, oh, I just have a runny nose or something. They can take care of you. They can take care of that just through a video conferencing call, you know? And that's what telemedicine is. And I think that's going to be very, you know, that's going to get, they were already predicting that this is the way of the future because, you know, if you look at it from the doctor standpoint, they don't need to, like, if you have just like a minor cold or something, there's no need for you to spend hours and hours driving, showing up to the thing, and just for him to tell you, or him or her, sorry, him or her, to tell you that, oh, yeah, you have a cold. Drink soup. You know, stay in bed. You know, like those things you can take care in a 5-minute conversation. So, the reason why they are doing this is because, one, it saves on labor costs, right? And it also, you're not wasting as much of the time of the doctor themselves, which opens them up to handle more serious cases. You know, you could say that it might be a good thing in the long run for both parties. So, I don't know. So that seems like a trend that is probably going to become very, very relevant in the near future. I think this progress is going to be accelerated, you know, because it's already happening. Like, it's already been happening. Now this is just sort of the trigger to push it even more forward. So the other thing is toilets. Remember, like, wow, that's okay, that's not a toilet, that's a chair. But anyway, you know, the rumors of Japanese toilets being very, very advanced and futuristic, and like, look at all these buttons, right? and but it really, it's just a bidet, you know? The bidet is just like, hey, we're gonna flush some water up your butt to clean it off so that you don't have to use as much toilet paper, you know? It's kind of a cultural thing. It makes sense in theory, but a lot of Americans don't like it because it's weird, and, you know, Japanese people have these weird toilets because they're weird, you know? There's a little bit of, like, prejudice kind of, like, mixed into that. But bidets are common in Europe as well, you know? White people use this stuff too. It's just that so happened that, you know, Japanese people really like making everything high tech. So, but there's also people have been speculating that these types of toilets are going to become very, very popular in the near future too. You know, Japan was way ahead of its time in terms of you know, butt cleaning technology. So you know, that's something to pay attention to as well. Okay, telemedicine, we already covered that. Another thing is drone delivery services. I mean, Amazon has been working on this for a while now. Let's take a short clip. Yeah. Okay, well, anyway, you get the point, right? You have this drone, and it's carrying a small package around. It's flying around, and it's going to deliver the package from the distribution center directly to you without the use of a driver. It doesn't look safe to me right now. Like, what happens if it crashes? What if it drops the... You know, what if it drops the package? And what if the package falls on someone? I don't know, right? Like, it doesn't look very stable to me. So I think there's a lot of things to be worked out here. But they do have ground bots units, you know? They have, as long as the floor is flat enough, they could deliver, I don't know, your Amazon Prime package on a little rover bot. And then you can get your package with no human interaction whatsoever. You know, the infrastructure, because our at least American society is very, very car centric, so it's gonna be a work in progress for things like this to become a reality. Like, not because of the technology, but actually due to politics. You know, but again, you know, people are more interested in things like this now. People are talking about this stuff, like, oh man, that's what happens when you know, like, they'll do anything. I think we're kind of in a anti-social mood right now, you know, like, so we're all thinking about, seriously, how are we gonna get through the day without having to touch anyone directly, you know? So, and it's just kind of like, there's a bunch of these, right? So, air purifier, robot services, right? You know, with robots, you can just spray their face and they won't complain. You know, a person, forget that. Here's a high-tech disinfectant. I mean, it's some nice music for, you know, spraying and killing germs, but yeah, so here's a hat, anti-coronavirus hat. And this is interesting to me because so here's the thing, okay? So if there's anything good that'll come out of this crisis, it now is the time to try to make some changes in society that we should be doing anyway, you know? So for example, here they're like, hey, we could create these shipping container quarantine, call it quarantine units, and then have people live in there. That's great, you know, and why not? You know, it's a good idea. But what happens after the pandemic passes? Well, it's already there, so why not house a few people, huh? Maybe that'll, you know, it could be an excuse to create more housing units. Just kind of like how UBI, people are talking about UBI much more seriously now than they were in the past. And there is an actual chance of some of these bills passing. Oh, by the way, if you live in California, please support, you know, Cal UBI AB 2712. Yeah, I went up to Sacramento last week to meet with Evan Lowe. You know, here's me. Here's Elaine, CJ, John, and we talked about, getting UBI passed in California. And Evan's real smart, okay? Like, he was like, okay, because of the coronavirus scare, now it's the time to do it. He actually rushed the bill and get it into a written form. So that's why the bill itself is not very detailed right now, but we're going to work on it. And if there's any time that California will pass UBI, it would be right now. If we try to do it after the scare is done, then it might be too late. So I'm gonna put a link. I'm gonna make a video of this for sure when it comes down. But we're trying to get as many people writing to their representative to try to throw support to the bill. And so if you can do that, yeah, it'd be greatly appreciated. If you don't know how to get in contact with your representative, let me know, and I'll send you a few links. But okay, well, anyway, so I kind of wanted to end this thing. I made a lot of videos that was a little bit of a bummer, but I kind of wanted to end it on a positive note and try to see the silver lining for these things. Good things can come out of it. In a way, when things get worse, that is when Americans really come. Like, I really feel like, the best parts of American culture come from crises like this, Yeah, we argue over a lot of things online or off, or, the Bernie bros versus the Trump folks and the Yang gang and the Warren, but at the end of the day, stuff like this makes us realize that we're all in it together, and it could be potentially a moment where we see some like real humanity in politics, which we haven't seen in a long time, if you're honest. So, all right, so thanks a lot, and let me know what you think, and see you in the next video. Okay, take care. Yeah. KLP, since we're here. CJ sent me a. Yeah, let's see if Evan himself put out a link. He said he was going to put out a link, so I've been waiting for that, but if you want to get ahead of what people are doing. Oh shit, and the debate's going to start in 2 hours, man. We're already there. Okay, apparently not. And do I have to do this myself? Oh god. Okay. Give me a sec. Give me a sec. Very dramatic music. Kind of like it though. What is it? Inauguration of Nobody. Hey, that sounds good to me. It kind of, it's like, oh wow, maybe that's the best thing that could happen this year. Oh yeah, Bernie's pissed. We're gonna see Bernie Strue's colors tonight. You know, people show their true colors when they lose. You know, it's easy to be a nice guy when you're winning, but so I'm predicting it's gonna be a shit show tonight, but I'm open to the possibility of him being the noble soul, you know, having some grace. But knowing him, grace, no. Okay. This will be useful for CJ as well. Cal UBI support. How to support Cal UBI in Cal. I need to find the rules for a drinking game. Oh god, I did that last time. I don't drink that much. And so the stream made me take out a beer that's been sitting in my fridge for about a year. It was pretty stale. But I did it, man. I was like, okay, every time they mentioned Trump, you gotta take a sip, man. I'm like, fuck, I'm fucked. It tastes so bad. Ugh. It was bad. Okay, so I'm gonna copy this stuff that I got from CJ. I have to clean it up a bit because the format's not consistent with my thing. Okay. Okay, I really don't need all these emojis, thank you. Okay. Okay, this one's fine. So yeah, let me get the bill link. So this is sort of a template, you know. So you can either it's very, very simple, okay? Like, this is not rocket science. It's just like, look up your representative. Okay, this one's a little unclear. Let me check. Okay, yeah. I have to clean this up. Hold on. Key figures. Key representatives that you should contact. Find your rep here and contact. So you can either write them a letter. If you don't support the bill, I don't even know what you're doing. Don't bother. But if you want to recommend changes to the bill, you should definitely let them know. Because chances are, if you're concerned about something, someone else will be too. Oh God. You'd think that people who do politics for a very, very long time, they'll get better at, you know. But it's just like this all the time in any context. It's really not very clear what needs to be done. So just call them up. Calling them up is the fastest. It's the easiest. Okay, whatever. So I'll send that through there if you want to use it. I'm just like looking at this, I'm like, what is this gonna do? Let's just remove it. Because I think it's just more confusing. Okay, we'll keep it all in one font. 12. Do I need to make a video about this too? Because probably do, huh? Yeah. Okay, well, there is a point in having this stuff there. This is like, you know. Oh my. Can't believe they want me to. You want me to install an installation just so I can. Oh, I will. Sebastian, I will, definitely. I will. You know, part of me is like, man, you know, there's part of me that likes Biden, okay? And the boomer side of me, but. So I feel like, you know, those legs thing, you know, like I don't think it's fair that he gets accused of like touching little kids, and you know that's such nonsense. But it's still kind of funny. Include, oh my god. How old I am? I am young. I have been told that I have a soul of a 70-year-old before. So I am an old soul trapped in a young man's body. But I'm not that young either, you know. I'm like 38 now. So fuck, you know. Those millennials. Those millennials so emotional. Boomers are emotional too, though. You know, that's a problem. I want to identify as a Gen X. I'm on the border of a Gen X and millennial. And lately I've been thinking, man, I'd rather be Gen X. Seems cooler. Okay, so this has a deadline. I should probably release this video tomorrow. 34, 35? Well, I mean, that's pretty close. I know I don't look, you know. I could be anything from 20s to 40s, you know. Very ambiguous. But I think people sort of figure it out just away from that. You know, if they listen to me talk for a few minutes, I think they can tell I'm not in my 20s anymore, I think. I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna make a really quick, like, 1 or 2 minute video just to be like, hey, do this. Do this, do that. Wait, hold on. Oh yeah, that's fine. Okay. Too much. I've been like compensating for like not doing anything the last few days. So okay, so I'll probably release this video tomorrow, because then it's like, okay, it's Monday. People are like, okay, let's get something done. Or not, you know, let's just stay home. But either way, I'll have something to do. Okay. Hello everyone, this is Ryan from the YIMBY Arts project. So this is a action item video. I got a email from CJ who helped us organize our trip to Sacramento. If you remember, we head up to... Actually, let's go to Instagram. That's quicker. So we went up to Sacramento last week. And we hung out with Evan Lowe, who's trying to pass a Cal UBI bill. There's me, there's CJ, Elaine, John, and we went up and, you know, in support of Cal UBI. Now, basically, we went up and then Evan filled us in on what needs to be done. Basically, we now need people to start writing to their representatives in support of this bill. This bill is it's not ready to be voted on yet, so it needs to go through, it's a process, you know. Right now, what we see here is very, very basic. You know, there's some parts like over here that people aren't very happy with, but if you're not happy with parts of the bill, don't just give up. You have to actually make your voices heard and say, hey, I love UBI, but I don't know about this part or this part. And otherwise, they have no idea, right? Like, they can't read your mind. Like, I'm talking about politicians. Politicians can't read your mind, even though it kind of seems like that sometimes. But what they're doing is, like, they need to hear feedback. So the way to do that is, I'm going to leave this link here to this document. But basically, the best way to catch their attention is to either call them directly, or write them a letter. Either is fine. I tend to prefer calling because it's a lot simpler. Like, say that you write a letter here, right? Just write your, here's a template. Just fill in this information. Subject AB2712, just like you're writing an email. So you can either write it through an email, or if you're old school, you can write it on a piece of paper and mail it in to one of this. I do not recommend that because you could send it in and you can be like, please deliver this to Evan Lowe, and you don't know if they're gonna get it or not. like to be frank, it's like, okay, they all the letters pile up in this PO box here, and then you have someone sorting it out. It may or may not get to the person. So the best way is just to look up your representative in this tool and contact them directly. Write an email, call them up, it doesn't matter. Either way, here's a little template you can use, and you can put like, I support this bill because this and that. I oppose this bill or would like to see these changes enacted because of this and that. Just be very, very honest. Be respectful, but be honest about what you think. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of funny, but some people like put in a lot of swear words, in these types of emails, and it's kind of funny, but yeah, they're just gonna throw that in the trash. Yeah, to be frank. So try to make it seem civil, even if you don't like your representative. So okay, so there it is. That's it. And I'm gonna leave all the information here. If you have any questions, let me know. It's not rocket science. It's just literally letting your representative know that you support UBI and you would like to see them support it. Okay. Oh yeah, I do have to mention. Okay, so you have to find your representative, use this link, and then contact them directly. Just say that you live in their district and you would like to see such and such support this bill because that would be really cool and you will love them forever, something like that. But there are also key figures here. So it's going to go through the Health and Human Services, and these people are on a committee and they're going to be looking at the details of the UBI plan, and you want these people to be on board with it before they start talking about it because they're going through millions and millions, not millions, well, they're going through hundreds and hundreds of bills every day. And if you want them to pay special attention to some of this, the best way to do it is just to contact them directly and let them know. If they get, I don't know, if they get 500 emails saying that we need to pass UBI, they're gonna be like, oh, okay, well, maybe I should pay a little bit more attention to it. Regardless if they end up opposing it in the long run, you don't know. You don't have any control over that. But if you make your voice heard, then there's a higher chance that it could actually pass through. So this is sort of the work that we're trying to do. We're trying to get the Yang Gang on board and, just call them up. I'm probably going to call them up this week. So maybe I might even do it on stream. I don't know. So, all right. So thanks a lot for watching. I'm going to keep this short and see you in the next video. Okay. Take care. Let's get this passed. Okay, wow. Yeah, I think that's enough for today. Way too much. YIMBY video producer. Let's wait a few minutes for this to render a bit. Yeah, gotta get it. Little bit. Thought you had 33? Wow. You guys have, like, really specific numbers about that. Low 30s? That's a good guess, though. You know, at my age, you would have figured that, you know, I'd be married and have kids by now, but... Oh, man. Life did not turn out that way, wow. Link to Bill. Bill is Bill. Bill is Bill. I'll give credit. What's her name? CJ something Essex. What TV shows are you watching now? None. You know I don't watch TV or movies, right? I mean, that's been, and I'm not kidding either. I don't watch anything. The only time I watch is like when I'm hanging out with someone else, like with my brother. My brother has Netflix and stuff, so. Oh, thanks. See, it knows we interact. I'm sorry you feel that way. That's a great line. It's such an adult line. You know, if you want to be adult, you want to be an adult, just use that line all the time. You know, if you have a disagreement with someone, just be, I'm sorry you feel that way. You know. It is a little, it's like, it's a way to disagree with someone who's being very difficult. I think that's probably the best way. I don't have nothing, no. It kind of started because, you know, back when I was doing mostly music stuff, I had no money, so I couldn't afford things like Hulu or Netflix. So I just never got it. And to be honest, I don't feel like I missed out on much. So, but you know, if there's something I really want to watch, I can just get it on demand somewhere, right? So, but I don't watch it regularly. There you go, CJS6. There you go. I like to give people credit, at least, you know. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I mean, I would prefer it to be implemented at the federal level, because that would be the most useful. The broader it is, the more effective it is, right? I mean, we should really enact a global UBI, honestly, right? But but yeah, a lot of people are like, they're going to make it fail, and then that's going to kill the chances. But like I don't know, you know, I gotta be careful of like letting perfect be the enemy of the good, right? Because it's not gonna be perfect. And you're like, oh well, because there's a chance it'll fail on a state level, we should just not do it. I don't agree with that. Because then that's how nothing happens, right? Like, are you just gonna wait for another chance? Are you gonna wait for another Andrew Yang to come along in like 40 years until we try again? You know, I think we have to do something now. And the best shot we have is to pass it at the state level, at least where I live. So, dog bed sheets out of yeah. It's probably don't want to die, the UBI. Wait, how come that doesn't count? Gang. Oh, perfect. 0 characters left. That might be a little bit too dark. We'll see. I might get in trouble. Okay, now I can cut. Okay, so oh yeah, thanks for the retweet. Okay. Let's do this. All the work that I did today. Level 3, or wait, where was that one? Because you're not interested. Bingo! Yeah, you're right. I the decisions whether to cancel the demo. 2/3 of people hate their homes. You know? Like, so yeah, so these are the things. That's what we're. Yeah, this is dumb. Is it it? I'll save this for the end. In time that way. You know, back to the Revolutionary War days. So, I'm talking. This is Ryan from the YIMBY Arts project. Coronavirus is now under level 2. Okay, so I made a arts project. That's why I'm having trouble talking. Okay, so this is where I started. Hello everyone, this is Ryan from the YIMBY Arts project. Coronavirus is now on your own, so it's not that running. We're checking along in some but oh, there it is. I saw it. Oh, it's gonna drop. It's gonna drop a lot, most likely. It's gonna drop so low that it's gonna. Yang, you know, it's pretty much. You know, it's gonna drop so much that you're gonna question whether even if you want it or not. Yang said that. Let's turn this down. Yang said that is, you know, it's like, oh wow, we can't even do basic things. Hey, vote for David Kim, by the way. So, he lives in my district. So, I'm trying to look for the tweet that Yang said that. Yang said that seems like a recession is inevitable at this point. Okay, I gotta skip here because it's wasted some time looking for it. There's a lot of things that were already happening in the back. Huh. I wonder if he deleted it. Because, like, you know, it's probably in here somewhere, but... there it is. I saw it. Oh, what the hell? Just, you know, saw it. There we go. So, okay, good enough. There's some one day. He likes scaring yourself shitless, huh? Be interested in hearing what you guys think. So, okay, that's all for now. So, thanks a lot for watching, and see you in the next video. Okay, take care. Okay, here we go. How will the coronavirus affect do we want to I'm just gonna put housing. I'll keep it simple. Add a new highlight. Okay. Need it to go under 500. Why 500? Why not 400? Why not 475? Why not 550? I don't know, right? She wants to buy low, sell high, Sebastian. You know. Oh man, trying to time. You guys know about dollar cost averaging? TOP, do you know about that? You might want to look into it. Because that's what I do. And sure takes the edge off things. Oh man. I don't want to try to time the market. It's not fun. We can talk about that later though, after I do this. Yeah, so dollar cost averaging is basically the idea of investing a fixed dollar amount every week, every month, whatever, however interval you want. Yeah. But say you put in $100 a week in some kind of stock or crypto or whatever, you know, it already does the it does the buy low, sell high thing for you, which is kind of nice. But you just have to have the discipline to stick it through, you know. That's the hardest part. Most people, they try to time the market. They're like, oh, you know, I know where it's gonna top off. I know where it's gonna bottom out. I'm like, no, you don't. How the fuck am I supposed to pay my bills? Yeah, man, I don't know. I'm a little worried. I mean, I'm seriously worried, man. It's gonna cause a lot of chaos, you know? Like, no joke. And the only silver lining through this whole crisis is like, well, okay, maybe finally we'll get our shit together. You know, like, I don't know. Well, it's not that easy to invest in land, man. You can do joint investment projects. That's an interesting idea. Buy the block. Buy the block. Brother told me to wait out before we buy. Yeah, your brother... I don't know. See, like I said, I don't like to time the market, you know? I do think your brother's probably right. Like, the recession is just getting started. You know? Because for the market to go back up, there has to be a reason, right? What is that reason? I don't know what the fuck, right? Like, right? Is it politics? Do you guys feel optimistic about politics? Probably not. Do you guys feel good about how the economy is going? Probably not. Do you guys feel like, I don't know, right? Like, well, what is it? What is the reason, right? It has to be a reason on the downfall, you know? I feel like so. And why we should be. So right now, United States is now. Still use this. Yeah, hold on. Let me do this first. Oh shoot! I forgot. What was it about coronavirus? I'm not sure if I agree with that, Sebastian. I feel like, and again, it depends on. It depends on when you live, but this recession is going to be devastating to jobs, most likely. Hello, everyone. This is Ryan from the YIMBY Arts, and that is going to destroy a lot of jobs. And when the jobs are gone, people are gonna leave places like California. And oh, you're in Texas. Okay, you might do okay then. I don't know. If you guys have jobs, people are gonna go where the jobs are. You know, right now all the jobs are in, not all, but there's a lot of the jobs that are concentrated in the big cities, right? San Francisco, LA. But if the job market gets devastated, then people are gonna leave, and that might be a good thing for rents. Rents will go down, but at the cost of jobs, right? And so I don't know how it's doing in Texas, but it's a similar deal. You know, a lot of the people on the far left who say shit like, you know, like who says like tech bros should just leave, you know, the tech industry should just leave California, right? Because you're bringing up rents. So they're going to get what they want, in a way. It's already happening. People are already leaving. But it's not going to make you any better, you know, and they're just going to be sad. That's the sad thing about the whole situation, you know. It's just like they don't because they don't understand how things are connected, they end up like hurting themselves. Yeah. Well, oh well, not my problem. Okay. So, what was the second one I made? Second one was about, I don't remember. The YIMBY Arts project. So today, man, if we have a recession, I'm a little bit worried about. cares, right? Oh yeah, conspiracy theories. So, Wyoming has a lot of land, but they have no jobs. Coronavirus in a lab in Washington. So rent is low, but so is pay. I don't know, right? It's all relative, you know. Coronavirus, right there. Oh wait. Is this a good time to move out of California? Oh God, ugh. I don't want to answer that question. That is a personal decision. All right, so that's about it. You know, hang in there, and see you in the next video. Okay, take care. So here, okay, I cannot answer that for you, but I can at least maybe explain what you're dealing with. So, well, okay, like Sebastian, if you buy land, chances are good you'll do well in the long run. You know, land has always been a pretty solid investment, no matter what. So even though there's a recession now, you'll probably do well in the long run as long as you're willing to hold on to it for a couple of decades. You know, that's the long game. But yeah, if you're like trying to time the market and buy low, sell high with land, ooh, that's, I don't know, man. You could go that could turn into a disaster, so you gotta be careful. But yeah, so okay, so QOP, it depends what you want, right? Like, what do you want? Like, if you decide to stay in California, that comes with the belief that the market will correct itself and things will get better. You know, things are really shitty right now in California, and I think, you know, you both of us know that, right? The people in power aren't really contributing to the problem or contributing to the solution. So it looks pretty bleak, right? It looks pretty bleak. So if you decide to stay here, you're making the bet that we can turn that around. You know, if you're feeling like it's hopeless and there's nothing we can do, then it might be better to go place somewhere like Texas, where, you know, it's relatively affordable. Leasing the land to solar. Okay. No land is a long game. No land? Not quite sure. They've lost children and family members for completely preventable reasons. You know, it's quite tragic. Coronavirus. This is gonna get flagged, ain't it? Tinfoil. The dangers of tinfoil. I'm back to my 15-minute thing again. Oh, okay. No. Oh, no, I misread that. Okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying now. Yeah. I mean, like I said, you know, if you can afford it, buying land is usually a good idea. One idea that gets floated around, I was talking to Andrea about this, but like, running there's such, you know, if you don't have a lot of money, but you still want to get into real estate investments, there are ways of doing that, and it's called like buying back the block. There are different names for that, but it's basically you get into a multilateral agreement. So, say, like buying a piece of land in LA is like fucking ridiculous. So you gotta expect to pay like $1 million, 2 million probably. Not a lot of people can afford that. So instead, you create a complex contract where there's like, you pool together resources among like 30 people and be like, hey, yeah, we now collectively own this. Shared income, shared ownership. For the most part, I think that seems to be like a bipartisan idea that is very popular, but I wish it was, I wish there were more people that knew about that. Maybe that'll, it could be an in the face of... Yeah, I hear ya. I wish she was running too. I wish, the recession came a few months ago. Who knows? There's so economy has been doing, and coronavirus now in so okay, whatever. It'll come back. Okay. Wait, didn't I do this already? Yeah, no, this is not the right one. Often a very solitary thing, so I'm kind of used to it. I have some friends. So I've been talking about this project. Oh man. Okay, here we go. Hello everyone, this is Ryan from... I can't believe everything is coronavirus now. This is coronavirus channel. I was joking. See, every time I joke around... Hello everyone, this is Ryan from the... Every time I make a joke, it becomes true. I'm like, hey, welcome to the YIMBY Arts coronavirus channel, where we talk about coronavirus 24/7, and then now... I was joking. It doesn't look... But now, that's literally what I'm doing now. What happens after... with Evan Lowe? We're trying to get as well. Anyway, a moment, long time, if you're honest. So, all right, take care. Good. I ended on the toilet. Innovation and entrepreneurship. Okay, one more, finally. Hopefully this will quick. In support. I got I've been like compensating for like not doing anything the last few days. So okay, so I'll probably release this video tomorrow, because then it's like, okay, it's Monday, people are like, okay, let's get something done, or not, let's just stay home. But either way, I'll have something to do. Okay. Hello everyone, this is Ryan from the YIMBY emails, so that it could actually pass through. So, alright. So, thanks a lot for watching. I'm gonna keep this short, and see you in the next video. Okay, take care. Let's get this passed. Okay, wow, 5 minutes. Coronavirus. Yang yang. Is that it? Is that it? I think that's it. Ayo. Ayo. Sorry, I did it. I mispronounced it the first time. What's good? You are my Yang stan? I am a Yang stan, yeah. The fact that I had this sign up back here, even though he's not in the race anymore, does say a lot about me. I'll admit. Okay, let's get the music back on. UBI dope, I agree. If you live in California, you should totally do this. I need to stick that in. Hold on. Need to stick that in my description. You live in New York? Okay, get the fuck out of here then. Get the fuck out. I don't even want to talk to you. No, I'm kidding. But I know, you got that feeling, huh? Yeah, the world's about to end. I'm just like, everything I had planned was canceled. Everything. See, like people don't even want to like hang out or go on dating or, you know, or talk to anyone or shaking hands or, you know, so your dad is stuck up. Oh man. You know, like part of me was like, man, we better go, like me and my brother, we go to the range sometimes, you know, just for fun. And my boss was like, man, I was thinking of buying an AR-15. I'm like, all right. That's your, I don't know. But anyway, I don't have any plans on owning a firearm, but I want to at least know how it works, you know? Because then, what if like, you know, what if like it, you know, society turns into shit, and then trying to kill them with your bare hands. Whoa, no, you gotta kill them once, right, when they're sleeping, and then take their gun, right? So, I want to be ready for that. Yeah. But like, you know, like owning a gun in California is a pain in the ass because, you know, there's a lot of regulations and stuff. So I'm like, man, why not skip all that? You know, let someone else do all the work, buy the ammo for me. Oh man, see, this is what happens. This is what happens. Andrew Yang talks about this all the time. Scarcity mindset. You know, we all turn into animals. You know, at the slightest bit of uncertainty, we just turn into animals and like start turning it on each other, you know? It's not cool. This is why Ted Kaczynski was right. I don't know. You might, what happened to... Wait. Yeah, you could, yeah, honestly, you could have picked a better example. Like, you know, I'm sure you could find someone who's not Ted Kaczynski that said similar things. Uncle Ted was dope, oh god. Dude, I think his intellectual work was really insightful. Okay, you are treading on, you know, you're walking on thin ice there. I'm not the type of person that bans people for having weird opinions, but well, you probably saw the rules, right, when you came in. It's just like, just be civil, okay? You're gonna be talking about weird, like, you know, pro Ted Kaczynski commentary. Just keep it civil. You know, that's all I ask. We're gonna be talking about the you know, the upsides of cannibalism or, you know, slavery. I just ask that you keep the tone civil while you do it. You know, that's it. That's it. That's all it is. You can have abhorrent opinions, but you know, we should at least try to keep it productive. You know what I mean? You're civil. Well, so far you're doing okay. So you know, no problem so far. But yeah, if you come in and be like, Ted Kaczynski is a god and you're a moron for not agreeing with me, then I'll have to ban you. You know. You're literally always high. Okay. Sure, if that helps. That helps, yeah. You're open to all types of views? Alright. What about abhorrent views that causes children to, get murdered at the very utterance of it? What about those views, though? You know? Just to chill. Okay. Okay, I'm glad you have a curative process. We all need one of those. We need some of those. You know, you can't just believe everything you say or you see, right? Okay. It is very scientific. Yes. Shit. I gotta call my dad. I gotta call my dad. Do people come here? I mean, yeah, but I figure that's just part of what Twitch is normally, right? I honestly, I don't know. Okay. I have trolls that come in all the time. I would say most of them are either Bernie bros or Trump supporters. But that's very, very, you know, there's a ton of them here on Twitch, you know. Yeah, and they're very similar in ways that they will never admit. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Yeah. They're like, man, you're just like that. You know, it's just like, oh god. It's rough, man. Yesterday. I was sitting in like some, you know, like Leon Cyphers. I know him. He hosts these roundtable events, you know, pretty regularly. You know, like it is pretty regular, like several times a week. And sometimes I sit in. You know, I've been to some of those discussions before. But man, there's a Trump girl and another guy who's a Bernie bro, or whatever you want to call them, and oh, it was nasty, man. He was just like, the girl started yelling at him and calling him ignorant, and oh yeah, they should like make out and get it out of the system. But no, it was just blah. I was angry, and like both sides, you know, both sides were not being respectful, and the most disappointing part was there was no moderation. They didn't do nothing. You know? If I was moderating it, if I was there, I'd be like, hey, tone it down. You know? It's not productive. So I want my channel to be that kind of space, you know? Like, so I have very low tolerance for personal attacks and all that. It's not even about bigotry. Like, I'm just like, just don't be an asshole, you know? Yeah, well, it's like, you know, there are reasonable people even within the Bernie camp, okay? I will admit that. And there are reasonable people who are even within the Trump camp, which a lot of Democrats can't seem to, like, they just can't seem to conceive the idea that there are moderates within the Trump camp, because they've been so conditioned to, you know, basically blindly hate anyone center right, center right. Everybody's ignoring the moderates. Right? Everybody's ignoring the independents in the middle, even though they need those votes in order to win. That's why the political system is such a mess. You could be considered one of the reasonable people in the Trump camp. Yeah, and an extremist would say that. I'm so reasonable. You're being No, I'm kidding. But, you know what I mean. Like, my brother voted for Trump. And he's a, you know, he's a moderate. You know, I'm like, okay, I don't agree with you, but I'm not gonna yell at you, right? My brother's like, I didn't even want UBI. I'm like, what? UBI? But anyway, you know, I don't know. It helps when you're older, though. You know, I get, as you get older, it's just like, it's not worth it. What are you even getting out of it, right? You gotta think about that. Yeah, see, even my brother was like, you know, I don't agree with Yang on a lot of things, but I might consider voting for him over Trump. You know, and I'll take that. It's a huge maybe, but maybe is better than no fucking way, right? So, it's so disappointing, man. It's so disappointing that Democrats just didn't get that. Like, if Yang was a nominee right now, we would just win, right? Recession works against the incumbent. UBI is a direct solution to a lot of the problems that we're facing today. He's a likable guy. Historic Asian president. They could have had it all, man. They could have had it all, but they just couldn't do it. I would say Biden versus Trump is going to be a neck and neck, you know, even with the bad economy. It's not a guarantee that Biden is going to win. So Yelling at us. Oh god, man. These. See, this is what I hope. You know, this is what I'm hoping. I'm hoping that the people in power right now see this kind of stuff, right? People punching each other for toilet paper, and they're like, how did it come to this? Oh yeah, it's because of all the shitty policies that we've been enforcing the last 30 years. You know? Oh, that's what happens when you don't build enough housing. Homeless people. Oh. Now I get it. Yeah, I hear ya. I hear ya, Sebastian. I'm just like, fuck. You know, it's just like, who do I hate less, right? That's our choices. Ugh. It's like, okay. Is the Democratic Party really that much better than Trump? Maybe in certain ways, I guess, right? But it's not like, yeah, you know. It can't be like, yeah. That's what they. The problem with the Democrats is that they just assume that they are so much better than Trump, but even though they have all these problems that they haven't dealt with yet, they're making all the same mistakes from 2016, and they probably was going to lose in the same way, but the recession, though, recession really throws a wrench in it. Trump is a wolf, and yeah, I mean they're both bad, you know. I mean, you know, like, oh man, the DNC put us through the ringer this year, man. It was really nasty, but then I'm like, well, does that mean I want to vote for Trump now? I'm like, no, not really. So, oh yeah, wait, I gotta export everything. I forgot. So what video should I release today? What's the most relevant? I gotta do this quick. Shit. Okay. This is for tomorrow. I guess it doesn't matter. I've been trying for this, but you know, I'm trying to make videos that people can watch even after the hype is over, you know? So nothing's really like, this is time sensitive, but the rest are just kind of like, I can release this anytime. So, okay. I'll just get one of them on, it doesn't really matter. Oh, wait, what? Live? Can I watch it from here?
Which is sad. That sometimes happens when we do a live stream and a lot of people are trying to sign up at once. No, it seems to be fine. So if you're just joining, consider supporting the stream. Join pacman.com. Info is right up there.
Yeah, I don't want to do that, actually. It's going to get confusing. So live debate. Bernie, Biden. Live stream. I gotta make sure this is all ready because I'm gonna call my dad and then probably come right back. It's probably gonna be time already. And I'm not gonna be able to, again, I'm not gonna be able to show the footage, but I'll do audio only. Okay. I don't know any of these people, but if you don't have, you can watch it for free without paid credentials, okay? So you should be able to watch it on CNN. And then I still have that hairy legs video. So there we go, live TV. I hope it doesn't cut me off. CNN debate pre-show. Okay.
Later, oh, we've stopped it, don't worry about it. A week later, he said it will miraculously go away when springtime comes in April. I mean, really? And then he went out there and told us the other day that the testing has been solved. People are dying to be able to get tested. They need to see the testing. And that's the problem that Trump has had. He said that there were 1,700 whatever engineers working on it. Well, the company only has 1,000
I'll be
people.
right back.
It's doing a small test in San Francisco.
Oh,
so we don't
CNN
have the
thing
testing.
running in the
What
background.
tonight has to show us the Democrats are ready to lead. We will tell you the truth no matter what happens in a crisis. We will lead, and we will tell you the truth to give Americans confidence.
So I think that you're saying, you know, that this isn't where Bernie wants to necessarily be arguing, but to a certain extent it is, because his fundamental argument is that our medical system is broken, right? And thank God it hasn't happened here yet, what has happened in Italy, but God forbid that happens, because we're not ready. We do not have enough beds. We have far fewer beds available that you see in a lot of these horrible socialist countries, right? And I think that that's the point he's trying to make, that this is actually going to show us exactly how broken our system is. And that's the conversation that he wants to be having.
Although I must say, he's talking about funding mechanisms and providers. Capacity is a little bit of a nuanced issue that he hasn't really dealt with. Yeah, but it's going to come up tonight in a lot of different ways. Let's hold it there for now. Take a break. We have plenty of time to talk about this. It's going to be important for two reasons. Everybody's home, so a lot of people are going to be watching tonight. And you've been hearing so much about coronavirus. For the first time, politics will be a little bit of a break in terms of what we've all been dealing with in terms of urgency. And there are a lot of questions about leadership. Is there somebody who could do a better job? You're going to hear from two men who say yes about 45 minutes away. We're going to be joined by the Democrat in charge of what once was compared to herding cats, keeping the party together in line and on message. Of course, that's Party Chair Tom Perez joining us next.
Oh, man. Commercial break in progress. Oh. Hello? Okay. Well, I just wanted to check in. Wait, how is Hawaii handling the coronavirus thing? Not good? Yeah, not good anywhere, I know. But okay. Yep. So I got the text, yeah, so I don't know, like it's kind of hard to tell because initially I was supposed to, like, we had this plan for months, you know. I was supposed to do a presentation in Las Vegas on housing stuff, and they paid for my ticket, you know, to go there already. But, and then, so it kind of you know, like I come back literally on April 3rd, that afternoon. So, yeah, but the 4th. Oh, it's Thursday. Oh, it's completely okay. Uh-huh. Yeah, I think most people agree that it's a mess, you know, and so I don't know what's going on. Like they canceled everything, like, but. Mm-hmm.
We're looking now at the side of tonight's CNN Univision Democratic presidential debate. At this point, we would ordinarily mention that the hall is filling up. Tonight, you're looking at the political equivalent of social distancing, as Chris pointed out earlier. On the one hand, none of the kind of electricity that comes from having an audience actually on hand.
It's like a meeting of my fan club in that audience right now. And look, you know, a lot of people are home, though, right? So people are going to be watching this by default, right? Because they're looking for some opportunities, but also because of the moment we're living right now. People care about government right now in a way that maybe they didn't earlier in the election. And certainly leadership has been brought into very sharp focus. So this is kind of like 2008, if you think about it. The economy was melting down. There was new context injected into that election. We're there again now. So the question becomes, well, what does this mean for Democrats? And what does this mean for the two people who want to lead them right now? Let's get perspective from someone trying to hold the party together. Democratic National Committee Chair Tom Perez. So tonight, you have to balance huge national concerns. I'm sure you're hearing it in your own family, from your own friends, you know, the concerns. What does that have to mean on the stage tonight?
So I don't know what's going to happen with that.
This is a leadership moment. This is a moment that calls for clear, compassionate leadership. Leadership that is not afraid of the facts. Leadership that will enable the American people to see that our Democratic candidates are truly able to meet the moment. This is a serious and somber time, Chris. We all know that. Our lives are upended in ways that we didn't imagine, and frankly and frustratingly are so preventable because we have a president who didn't prepare for this. And so that's what we're going to see tonight. I think it will be more somber. You will see the candidates really talk about the need for us to come together, talk about how they have, in fact, dealt with similar issues in the past. And, you know, there will be disagreements here and there, but I think what you're going to see more than anything, Chris, are two leaders who are exuding that leadership. And the American people desperately craves that sort of leadership right now.
I got two challenge questions for you. One is about the past, the other is about the future. The question about the past, do you believe it is fair criticism, for the president and his supporters to point out what happened during H1N1, the swine flu, that Biden was supposed to be overseeing that. It wasn't handled well. A lot more people died, and that a lot of the challenges for this administration are laws passed during the Obama administration. Fair criticism or no, and why?
Absolutely not, and here's why. The president walked into H1N1. And by the way, the epicenter of H1N1 was Mexico. And because they actually understood preparedness, they were able to prevent what could have been far worse by the fact that they actually looked at the science. They were prepared, and they acknowledged, they did everything that Dr. Fauci does every day, and everything that Donald Trump should be doing but isn't doing. And then, as you know, in the aftermath of Ebola, President Obama, who as Senator Obama, introduced a number of bills about preparedness. And so they created an office of preparedness in the White House. And what does this president do? He eliminates it. And when you're talking about national security isn't simply issues of guns and terrorism. That's a huge part of it. But national security also involves pandemics and things of this nature. And this president just didn't get it. So night and day, Chris. Absolutely night and day.
On one level, given the state of play right now, you're lucky you're not running against Tony Fauci. I think you'd have a tough task on your hands. So now, in terms of the challenge for you going forward, national security, you just said it. If there starts to be a call, the primaries, they're too dangerous, too many people coming out. We just had Governor Pritzker from Illinois say, there's been plenty of pre-voting. I'm not worried about long lines in Illinois on Tuesday. It's a lot of optimism. He had 8 million voters in 2016. If there starts to become more pressure on you, the primaries have to stop. Maybe no convention. Are you worried about a domino effect?
I don't think we're going to need to deal with that, Chris, because fortunately there are so many states where, for instance, you look at Washington, Oregon, California, Colorado, there's vote by mail, no excuse absentee voting. When you spread out early voting, you can eliminate or minimize the extent of lines. There's a lot you can do, and frankly, Democrats have been fighting to make voting easier for eligible people. And unfortunately, Republicans have been fighting to make voting harder. So we don't minimize at all the challenges that exist in making sure that we protect our campaign workers, our poll workers, and our candidates. We don't minimize the seriousness of that. But we can do this. You look at the elections that have taken place so far. Last Tuesday, Super Tuesday, throughout. We've been dealing with this issue throughout. And to the best of my knowledge, we've been able to handle it. And we're going to continue to consult with public health officials. I think we can move forward. All 4 of the states Tuesday are moving forward. And by the way, this coming Tuesday is the 3rd biggest haul of delegates. It may be only 4 states, but it's a large amount of delegates, about 14%. And so we're going to continue our efforts moving forward. We're always going to put people's health first, and I think we can also move forward with our democracy.
Well, I appreciate the answers, obviously. It means one thing with the set of facts we have now. Let's see how the situation on the ground changes our analysis of what is safe and not safe. Tom Perez, good luck with the debate tonight. Thank you for joining us, as always. Anderson.
Always a pleasure, Chris.
Yeah, things moving very quickly on the ground. Okay, our own political team is with us now, lending perspective throughout debate night. David Axelrod, Gloria Borger, David Chalian, Laura Barron-Lopez. What are you expecting tonight for this debate, Gloria?
I think they're not going to be frontally attacking each other the way they might have been at this particular moment.
It's going to be a tone, kind of a tenor we have not heard.
Very different tone. If you just had these 2 fellas on the stage together and they were still duking it out in the middle of a regular campaign, it would be very different. I think tonight they're going to unite against Donald Trump and the way he has handled the coronavirus. And I think you'll hear from Joe Biden about how they would have handled it differently in the Obama administration. But I also do believe that you're going to see a lot of Bernie Sanders saying to Joe Biden, I told you so. He's coming around to a couple of Sanders' positions on college affordability and bankruptcy reform. And so you're going to see Bernie Sanders saying to Biden, better late than never, because what Biden wants to do tonight is really kind of unite the party.
David, I mean, do we know on how the coronavirus, how this is going to affect the primary on Tuesday in those states? I mean, there's been a lot of early voting, as we've been talking about.
We don't, and Governor Pritzker took that question. The governors in the other states are going to take that question. We really don't know how it's going to impact. They all seem determined to move forward a lot of early voting in those states. But Anderson, we should focus for a second on how astounding it is. It was just 18 days ago that they had their last debate. There were 7 candidates on a stage. The speculation was that if Joe Biden didn't do really well in South Carolina, his campaign might be over. Bernie Sanders was the putative front runner in that race. The virus was emerging as an issue, but it wasn't front and center. Think how dramatically the world has changed now. Biden is in a very commanding position, and one effect of the virus is it may freeze in place the advantages that he has here. So the tone and tenor of this debate will be different, and I think Biden is thinking as the likely nominee of the party now, and he's going to try and use the debate to throw olive branches to Sanders' supporters. That's why he did the bankruptcy, adopted Elizabeth Warren's bankruptcy proposal. That's why just today he reiterated his support for a version of free college, not universal like Sanders, but up to $125,000. He wants to signify to those particularly young Sanders supporters, I hear you, your concerns are my concerns, and we're going to march forward together.
The virus, though, we have no idea. I mean, obviously, how long it's going to last, how bad it's going to get. Fauci is saying it's going to get worse, certainly before it gets better, worse from where it is now. But I mean, if you're now, people work in bars, people work in restaurants, people work in hotels. The service industries, there's going to be, a lot of people out of work with all these businesses shutting down, kids out of school.
Yeah. American life has changed. I mean, American life is going to be completely changed. It started changing last week. We saw even much more so this week as you head into a work week, as you head into a school week where you'll be working from home, where students are home and there is no school in person in class. And that is why what is so intriguing about tonight, Anderson, it's 2 reasons why this debate is so different. One is the coronavirus, obviously putting this in a completely different context than the entirety of this presidential election to date. The second point is because the race itself is in such a different place. Joe Biden started turning to the general election this past week. When he went out Thursday to give his speech about coronavirus as a contrast with Donald Trump, that was his signal that he was moving on to a general election context, even though Bernie Sanders is continuing his candidacy. How he balances that tonight in a one-on-one debate is going to be important to watch. And David mentioned the olive branch and the outreach. This is as important as it is for Bernie Sanders to bring his supporters on for unity in the party. This is Joe Biden's responsibility and a burden on him to actually do it in a way that works for him and for the party.
And to your point, David, Sanders' campaign, his campaign manager actually told Politico that they're not, quote, naive, that they know that this is a very uphill battle for them, that it's going to be a hard path if they even want to come back. But they are hopeful that the debate tonight can change the dynamic. And they actually do think, one of his co-chairs told me, that they feel as though the coronavirus provides an opportunity for Sanders to highlight what he considers the dysfunction of the American healthcare system, and that he'll plan to try to distinguish himself with Biden in that way and push Biden up more towards his policies.
Everyone stay with us. When we return, someone who debated both the men who are going to be on stage tonight, Andrew Yang, joins us to talk about how both candidates might handle the questions about the virus and the huge stakes of the event. We'll be right back.
But I said the first 3 months would be a stipend. Yeah, and then after 3 months, it'll get bumped up to 2, right? And then he also mentioned that, if I do a good job, then like right now money is a little tight on his end, but if things get better after a year, then he may reimburse me for the move out fee as a bonus. So that's something you mentioned last week. But either way, it's going to be a year-long contract. So. but rent will be paid. Yeah, rent will be paid. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah. It's 2. Yeah. Yeah. Right. Oh no. Mm. That is the contract. Yeah. I haven't seen it yet because he's still drafting it, but that is what is in the works. Hey, you know. Yeah, you have to look at it. You have to look at it as like, you know, this is a startup, you know, and so. Oh yeah. No, this would be good because I'll learn a lot about real estate through someone who's done it a lot, you know, and the long term, you know, this is a field that actually pays, you know, pretty well. So, um, yeah. So I think it'll be a good thing, and we get along very well, and that's really important, you know. So I worked with him several times. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, well, see, the thing is, like, okay, right now, it really is a fixer.
We're about a half hour from the next Democratic debate. A lot of firsts tonight, as we mentioned earlier. It's the first with just 2 candidates, the first since Joe Biden's dramatic change of fortune, going from poor finishes in the first 3 contests to major wins that have made him the front runner in the race. It's also the first to go without a live studio audience because of the coronavirus. Joining us now, someone who knows the debate stage well and who threw his support behind Joe Biden, former candidate and CNN political commentator Andrew Yang. Andrew, how do you think the coronavirus is going to impact the dynamics of tonight's debate and also just the potential financial ramifications of what this country is about to and is going through?
It's going to be a little crazy.
The coronavirus is likely to dominate a significant part of the debate because it's dominating the news, it's dominating the public's attention. It's one reason why a lot of people, I think, are going to be watching the debate tonight because everyone's stuck at home, there are no sports. And for Bernie, it's both an incredible opportunity and a challenge. It's an opportunity because he has a very powerful critique of the healthcare system that many Americans right now agree with. And he can paint Joe as a bit of an element or defender of the status quo that many Americans feel is not up to the challenge of the coronavirus. The issue for Bernie is that because everyone in America is so focused on our own families, our schools closing, being too aggressive is going to not serve Bernie that well. So he has to tread a balance in having a critique, but also not attacking too much because it's going to come across negatively since most Americans right now have bigger concerns on their minds and don't want to endorse someone who just seems like they're playing politics.
I mean, one can imagine Joe Biden wanting to focus on President Trump and obviously focus on the general election. Do you see Sanders going after Joe Biden? Obviously, you know, Sanders they differ on Medicare for all. Biden has kind of put out olive branches on various positions, trying to appeal to younger people and with some Bernie Sanders supporters. But do you see Sanders, going double barrel against Joe Biden at this stage?
Well, we know exactly what Joe's going to do. Joe's going to pivot towards Trump and the general at every opportunity. And so it really is more in Bernie's hands how aggressive he wants to be in trying to paint policy contrasts. The fact is, Joe and Bernie get along. They're friends. And I think Bernie has a sense of the context of the race and is not going to want to be too aggressive while trying to drag Joe towards policy positions that are more consistent with Bernie's on health care, on trying to remedy income inequality, on school loans and education.
I wonder what you make, the other thing that has happened just before this debate is the latest press conference involving the president and the task force. I wonder what you're making, what you heard today from the White House, from the administration, and also from the Federal Reserve, just cutting interest rates.
Now, cutting interest rates does very, very little for most of the Americans who are going to be suffering the most. And you just talked about them, Anderson. It's the bartenders, the hotel workers. I just passed a restaurant and it said, we are closed till further notice because of the coronavirus. So think about the chefs, the wait staff, the parking attendants. They're going to go home, and lowering interest rates does nothing for them. That's why we need to put cash directly into Americans' hands in the form of a stimulus, of a dividend or universal basic income that helps keep families able to manage this crisis, because people have been only home for a day or two. But the fact is, we could be at this for weeks or even months. It's unclear when we're going to get an all-clear sign because we don't have very good data on the infection rate or how widespread it is in our communities.
No, Andrew Yang, appreciate it. Thanks. Chris?
All right, Anderson. So, let's bring back the panel right now. On one level, all of this is very complicated. And it's in flux and it's scary. But in terms of leadership, it comes really down to very basic and simple precepts that have been ignored in this election and mocked, really. Someone in power, Van, has to tell you the truth when it matters.
Yes.
That is now a precious commodity. How does that play? Is it just presumptive that anybody does better than Trump on that level?
Well, it's hard to know, but I tell you what, Bernie Sanders has a reputation and a brand of being the guy that tells you what he thinks, and he's a straight shooter. And he does have an opportunity tonight. Now, we kind of assume that he's going to go out there and kind of deal with kids' gloves. We have seen debates actually flip the whole thing upside down when we saw Bloomberg get taken out by Elizabeth Warren. We don't know what Bernie is going to do. I'm going to tell you what he could do. On these kind of issues, there are people, there are constituents that could hear a Bernie Sanders message tonight and hear it totally differently. If you got a bunch of student loans, if Bernie Sanders comes out, why don't we just forgive all your student loans? We just put $1 gazillion into the banks and everything else. Let's get your student loans off the table. Why don't we have a nationwide moratorium on evictions for everybody until this thing is over? If you're in prison, especially if you're waiting trial, you're sitting there, waiting for 3 months, 6 months, let you come home. Homeless people, you got a bunch of schools, campuses sitting there, hotels open, empty. He could come out with very, very bold ideas that might actually put Biden in a position of seeming like he's not actually up to dealing with the full scope and scale of this challenge. So you could see a debate performance from Bernie that changes this race. It could happen.
Let's get quick takes. What do you think?
Yeah, well, I think also this is a one-on-one debate. There isn't, Biden typically has not done that well in debates. He's had a couple debates where he's done well. Bernie typically doesn't mess up. He's always on point. He's always going. He's not confused. And sometimes when Biden has people go after him, he can stumble a little bit. And so there's nothing to deflect to here. There's no other person that's going to jump in. And so I think it will be interesting to see that dynamic if Bernie starts going after him, even on policy, what that kind of interaction's like.
Do you think there's a chance that Bernie does what Van is suggesting in the extreme, which is we need a truth teller right now? Joe, I love you. You're a friend of mine. You've struggled in the past. And this country needs somebody that they know will tell them the truth every time out. That can only be me. Only I can tell the truth every time, to paraphrase the president.
If I'm Joe Biden, I want to go calm, cool, presidential. I can respond to that very simply.
How?
Because the American public, as I say, we've talked about this, we are in a crisis. And they want to see somebody, look, I can be president. That's what they want to see. And they want to see, so if the hotter that Bernie may go with Joe, the smarter Joe would be to say, look, I'm presidential. I can deal with this. I mean, here you had a president of the United States today, Chris, in the middle of this pandemic crisis globally. What is he doing? He's tweeting about Hillary's emails. He's tweeting against Chuck Schumer. And he's saying, I may give a pardon to Michael Flynn. The world is worried to death today. And I remind you that it was Donald Trump who cut in
Maybe it
2018 the
maybe it
epidemic
doesn't
response unit inside the White House. He then has cut the CDC funding for epidemic response by 80%. We were forward-leaning in 49 countries. We reduced that by 39 because the funding cut, and guess who got cut? China, where this whole thing started. Trump owns this, and both Bernie and Joe tonight make sure the American public knows the truth about this.
Well, the big debate is only 20 minutes away, so we will see how this plays out in real time as the nation, without question, faces an historic crisis. And a lot of people will be home watching. So let's take a break now. Stay with CNN.
Oh, man. Wish I could see who's here. Connection expired. Oh, yeah, well, I mean, I'm not even using Discord. Read on. What happened to Facebook? How do I close this? Is this even working? Oh, there you go. Oh, okay. Am I still streaming on Facebook? I should be. Oh no, I'm hungry. I'm still streaming. I like how some people are just like, lower the rent. Like, well, I wish I could do that. What do you think I've been trying this whole time? Okay, I gotta release the video. Oh shit. I should release it right now. I should have released it before I went on the phone. Shit. Let's do the panic one. Coronavirus. Conspiracy theories. Anti-vax.
Some breaking news on the virus, new guidelines from the CDC, and I just want to read a portion of it, and I'm quoting now. Large events and mass gatherings can contribute to the spread of COVID-19 in the United States via travelers who attend these events and introduce the virus to new communities. The statement continues, therefore, CDC, in accordance with its guidance for large events and mass gatherings, recommends that for the next 8 weeks, organizers, whether groups or individuals, cancel or postpone in-person events that consist of 50 people or more throughout the United States. CDC says this recommendation does not apply to the day-to-day operation of organizations like schools, institutes of higher learning, or businesses. Back now with our political team. I mean, David Jellian, this has ramifications for primaries, for upcoming primaries.
Where's Andrew Yang?
We're in uncharted waters.
Yeah, I mean, 50 people, not that large of a group, right? And so hearing that, we've seen cities and states say bars and restaurants are going to be closed, but some cities, here in Washington, there were guidelines not to close, but to keep it under a certain number. Well, 50, I don't know how, I know it says it doesn't apply to businesses, but I don't know how you can gather in any kind of public space in that kind of a way if you're limiting at 50. So whatever we thought about how life was going to change and the different things that we were going to have to do as individuals to alter our behavior, I just think hearing that information, Anderson, suggests that it's going to be so much more than we've thought we're going to have to do.
I mean, there's even the question then of the conventions this summer, the Republican Democratic conventions.
And both the Democrats and Republicans have said that they've been looking into contingency plans, that they're preparing in case they do have to cancel, which would be a mass gathering of thousands of people at each convention. Campaigns have already started to adapt to this new normal, which is that we've seen Sanders and Biden both hold virtual town halls, virtual fireside chats. Their campaigns aren't doing door knocking anymore. Sanders' campaign says that they are just resorting to phone calls, phone banks, and texting. We've also a number of activist groups and mobilization groups across the state say that they are now doing that just as of a few days ago.
But you know, this is 2 months. This is not do it for the next couple of weeks and then we're going to reassess.
I'm going to have to create a coronavirus.
And that gives you an idea of the severity that the CDC sees here in wanting people to socially distance themselves. So as Tony Fauci talks about that curve, and he wants to see the curve kind of flatten rather than peak, this is what they're trying to do. And by keeping people apart for 2 months, they feel that maybe they can do that. So on the one hand, you know, you have a president who says, relax, we're doing great, it will pass. And the hope is that, yes, it will pass. But the question is, when? Because the CDC is now saying for 2 months, you have to change the way you live.
And we have overlapping crises here because there are such severe economic implications for so many, as Andrew Yang was saying earlier. It was interesting, earlier in the week, Bernie Sanders and Joe Biden had kind of back-to-back statements after Trump's disastrous Oval Office speech. They each wanted to rush in and show people what their presidential statement would look like. But they were different in some ways because Biden focused very much on the protocol of what a government should do, and Bernie Sanders focused very much on the kind of human dimensions, particularly the economic dimensions and the personal dimensions of people whose kids are home from school and they have no way to take care of their kids, so they can't go to work, or and there's a whole range of issues here. So it'll be interesting in this debate to see how much of a discussion evolves over those fundamental issues, which I would guess is what people are thinking about as they're sitting at home tonight, wondering what the future is going to be like.
And canceling their plans. You know, people have planned vacations with their families over spring break. They now have to figure out, well, if we're not going to do that, how are we going to pay? How are we going to pay the babysitter if we're at home?
Right.
And how do we, you know, if you work as a waitress, or if you're, it's your personal financial situation, it's your business, and what does your business do if your business has to cancel?
But you know what? Wouldn't it have been great? And I don't want to harp on this, but it's so important. You know.
Who cares? All right.
Who understands Coldplay is the best band in the world.
That's wrong.
You got that wrong. No, look,
I got hairy legs. I'm best equipped to beat Donald Trump. That's what your poll said.
Vice President Biden, why are you a better choice than your opponents?
I got hairy legs. Hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun. In the sun. Come rub my legs. From the morning until the day's done. Till the day's done.
We are at the end here.
I got hairy legs. Yeah. That's right, you heard what I said. You heard what I said. I got hairy legs. Yeah, man. Watch the hair come back up again. I'm the guy with the best chance to win.
It's only 60 seconds, not up yet.
Corn Pop was a bad dude.
Not quite what I was expecting, but alright.
Yes, sir.
I really was the only white guy they really knew. He said, I'll meet you outside, and I said, what am I gonna do? Corn Pop, he can't stop. Corn Pop, he won't stop.
Corn Pop.
Thank you.
So I'd like to talk about who we're running against. A billionaire who calls women horse-faced lesbians. You could release women from those agreements immediately.
Maybe they didn't like the joke I told.
Are you willing to release them?
Release them. These agreements were made consensually.
I'm the only person on this stage that's
got hairy legs. Seriously? Hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun.
We got other issues we're trying to get
Here's
to.
the last point I want. I mean, my time's going to run out. Here's the last point I want to make to you.
I got hairy legs. Yeah.
We are a country where there are too many people that are obese.
I am scared.
Vice President Biden, I want to start with you.
You can tell
Why should
Tom
anyone have faith that you're the one who
is
can get this done
over-rehearsed.
now?
Because I'm the only one that...
Stop. Let's talk about math. Let's talk about math. Okay, so here's the math. Coldplay is the best band.
Can I respond to the... Why am I stopping? No one else stops.
Okay.
Joe said it right. Here's the deal. Here's the deal. Look, I think it's important that on day one...
I need to order food.
I got hairy legs.
I don't care.
Yeah. That's right. You heard what I said. You heard what I said. I was a pretty darn good lifeguard. I learned a lot.
We let this get out of control.
Lived out in Mayfield with my grandpa. We used to play basketball with Corn Pop. And he sang every
Man, it's like a fully fledged song.
Corn Pop, he can't stop. Corn Pop, he won't stop. Yeah. Corn Pop, he sang every shot.
Time is up. Thank you.
I'm not out of time. You spoke over time, and I'm going to talk. Here's the deal.
I got hairy legs.
Song of Fire 2020.
Everybody vote if you can. For your favorite woman or man. You can stream this track from Japan to Finland.
Get the song here. Have a great day and a great life. And don't forget to wear a life jacket and play zone defense against Corn Pop.
I got hairy legs.
All right, well, that sets us up. I shouldn't have premiered this. Oh god. I'm just gonna not. It's probably bad. But people are watching the debate anyway, right?
So when Churchill took over in 1940, he didn't say, you know, the Germans are coming, but I got this. Don't worry about it. Relax. I mean, there really is. It's really so important for the leader to say,
I
this
got
is a bad
this,
situation.
man.
We've got a real challenge here, and we're all going to have to be a part of meeting that challenge. And we just haven't seen that, and we'll see if we see it tonight from these guys.
It's also, I mean, very rare that you have a situation in which each of us is a player in the solution to this. I mean, it requires a massive societal change in behavior and change, willingness to wash your hands more regularly and not get in someone else's face and
not go to bars and not go to restaurants.
Yeah.
I've refrained from doing that. Politico and I know other news outlets have already started teleworking. So other than coming in tonight, a lot
in
of
5
supporters
minutes
are staying away from the Hill.
The
or
debate is
staying
in
away
5
from their
minutes.
Newsrooms. So it's definitely a change in life as any of us are used to it, and it'll have to continue clearly for the foreseeable future.
It's not a
One
good
thing I'm also
time.
looking at tonight, though, is whether or not any of the candidates talk about the notable exemption in the House bill, which is that for the paid sick leave that was applied, it doesn't apply to companies with 500 or more employees. So that leaves out companies
Wait,
that
it doesn't apply?
Like CVS or Walmart or Amazon, and it seems like something that Sanders would definitely jump on in a debate like this. It'll be interesting to see whether or not Biden joins him.
Why? Man, that's fucked up, man. The small businesses need the most help, and they punish them.
Negotiations, this is
There's higher standards for small businesses than for big
and
corporations.
I think
It's
they're
kind
going
of
to try and go
messed
back
up.
because they couldn't get it this time.
Or I should say, to pass something that would get the president's signature.
This reminds me of John McCain and his campaign was
I'm
talking
just
about
gonna
being
order a
part of
burger
something that is
because
greater
it's
than
easy.
yourself. And that is what leadership sometimes has to ask of the public, to be a part of something that's bigger than you are for the greater good. And that is something we have not yet heard.
And it's not something, frankly, that that this president has been involved with really in his life in another capacity. It's a very different kind of situation.
I would so I'm going to do
his panel for their take on CDC breaking news. Chris?
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Anderson. So 50 or less.
Too many things going
let's
on.
avoid
So
it.
I'll
What does
be
that mean?
streaming the audio because I cannot
obvious thing is
stream the
that,
video,
there's
otherwise
not a
my channel will
polling
get banned,
station
literally.
in most parts of
So I'll be
America
streaming the
that can
audio,
meet
so I'll
that
be hearing
standard.
in. I would
So I don't
recommend
know
that
if
you
anybody's
watch,
doing the math
if you
on this, but
care
what to
about
say
the
about Tuesday, we
visuals,
got
I would
Super
recommend that
Tuesday
you
3
watch
coming
it
up.
on your
We
own
got
stream.
we're
I
in the
think
middle of a
CNN, you
national
can stream it
election.
live
These
for free.
things are starting to collide now.
So the CDC said
Hey,
it, but Terry, as you were
Van
talking earlier
Jones.
on, the states control voting. So CDC says nothing 50 or above. Van's point is right. What happens to the state primaries?
So you're still running the state. The governor's
I
running
think,
in your particular state.
well,
with
the
your Board of
debate is
Elections. You gotta
probably
make the
going to be a
decision.
shit show.
People are going to
but
vote
we'll
on
see.
Tuesday. I mean, we already have a lot of people who've already voted by mail.
I'm,
These 4 elections are going to go on Tuesday.
I'm secretly
and
hoping
I think
I'll be proven
CDC guidance
wrong, but I
for
don't know.
other big events around, but
Yeah,
you're not
I need
stopping
to
the primaries on Tuesday.
Look, I want to say, I think that it is good that we're starting to get some federal guidance, and I think taking this stuff seriously is important. Look, if you look at Italy right now, that is a country that's on its back because they didn't manage this thing. And again, it's not that you can't deal, if you have enough time, you can deal with all kinds of sick people. You just can't deal with them all in one day. And so that's why you're trying to keep people from getting close to each other and spiking those numbers. However, this is a tricky balance here.
But just remember, on the voting, we have Democrats been for vote by mail to make it easier for people to vote, early vote extending. The Republican legislatures around this country have systematically stopped all of that legislation. Maybe this will be an impetus to finally get this country to make it easy for everybody to exercise their right to vote.
But except what's the problem, right? Nobody wants to talk politics right now in the country. They just want things to work and get it done. It's a lot of mixed messaging. Anderson was making a great point at the end of his panel, which is this president has struggled with surrendering the meat of the week, to put it mildly. But the country doesn't believe that leaders are about that anymore. What is the message you think that resonates best tonight from the podiums?
I think, a message of truthful leadership, of somebody who is actually speaking the truth and not doing what Donald Trump has been doing, which is really saying a lot of things that aren't true, sending a lot of mixed messages, telling people to do things they shouldn't be doing. And so I think in this one, the favor goes to Biden for sure, right? Because he's a former vice president. And so I think people are in this moment are looking for somebody who's very steady, who has experience, and they're feeling unsafe, they're feeling unsure, they're feeling scared. And so I think
they're not in the mood for
those kinds of
idealism
moments,
right now.
you are looking for somebody more like Joe Biden.
So Anderson, we're waiting on the 2 debaters to come out. It's supposed to happen any second now. Of course, as we pointed out earlier, those podiums are farther apart than we're used to seeing, right?
They are 6 feet apart and done in consultation with a number of folks. There you see former Vice President Biden starting to come out. Also, Senator Sanders will be out there shortly. No, we're told that they, I think, won't be shaking hands, but that's the advanced word I got. I'm not sure if that is in fact
no
the case.
handshakes.
Here's the moment.
Not because we don't like each other, because of the coronavirus. Great excuse.
There we go.
There we go. All right.
Was that an elbow thrown at the jaw of Bernie Sanders by Joe Biden?
No, it was not. It was a sort of an elbow forearm bump. There's going to be a bit of a pool spray, so there's photographers taking pictures of them. That's why they are standing there like that. And again, that 6 foot of distance, something we have not seen. I mean, frankly, we've never seen any kind of debate quite like this, Chris.
No, I mean, really, as journalists, we're always excited about being witnesses to history. We've been saying it a lot. We've never lived through anything like this before. So, Anderson, keep me honest. As soon as we know that this is going to start, let me know. Van, in terms of the uniqueness of it, how do you speak to the uniqueness of this moment when it's not, oh, cool history? It's this is terrible in a different way every day?
Look, I think we're going to look back on this as an inflection point for all of our lives. First of all, you have a lot of people who, for the first time, are really having to take seriously. Listen, Democrats have been talking about, oh, we need a healthcare system, we need a government that works. You now are looking down the barrel of a real challenge, and this election, it matters, and how a leader steps up to the plate in a moment like this is going to matter for a lot of people. But also, you have people who are having to think differently about their neighbors, think differently about their responsibility to each other, think differently about the need for unity. It doesn't matter. Listen, this virus doesn't care who you voted for. It doesn't care, what you look like. This virus is coming for all of us, and I'm starting to see some people turning to each. The question is, do you turn to each other or on each other in a moment like this? And I think that's really going to be the opportunity for politics to change, for society to change, and it's a big test.
It's the first time in a long time, Kirsten, that we've been told you guys are interdependent.
Yes.
I'm only going to be as healthy as you help me be, and vice versa. Maybe that was the message this country needed more than anything else. It's horrible for it to come in a corona crisis, but it's an important message, especially for this country.
Yeah, I mean, I think to remember that we're all interconnected and that we're in a community, and even when people are panicking and starting to hoard whatever it is that they're hoarding, to stop and think, wait, there are other people that are going to need these things. So, take as much as you need, be reasonable and plan, but remember there are other people that are going to come to that store and they have families and they need to be able, to have access to the same things and to be thinking about it that way.
Very different drumbeat than the us versus them, which has been dominating politics since the beginning of this administration.
Real opportunity for the Democratic Party tonight to come out unified. This is a real opportunity. You've got Trump and all of his insanity. I mean, I'll be delicate how I say this. You watch his tweets today. There is something seriously wrong with this guy. And we have an opportunity to be big, to be bold, be presidential, show leadership. I'm hoping that we come out of this debate tonight unified as a Democratic Party.
Opportunity is only as good as it is captured by the people involved. Anderson, we're going to see that any second.
Yeah, and Chris, there's now going to be a lot of people watching this debate with a different situation they are facing in their own lives. They are facing the potential of losing their jobs in the restaurants they work at, in the hotel they work at, in the airline they work for, in the company that they work for. And they are suddenly going to be looking at, well, what sort of a safety net is there in a situation like this that they have not been in before?
And it's one of the few times, look, we've been beating up on government and our institutions for 3 years. Now they were looking to Congress. What are you going to do if I have to be quarantined for 2 weeks? I don't have that kind of deal with my employer. Congress acted. It's good to see government work, but this is just the beginning, especially as we see the cases come. There's going to be needs at these hospitals that cannot be met. What is government doing right now to plan for what they know is going to happen?
Yeah. And again, this debate going to be seen by an awful lot of people, 3 questioners, CNN at Univision debate. It's going to be fascinating. We've just never seen anything like it, Chris. It is about that time. The CNN Univision Democratic presidential debate starts now.
All right, here we go. Here goes
Good
nothing.
evening from Washington, D.C., and welcome to this unique event, the CNN Univision Democratic presidential debate with the 2 leading candidates for the Democratic nomination, former Vice President Joe Biden and Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders candidates. Welcome. It's good to have you. I'm Jake Tapper, along with CNN's Dana Bash and Univision's Ilia Calderon.
We come together tonight at an extraordinary time in our country when people are worried about far more than just presidential politics. We're in a national emergency because of the devastating global pandemic of coronavirus. It has killed nearly 6,000 people around the world, and 65 dead and more than 3,300 known cases here in the United States. As a result, tonight's debate will focus heavily on the crisis.
The setting of this debate is also different. To reduce unnecessary risk of transmission of the virus, CNN, Univision, the Democratic National Committee, and the campaigns moved this debate from Phoenix, Arizona to here at CNN studios in Washington without any audience.
And all of this comes, of course, as 4 more states, Florida, Arizona, Ohio, and Illinois, prepare to vote on Tuesday, with Vice President Biden currently leading Senator Sanders in the race for delegates. Here's what we're going to do tonight. Each of you will have 90 seconds to answer questions and 45 seconds for responses and rebuttals. As much as we can, we hope this will be a conversation between the two of you. So let's begin with the most important issue right now, the coronavirus, and what you would do as president in the face of it. Vice President Biden, let me start with you. We're in a reality right now that might have seemed unimaginable a week ago. Schools have been canceled for more than 25 million students. Grocery store shelves have been cleared out. March Madness, NBA games, Disney parks, Broadway, small businesses all shut down. And just today, the CDC issued a new recommendation that for the next 8 weeks, events that consist of 50 people or more throughout the U.S. be canceled or postponed. What do you say to the American people who are confronting this new reality?
First of all, my heart goes out to those who have already lost someone or those who are suffering from the virus. And this is bigger than any one of us. This calls for a national rallying to everybody move together. And, you know, I laid out in detail what I would do if were I president today. You can go to joebiden.com, and I laid it out in significant detail. But there are 3 pieces of this. First of all, I have to take care of those who, in fact, are exposed or likely to be exposed to the virus. And that means we have to do testing. We have to get the testing kits up and ready. I would have the World Health Organization. I'd take advantage of the test kits they have available to us, even though the president says 1 million or more are coming. Let's just get all the tests we can done as quickly as we can. Secondly, I would make sure that every state in the union had at least 10 places where they had drive-through testing arrangements. I would also, at this point, deal with the need to begin to plan for the need for additional hospital beds. We have that capacity in the Department of Defense as well as in the with the FEMA, and they can set up 100-bed, 500-bed hospitals in tents quickly. We have to lay all that out, but we have to deal with the economic fallout quickly. And that means making sure the people who, in fact, lose their job, don't get a paycheck, can't pay their mortgage, are able to pay it and pay them now. And do it now. Small businesses be able to borrow interest-free loans. I see my time is up here. You're going to hold us tightly, I assume. But that's what I would do. Go to joebiden.com. It lays out precisely what I would do were I president today.
Senator Sanders, this morning, Dr. Anthony Fauci acknowledged that it's possible that hundreds of thousands, if not millions of Americans, could die from the coronavirus in a worst-case scenario. If you were president right now, what's the most important thing you would do tonight to try to save American lives?
Well, first thing we have got to do, whether or not I'm president, is to shut this president up right now, because he is undermining the doctors and the scientists who are trying to help the American people. It is unacceptable for him to be blabbering with unfactual information, which is confusing the general public. Second of all, what we need to do, and I'm glad that he has called a state of national emergency, what we have got to do is move aggressively to make sure that every person in this country finally understands that when they get sick with the coronavirus, that all payments will be made, that they don't have to worry about coming up with money for testing. They don't have to worry about coming up with money for treatment. This is an unprecedented moment in American history. Now, I obviously believe in Medicare for all. I will fight for that as president. But right now, in this emergency, I want every person in this country to understand that when you get sick, you go to the doctor. When you get sick, if you have the virus, that will be paid for. Do not worry about the costs right now because we're in the middle of a national emergency. Second of all, we have to make sure that our hospitals have the ventilators that they need, have the IC units that they need. Right now, we have a lack of medical personnel, and I worry very much that if there is a peak, whether we have the capability of dealing with the hundreds of thousands of people who may be in hospitals. So we need unprecedented action right now to deal with the unprecedented crisis. And bottom line, from an economic point of view, what we have got to say to the American people, if you lose your job, you will be made whole. You're not going to lose income. If Trump can put, or the Fed can put $1.5 trillion into the banking system, we can protect the wages of every worker in America.
Thank you, Senator. Vice President Biden, President Trump says he does not take any responsibility for the problems with coronavirus testing in part because, he says, he inherited so many rules, regulations, and red tape. Did bureaucratic red tape hamper this response in any way?
No, look, the World Health Organization offered the testing kits that they have available and to give it to us now. We refused them. We did not want to buy them. We did not want to get them from them. We wanted to make sure we had our own. I think he said something like, we have the best scientists in America, or something to that effect. The idea that we are not prepared for this and the other thing I want to point out, and I agree with Bernie, we're in a situation where we have to now be providing for the hospitals that are going to be needed now. The present system cannot handle the surge that is likely to come. So we should already be sitting down and planning where we're going to put these temporary hospitals. And we can do that. We did that. We've been through this before with the coronavirus. We've been through this before, we've been through this before with dealing with the viruses, that the N1H15, as well as what happened in Africa. We provided these hospitals dealing with these great pandemics, and we were able to do it quickly, and people would have a place to go. But we also have to provide the equipment to protect the first responders, and that's not being done either.
Senator Sanders, on that note, and you both of you have addressed this, but obviously another major health concern right now for officials is the potential surge in patients all at once, overburdening hospitals, the healthcare system. You've mentioned ICU beds, both of you, and ventilators. We're already in the middle of flu season, so already a lot of those beds and ventilators are already being used. If you were president right now, what would you do to make sure every sick American is able to get treatment so the U.S. does not suffer the same fate as Italy, where doctors have to decide right now who gets life-saving treatment and who does not?
Jake, let's be honest and understand that this coronavirus pandemic exposes the incredible weakness and dysfunctionality of our current healthcare system. Now, we're spending twice as much per person on healthcare as the people of any other country. How in God's name does it happen that we end up with 87 million people who are uninsured or underinsured, and there are people who are watching this program tonight who say, I'm not feeling well. Should I go to the doctor? But I can't afford to go to the doctor. What happens if I am sick? It's going to cost thousands of dollars for treatment. Who's going to feed my kids? We are the only major country on earth not to guarantee health care to all people. We're spending so much money, and yet we are not even prepared for this pandemic. How come we don't have enough doctors? How come hospitals in rural areas are shutting down? How come people can't afford to get the prescription drugs they need because we have a bunch of crooks who are running the pharmaceutical industry, ripping us off every single day? And I'll tell you something right now. In the midst of this epidemic, you got people in the pharmaceutical industry are saying, oh, wow, what an opportunity to make a fortune. So the word has got to go out, and I certainly would do this as president. You don't worry. People of America, do not worry about the cost of prescription drugs. Do not worry about the cost of the health care that you're going to get, because we are a nation, a civilized, democratic society. Everybody, rich and poor, middle class, will get the care they need. The drug companies will not rip us off.
Thank you, Senator. Vice President Biden, some medical experts are saying the only true way to control this virus is through a national quarantine, requiring every American other than essential personnel to stay home. Would you take that unprecedented step of a national lockdown?
What I would do is what we did in our administration. I would call a meeting in the Situation Room of all the experts in America dealing with this crisis. I would sit them down and I would do exactly what we did then. What is it that we need? Listen to the experts. What do we need? And with all due respect to Medicare for All, you have a single-payer system in Italy. It doesn't work there. It has nothing to do with Medicare for All. That would not solve the problem at all. We can take care of that right now by making sure that no one has to pay for treatment, period, because of the crisis. No one has to pay for whatever drugs are needed, period, because of the crisis. No one has to pay for hospitalization because of the crisis, period. That is a national emergency, and that's how it's handled. It is not working in Italy right now, and they have a single-payer system. Now, with regard to what else I would do, the fact is that we're in a position where I would bring together the leading experts in the world. Instead of doing this in the United States, instead of doing this piecemeal, sit down and do what we did before with the Ebola crisis. What is needed? And have one voice, like we did every day we met in that crisis in the Situation Room, laying out, so we lay out overall, for all the nation, what the best proposal is and how to move forward. In the absence of that, governors are making some sound decisions. They're doing the best they can by going out and getting the healthcare experts in their communities and their states to move. But it should be directed from the White House, from the Situation Room, laying out in detail like we did in the Ebola crisis, and we beat it.
Thank you. Senator Sanders, your response?
Well, first of all, the dysfunctionality of the current healthcare system is obviously apparent. As I said earlier, there are people who hesitate to go to the doctor. You're going to have a maze of regulations. Well, if this is my income, if that's my income, can I get it? Can I not get it? Clearly, we are not prepared, and Trump only exacerbates the crisis. When we spend twice as much per capita on healthcare as any other nation, one might expect that we would have enough doctors all over this country. One might expect that we would have affordable prescription drugs. One might expect that we are preparing effectively for a pandemic, that we were ready with the ventilators, with the ICUs, with the test kits that we need. We are not. And bottom line here is, in terms of Medicare for all, despite what the vice president is saying, what the experts tell us is that one of the reasons that we are unprepared and have been unprepared is we don't have a system. We got thousands of private insurance plans. That is not a system that is prepared to provide health care to all people. In a good year, without the epidemic, we're losing up to 60,000 people who die every year because they don't get to a doctor on time. And clearly this crisis is only making a bad situation worse.
That has nothing to do when you're in a national crisis. The national crisis says we're responding. It's all free. You don't have to pay for a thing. That has nothing to do with whether or not you have an insurance policy. This is a crisis. We're at war with the virus. We're at war with the virus. It has nothing to do with co-pays or anything. We just passed a law saying that you do not have to pay for any of this, period.
That's not true. As a matter of fact, that's not true. That law has enormous loopholes. I understand that Nancy Pelosi did her best. Republicans prevented it.
No,
what you're talking about, Joe, here is enormous loopholes within that in fact, it is not necessarily covering treatment for all people in America, and that people are going to be stuck with a bill unless we change that. And we're going to offer legislation to, in fact, change that.
If I may, I offered legislation. I laid out on my plan that it would cover exactly what is not covered by the House. I laid out in the plan that I laid out for how we would deal with this crisis. Nobody will pay for anything having to do with the crisis. This is a national emergency. There isn't a question of whether or not this is something that could be covered by insurance or anything else. We, out of the Treasury, are going to pay for this. It's a national emergency.
But you see,
that's what my plan calls for.
But the weakness of this is, let's just do a hypothetical. Family members diagnosed with the virus. Yep. Terrible tragedy, massive anxiety. The wife has the virus, the husband is a wreck, wants to go to a psychologist, wants to get counseling, doesn't have the money to do that. Maybe their kid breaks a leg. They don't have the money to go to healthcare. So you're saying right now in the middle of a crisis, but you know what? Last year, at least 30,000 people died in America because they didn't get healthcare when they should, because we don't have universal coverage. I think that's a crisis. 1 out of 5 people in America cannot afford the prescription drugs they need. They suffer. Some die. I consider that a crisis. Bottom line is, we need a simple system which exists in Canada, exists in countries all over the world. And that is, if you are an American, you get the health care you need. End of discussion. We can save huge sums of money doing that. The trick is, do we have the guts to take on the healthcare industry, some of which is funding the vice president's campaign? Do we have the courage to take on the executives at the prescription drug industry, some of whom are funding his campaign?
Look, this is a national crisis. I don't want to get this into a back and forth in terms of our politics here. I've laid out a plan, building on Obamacare, providing a public option of Medicare that would cover everyone the same way. This idea that this is his only answer is a mistaken notion. But regardless of whether my plan was in place or his, this is a crisis. This is like we are being attacked from abroad. This is something that is of great consequence. This is like a war. And in a war, you do whatever is needed to be done to take care of your people. And what you do is and I have proposed it and laid it out in detail.
Did he suggest you be like,
everything that you need in terms of dealing with this crisis would be free. It is paid for by the taxpayers generally. Generally. It has nothing to do with Bernie's Medicare for all. And by the way,
Vice President Biden, thank you. If I may, the Vice President just mentioned war. Would you deploy the U.S. military in effort to contain the virus? And if so, how?
Well, I think we use all of the tools that make sense. And if using the National Guard, which is folks, I think in New York State are already using the National Guard, that is something that has to be done. This is clearly, as the Vice President indicated, a national emergency. And what I worry about is not only how we respond aggressively to the virus, but also how we respond aggressively to the economic fallout of a global recession. So right now in Illinois and Ohio, if my memory is correct, the governor there has said they're closing down bars, they're closing down restaurants. What happens to the workers who are there? What happens to the millions of workers who may end up losing their jobs? So what I think we have got to do right now is if Trump can provide, or the Fed can provide $1.5 trillion for liquidity for the banks, well, we've got to say to every worker in America, you know what? Don't panic. You'll be able to pay your mortgage,
Senator,
because you're going to get a check. You're going to be made
Senator, we're going
whole.
to talk about the economic... go ahead, Mr. Vice President.
The answer is I would call out the military.
Okay.
Now, they have the capacity to provide this surge help that hospitals need and that is needed across the nation. I would make sure that they did exactly what they're prepared to do. They've done it. They did it in the Ebola crisis. They've done it. They have the capacity to build 500-bed hospitals and are in tents that are completely safe and secure and provide the help to get it done to anybody, this overflow. So it is a national emergency. I would call out the military.
Well, the Ebola crisis is one thing. This is obviously a pandemic, which is far more severe and impactful to this country. And I think one of the things that we want to remember here is that we got a lot of elderly people in this country who are told, stay home, don't leave your house. Who's going to get food to them? How do we get food to them? You got schools all over this country now being shut down, okay? How are we going to make sure that the kids do well in this crisis, not become traumatized? What do we do about the parents now who have to stay home with the kids and can't go to work? So I think what bottom line here is that in this crisis, we have got to start paying attention to the most vulnerable. That includes people who are in prison right now, people who are in homeless shelters right now. What about the 500,000 people who are homeless tonight? Who's going to respond to them? Now, in 2008, when we had the Wall Street bailout, they did very well for the people on top. They bailed out the crooks on Wall Street, but they forgot about the suffering of ordinary Americans. This time around, let us learn that lesson. Let us pay attention to the working families in this country and to the most vulnerable.
We have learned that lesson. And again, I lay out in detail. What we should be doing now is we should be surging help to those places which are the most vulnerable. We should have every single person that's in a nursing home being able to be tested. We should be moving forces in to do that. We should move in the capability in to do that. We should be sitting down, the president should be sitting down in the Situation Room right now and do what we did before and asking the question, okay, you're going to close everything. Well, if you close everything, how do you get prescriptions that have to be filled? How do you make sure when you close that school, those children are going to be able to get the school food program? How do you make sure that you're going to be able to see to it that you get your mortgage paid? I propose that all of that be covered, and it's going to take a multi-billion-dollar program to do that. But first things first. The first thing is take care of the immediate needs we have now relating to surging the kind of capability we have to prevent this great bump in terms of how it's going to cause such pain, as well as moving in the direction of making sure we have long-term plans.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. We're going to talk in a moment a lot more about the economic impact. But first, Senator Sanders, I want to ask about China. When this outbreak first started in China, the government there censored the whistleblower doctor who sounded the alarm and downplayed the true gravity of the virus.
Right.
What consequences should China face for its role in this global crisis?
Well, one of the consequences is we have got to learn that you cannot lie to the American people. You cannot be less than frank about the nature of the crisis. And what bothers me very much is you have a president of the United States today, Mr. Trump, who is praising China
I'm a little...
for the good work that they are doing, when in fact, as you indicated, they were lying to their
I'm
own
like,
people.
wait, more
and
people
allowing that
died
virus
from it than they
to move
got
much
it?
more aggressively than should have been the
wait
case.
a minute.
Look, I don't think this is the time for
let's look at the
reclamation
countries.
to be punishing
Who's
people.
lying?
Now is the time, by the way, to be working with China. They are learning a lot about this crisis.
Wow.
And in fact,
Vatican City.
You know, we have got to work with them. We've got to work with the World Health Organization. We've got to work with Italy. We've got to work with countries around the world. If there was ever a moment when the entire world
This is for
in
real.
this together, got to support each other, this is that moment.
That's why, if I may respond, that's why I insisted the moment this broke out that we should insist on having our experts in China to see what was happening and make it clear to China there'd be consequences if we did not have that access. And we have to
the
lead
Lord
the world.
tell them,
we
yeah.
should be the ones doing what we did
when the Lord
during
tells
the Ebola
you
crisis, bringing the
to
whole
make up
world
numbers
together
in a
and
spreadsheet,
saying,
you
this
should
is
do
what
that.
we must do. We have to have a common plan. All nations are affected the same way by this virus, depending on exposure. And so
Biden
we need
is
world leadership.
schooling
We need
Sanders
international
right now,
leadership.
I
We need
think.
someone who knows how to bring the world together and insist on fundamental change in the way in which we're approaching this.
Senator Sanders?
Well,
He
the
comes
bottom
across
line
as
here
too idealistic.
is that in the midst of this crisis,
and idealism does
we
not
have got to
sell
act
well
in an
during
unprecedented
hard
way.
times.
And that means every country on earth is going to be affected. Every country on earth has got to work.
You'll hear the usual, but oh yeah, you forgot the date. Yeah, good you forgot. It doesn't matter. But well,
It is sad that we have a president that has ignored the international community in so many ways, including
like Bernie's looking real weak right now. You know, it's just kind of like, you know, Biden has a plan. He came up with a plan to deal with the coronavirus, and it's like fucking long as hell. And he's prepared. He did his homework, and you know, maybe it's not perfect, but at least he's doing something. And Bernie is just like basically saying like, but poor people are being left behind, you know, and like, yeah, that's true, but what does that have to do with the crisis right now? And you know, it's kind of like, you know, this is why you didn't win, you know. If you feel
Problem is the policies of this administration economically
Anyway, don't say that.
we've eaten a lot of
Don't
our
tell
seed
people I
corn.
said that, they'll get
The
mad.
ability for us to use levers that were available before have been used up by this god-awful tax cut of $1.9 trillion, by the fact that we have used the Fed will
he's
be of
making
little
Biden look
consequence
real
now.
reasonable, man.
They've already used what leverage
You know?
they have. And so we're going to have to just level with the American people. And here's the deal. We're going to have to not only deal with the immediate crisis, economic crisis, which is the most critical now,
Uncle
to
Joe,
let people know their
help
mortgages
us.
are going to be
Help me,
paid,
Uncle Joe.
their rents are going to be paid, they're going to have child care, they're going to make sure that all their medical bills are cared for relating to this, et cetera. We have to go beyond that. And we're going to have to be in a situation where we're meeting on a daily basis, like we did in the middle of the financial crisis, to decide how we are going to find the wherewithal and the money to be able to see to it we hold all these folks harmless, but not do what Trump wants to do. For example, he came along and said, I got a great idea. Well, you're going to tell
Senator
me.
Sanders?
Was he weak? Well, I don't
the
know.
Ebola crisis.
I have a hard time believing he was pretending
exposes
to be
the
weak.
dysfunctionality of our healthcare system.
You know,
and how poorly
it's like,
prepared we are,
I just
despite
did
how
it
much
just
money
for
that we
the
spend.
drama. You know,
And the Ebola crisis is also, I think, exposing the cruelty and the unjustness of our economy today. We have more income and wealth inequality in America today than any time in 100 years.
He's feeling, I don't know. I think deep down he knows he lost, so Bernie's not really on his game either. You know, it's a little painful to watch.
Are living paycheck to paycheck. We got people who are struggling,
All right, I'll keep
two or
it.
three
I
jobs
won't
to put
mute
food
it
on the table.
anymore,
What is going to happen to them? So the lesson to be learned is we have got to move aggressively right now to address the economic crisis as a result of Ebola, as a result, keep talking about Ebola, you got Ebola in my head here right now, as a result of the virus here, the coronavirus. What we have got to do also is understand the fragility.
Yeah, don't worry.
Of the
We
economy
will send the NSA
and how
or
unjust
whatever,
and
CIA
unfair it
after
is
you.
that so few have so much and so many have so little.
People are looking for results, not a revolution. They want to deal with the results they need right now.
Man.
And we can
Bernie's
do
getting
that
crushed,
by
man.
making
Like,
sure that we
ugh.
make everybody whole who
I don't know
has
why.
been so
I don't know
badly
why.
hurt.
He
in
shoulda-
terms of
he
their,
shoulda
if they
just
lose
dropped
the
out,
job,
man.
in terms of
Shoulda
not
just
having the
dropped out.
ability to care for their children, in terms of the health care costs that they have related to this crisis.
He looks like
we
he's out of
can
water,
make
man.
them whole now, and put in process a system whereby they all are made whole. That has nothing to do with the legitimate concern about income equality in America. That's real. That's real. But that does not affect the need for us to act swiftly and very thoroughly and in concert with all the forces that we need to bring to bear to deal with the crisis now. So no one's thrown out of their home.
He doesn't have a
no
plan.
one loses their
Like,
mortgage. No one is
Bernie
kicked out
does
of their
not
house.
know what
no
the
one
fuck he's
loses their
doing.
paycheck. No one is in a
You
position
know?
where they have
Like,
a significant financial
He
disability
has
as
no
a
way
consequence
of responding
this,
to this crisis, and it's
this
kind of
particular
showing
crisis.
now.
Thank you, Vice
know?
President.
And-
Senator Sanders.
Well, I think it goes without saying that as a nation, we have to respond as forcefully as we
Did it
can to the
increase?
current crisis. But it is not good enough not to be understanding
reporting
how
this?
we got here
Who's
and
reporting
where we
this?
want to go into the future. So how does it happen that today, in the wealthiest country in the history of the world, half of our people are scared to
now
death?
Bernie's just repeating
Good.
himself over
I
and
agree.
over.
In fact, that was my idea originally, to make sure that every person in this country is made
I know.
whole as a result of this crisis.
It's
But God
so
willing,
deadly
this
that,
crisis
that
is
it
going
kills
to
people
end.
that aren't
And we are
infected.
going to have
Wow,
to develop
that's
an economy
deadly,
in
man.
which half of our people are not living paycheck to paycheck and struggling to put food on the table.
Oh man, this is painful to this is painful to watch, man. I don't know. I don't know if I want to watch it anymore. It's just like oh man, it's just like at least there, yeah. So how does this happen? You know, it's kind of like, well, all right. So the coronavirus is so deadly that it comes out of it comes out of your body and it grabs a knife and it stabs someone in the back. You know, you don't need to catch it in order for it to be deadly. You just have to be near someone. Okay,
Equipment
well,
to save the first responders as well.
I guess I should.
In addition to that, we
I
then have
should-
to also look at what are the immediate needs right today. How about that person who's been laid off today?
Oh, God.
How about that person
Ugh.
who doesn't have an income
Ugh.
today? They have to know that tomorrow, when the paycheck comes due, you will get that paycheck. And thirdly, we have to think long term about how we deal with making all those who have been
Why
badly
didn't he
damaged
just skip
right
out on the
again.
debate?
And
He
then
could have
we
just been
move
like,
on. Then we move on
I'm
to
too
change
busy
the
to
economy
debate today.
in ways that are more profoundly necessary than people think, but do not respond to
I
the
feel bad
immediate
for
needs
his
we have
supporters.
now. First
I feel bad
things
for Bernie's
first.
supporters.
Thank you,
'cause
Vice
it's just
President.
like he
Senator Sanders,
made
you
a-
voted against bailouts following the 2008 financial crisis.
Yes.
Many believe those spending bills were a crucial part of stabilizing the economy back then. Would you support bailouts for industries that are being crushed by the coronavirus outbreak now?
Bernie's
I
pride
did.
is gonna
You're
get
quite
the best
right.
of it.
I voted
you know?
against the bailout.
I'm just like,
because I believed that the illegal behavior being done by the people on Wall Street should not be rewarded by a bailout. And today,
He
by the way,
shoulda
those
just
banks
dropped out.
are more prosperous and own more assets, by and large, than they did back
now
then. They're bigger
he's
now
gonna
than they were
drag
then.
him and his supporters
I thought
through the
at the
mud
time
for a
that in
while.
the midst of massive income and wealth inequality,
it's
the
gonna be
people
real
on top who were
sad and
surtaxed
real
on the very
painful.
wealthy should bail out. And it's
Made
not
it
just the
worse.
part bailout.
No, it could have just been
We
like,
gave
hey,
trillions of dollars in zero-interest loans to large banks.
I
But
knew
to
he was
answer
gonna
your
do
question,
something
where
like
we
this
are
too.
right now,
Yeah.
we need to stabilize the economy. But we can't repeat what we did in 2008. Joe voted for that. I voted against it. Because we have got to do more than save the banks or the oil companies. Our job right now is to tell every working person in this country, no matter what your income is, you are not going to suffer as a result of this crisis of which you had no control.
Vice President Biden.
Had those banks all gone under, all those people Bernie says he cares about would be in deep trouble. Deep, deep trouble. All those little folks, we'd have gone out of business. They'd find themselves in a position where they would lose everything that they had in that bank, whether it was $10 or $300 or a savings account. This was about saving an economy, and it did save the economy. And the banks paid back, and they paid back with interest. I agree with Bernie. Some of them should have gone to jail. That was the big disagreement I had in terms of bailing out. But the question was, they paid back. In addition to that, it also, part of that was bailing out the automobile industry, saving thousands of jobs, tens of thousands of jobs over time. He voted against that as well.
No, I did not vote against that. That bailout money was used later on by Bush to protect the automobile industry. But here's the point. One minute. Here's the point here, is that in terms of that bailout, there are ways that you can bail out when you have a handful of people who have incredible wealth, who have prospered off of the illegal behavior of individuals, in this case on Wall Street. You know what you say to them?
Yeah,
And I did. I said this to the Secretary of Treasury.
Like Bernie's
you want to bail out? That's fine.
Yeah.
You have your friends pay for it, not
ridiculous.
working people. The other point is, as Joe should know, it wasn't just the $700 billion TARP program. The Fed gave trillions and trillions of dollars in zero interest loans to every financial institution in this country and central banks all over the world. That was essentially a grant because they then could sell that. They could then bring in interest rates much greater than the zero interest loans that they got.
Vice President Biden.
Look, the fact of the matter is,
cartoons.
If in fact the banks had all been gone under.
Oh man, I wish I was Zach
we would have not.
who has access
how do you get out of that? Now Bernie's saying that I guess he's going to do a wealth tax or something, that the top 1% could pay for everything, and they should pay for everything that occurred. We were talking about tens and hundreds of billions of dollars. That's what this was about. And the fact was that it saved the economy from going into a depression. After we passed the Recovery Act,
so
which
that
I
wasn't
was the one went out and got the 3 votes to get it changed, that had $900 billion in it, and was the thing that kept us from going into a Great Depression.
Vice President Biden, I'm going to stay with you. Many of the 11 million undocumented immigrants and now even many legal immigrants in the United States are afraid to seek medical help. How do you ensure they feel safe enough to get treatment to help stop the spread of coronavirus?
Anyone who shows up to be tested for coronavirus or gets coronavirus and is treated would be held harmless. Just like I've argued all along, any woman who crosses the border or is here and being beaten by her husband, but she's an undocumented, she cannot be deported because she reports. There are certain things you cannot deport an undocumented alien for, an undocumented person for, and that would be one of them. We want that. It's in the interest of everyone. And those folks who are the xenophobic folks out there, it's even in their interest that that woman come forward or that man come forward, because it deals with keeping the spread from moving more rapidly. They will not, should not, under any circumstances, be held accountable and deported, be deported for that purpose, period.
Well, I have been criticized because the proposal for Medicare for All that I introduced includes making sure that undocumented people are also covered. And right now, we have the absurd situation where undocumented people who try to do the right thing, they're sick, they want to go to the doctor, they don't want to spread this disease, are now standing and thinking about whether ICE is going to deport them. So one of the things that we have to do is to make sure that everybody feels comfortable getting the health care that they need. That should be a general principle above and beyond the coronavirus. Second of all, we've got to end these terrible ICE raids, which are terrorizing communities all over this country. And thirdly, to answer your question, the time is long overdue for this country to move to comprehensive immigration reform and a path towards citizenship for those 11 million undocumented. And furthermore, on day one as president, I would restore the legal status of the 1.8 million
Senator, thank you. We're going to talk about
undocumented.
immigration in a minute, but first I want to ask about something that's going on right now. Again, back to this crisis. We know that people over the age of 60 and those with underlying medical conditions, especially heart disease, lung disease, and diabetes, are the most vulnerable to coronavirus and are being asked to change their behavior to protect themselves. So, Senator Sanders, I'll start with you. You're 78 years old. You had a heart attack. What are you doing to protect yourself?
Well, a great deal. I mean, last night we had
Any gifters? Any gifters?
a fireside chat,
No?
not a
Okay.
rally. I love doing rallies, and we bring many thousands of people out to our rallies. I enjoy it very much. We're not doing that right now. In fact, our entire staff is working from home. So on a personal level, what we're doing is,
Why
I'm not
is
shaking
it
hands.
that we
Joe
are the
and I
only
did not
major
shake
country on
hands.
earth not to guarantee health care?
And I am very careful about the people I am interacting with. I'm using a lot of soap and
I'm using a lot of
sanitizers to make sure that I do not get the infection. And I have to say, you know, thank God right now I do not have any symptoms, and I feel very grateful for that.
Vice President Biden, you're 77. What are you doing to protect yourself?
Well, fortunately, I don't have any of the underlying conditions you talked about that I have to worry about, number one. Number two, thank God, for the time being, anything can happen. My mother would say, knock on wood, that I'm in good health. Number three, I'm taking all the precautions anyone would take, whether they're 30 years old or 60 years old or 80 years old. And that is, I want to make sure that I do not shake hands any longer. I do not engage. We did the same thing. Our staff is all working from home. We are not doing rallies any longer. We're doing virtual rallies. We're doing virtual town hall meetings. We're in a situation where now I do not, as I said, when we encounter people, we're not going into crowds. And so I'm taking all the precautions everyone else should be taking. I wash my hands God knows how many times a day with hot water and soap. I carry with me, as a matter of fact, I have in my bag outside here, a hand sanitizer. I don't know how many times a day I use that. I make sure I don't touch my face, and so on. So I'm taking all the precautions we're told for everybody else to take.
Let's turn to the race more broadly now. Throughout this campaign, you've each laid out starkly different visions for how to bring about change. Vice President Biden, Senator Sanders is calling for a political revolution. You said people want results, not a revolution. Make the case for why a revolution is not what the country needs or wants.
We have problems we have to solve now. Now, what's a revolution going to do? Disrupt everything in the meantime? Look, the senator talks about his Medicare for all. He still hasn't told you how he's going to ever get it passed. He hasn't told you how, in fact, there's any possibility of that happening. He hadn't told you how much it's going to cost. He hadn't tell you how it's going to apply. It doesn't kick in for 4 years even after it passes. We want a revolution. Let's act now. Pass the Biden health care plan, which takes Obamacare, restores all the cuts made to it, subsidizes it further, provides for lower drug prices, make sure that there's no hidden bills, make sure that we invest, I want to invest $50 billion in dealing with underlying diseases that are of great consequence, diabetes, Alzheimer's, and cancer. Make sure that we have a Medicare option that's in a public option providing Medicare for us. We can do that now. I can get that passed. I can get that done if I'm President of the United States of America. That will be a fundamental change, and it happens now. I can tell you from experience, being a significant consumer of health care, with my sons, my family, all the things we've gone through. What people want is hope, and they need it now, not 4 years from now. And Bernie still hasn't told us how he's going to pay for it. We're talking about a $30+ trillion plan.
Not quite true.
Senator Sanders.
Look, let's do something that is very rarely done in the Congress. Let's do something that the media doesn't do. Let's talk about the reality of American life. Why is it that over the last 45 years, despite the huge increase in productivity and technology, the average worker today is not making a nickel more in real dollars? Why is it that over the last 30 years,
I only have 2 rows left.
I've seen a $21 trillion increase in their wealth. Bottom half of America, $900 billion decline.
Send me the address. I'm going to drive over right now.
Why is it that we are the only major country on earth not to guarantee health care to all people as a human right? Why are we the only major country not to have paid medical and family leave? Why do we give tax breaks to billionaires when 500,000 people are homeless today? And it comes down to something, Jake, we don't talk about.
Castro, take a side,
in America. Who has the power?
Castro.
And I'll tell you who has the power.
Take a side.
It's the people who contribute money, the billionaires who contribute money to political campaigns.
Biden, I would say Biden is crushing
agenda.
Bernie right now.
Those people have the power. And if you want to make real changes in this country, if you want to create an economy that works for all, not just a few, if you want to guarantee quality health care to all.
During a crisis right now, we're in a crisis, right? We're in a crisis, and then Bernie just brings up his talking points over and over.
You need to take on the drug companies and the insurance companies and the fossil fuel industry.
During times like this,
you don't take campaign contributions
people
from
who
them.
are more
You
pragmatic,
take them on and create an economy that works for all.
You want to do that? Do what I proposed over 30 years ago. Federally fund all elections. No private contributions in the election process. If you want to do that, join me. Join me in my constitutional amendment that I've been proposing. Maybe you and I can work on that together, because that would fundamentally change it. And the implication is I'm getting these. I've not accepted a contribution.
Okay, you actually gave me the address. Okay,
$2,800.
I'll keep that in mind.
My average contribution is $44. Just this month, I've raised $33 million. Average contribution, $51. The idea that this is Bernie's implication is somehow I'm being funded by millionaires. Bernie, look, in the last Super Tuesday and before that, Bernie outspent me 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to 1. And I still won. I didn't have any money. And I still won.
Oh, that hurts.
It's good that you had an idea 30 years ago. I don't want to join you. Why don't you join me? Why don't you get rid of the super PAC that you have right now,
here's where his
which is
ego
running very
comes
ugly
out.
negative ads about me. Don't laugh, Joe. That's just the truth. And they got 2 other super PACs running
say
ads
shit like that,
against
man.
us. Why don't you just say right now, go on television and say, hey, you know what? I think in the past, Joe, if I'm not mistaken, you condemned super PACs. Is that correct?
You get rid of the
I kind of want to stop watching.
I don't have 9 super. I don't have
honestly, I kind of want to stop
No,
watching
yeah,
the
you go
debate.
ahead, let's
It's
go.
brutal.
Give me a break.
No, I won't give you a break on this
Painful to
one,
watch.
Joe. You condemn super PACs. You got a super PAC is running negative. But here's the point. This is the point. In the richest country in the history of the world, half of our people should not be struggling to put food on the table. And the reason for that is you have a political structure in which big money interests not only dominate the political system,
Bernie's just like repeating his talking points over and over and over because he doesn't know what to say.
In America,
you know?
We're going to move to China.
He has no
we're going to
idea
move to
what
Mexico,
to say.
pay people starvation.
He doesn't know
wages
how to
there.
respond to a
This
crisis.
is an issue that has got to be ultimately dealt with. Who has the power in America? Are we content with so few exercising so much power when so many people have given up
He doesn't
on
have
the
to.
political process?
I proposed a significant change in the tax
Biden
code.
doesn't
I've
have
been
to.
proposing
He
it for a
just
long,
said
long time.
that
Number
you
one.
outspent me
Number
6,
two,
you
it's
know?
not just about taxing the super wealthy. It's about making sure everybody pays their fair share. For example, I can pay for my whole health care plan by changing the way in which we deal with capital gains.
I know,
People should pay
Tulsi.
their capital gains based on what their income
They
tax
should have
is.
brought Tulsi up.
And not at 20%.
Okay, to
That
their
would raise
credit,
$800 billion, pay for my
this is a
entire
little bit more
medical
serious,
health care
okay?
plan, which would cover everyone.
Little bit
the fact
more,
of the matter
but
is, everything I
if they
call
threw in
for,
Tulsi,
I
it
pay
would have
for.
been ridiculous.
And I do not
but-
believe, and I have not supported these exorbitant tax cuts for the wealthy. I strongly
you
oppose
know, like-
the tax cut that this president has put through of $1.9 trillion. And I said at the time, this was all about trying to eliminate the safety net. Look, the idea that Bernie implies, the way he says things, speaking of negative ads, my Lord, Bernie, you're running ads saying I'm opposed to Social Security, that PolitiFact says is a flat lie, and that the Washington Post said is a flat lie.
Oh, well, let me ask you a question, Joe.
Yeah.
You're right here with me.
Yeah.
Have you been on the floor of the Senate? You were in the Senate for a few years.
Yeah.
Time and time again, talking about the necessity, with pride, about cutting Social Security, cutting Medicare, cutting veterans programs.
No.
You never said that.
No.
All right. America, go to the website right now. Go to the YouTube right now. Time after time, you were not a fan of Bo Simpson?
I was not a fan of Bo.
You were not a fan of the balanced budget amendment, which called for cuts in Social Security? Come on, Joe, you won't.
Look, here's the deal.
You're an honest guy. Why don't you just tell the truth here? We all make mistakes.
I am telling the truth. You said that I, in fact, why am I rated 96% by the Social Security organizations? Why am I viewed as a strong...
All that I said...
I have laid out how I will increase...
I like it better.
I laid that out.
I have laid out how I'm going to make sure that it is, in fact, paid for.
Jake.
Go to joebiden.com. Look at my exchange with Paul Ryan on his desire to try to privatize and or cut Social Security.
Okay.
And understand how he manipulated an
No, all right. Joe, let me repeat it again. I want you just to be straight with the American people. I am saying that you have been on the floor of the Senate
You can tell
time and time again.
there's a lot going
talking
through
about
Bernie's
the need
mind right now
to
because he
cut
kind of knows that he
Social
lost.
Security,
You know?
Medicare, and veterans programs. Is that true or is that
No,
not
it's
true?
not true.
That is not true?
That is not true. What is true is...
So I don't even know why he decided to
taking place,
stick it
how
out.
to deal with
He
the
should have
deficit.
gave up.
Everything was on the table.
He should have dropped out last
of
week.
those cuts.
Now he's
in
embarrassing
Social
himself.
Security
You know?
or in veterans
Whoa,
benefits.
whoa. Everything was on the table. All right, you're right. You just said it, including in your
I
judgment,
feel bad
cuts
for
to Social
I
Security
feel
and
bad for
veterans.
Bernie's
in order
supporters.
to get the kinds of changes we need on other things related.
Joe, then
but
you
it
just,
didn't. But we did not cut it.
I know, because people like me helped stop that. But Joe, you just you just contradicted yourself. One minute you said
He looks
I was not on the
ridiculous
floor.
now, honestly.
The next minute you say, well, yes, there was a reason why I was worried about the deficit. Maybe that's good reason, maybe it's not. All that I am saying is you were prepared
But
to
he
cut
gave
and
his
advocated
followers
for the
false
cuts.
hope.
Let-
You know, and
let's
I do think that's
I did not.
that's a.
I never voted to cut Social
Not talking about voted, Joe. That's not what I
never
said.
Voted,
I think
Well,
that's.
look, I voted to protect it. I was just go look at the debate with Paul Ryan for the vice presidency. Look at what I
think
did.
that's
and Bernie, will you acknowledge
lack of leadership.
Your campaign took out
Yeah.
of context that whole exchange between Paul Ryan. Are you saying PolitiFact is wrong? Are you saying
Yeah,
the
well,
Washington Post
believe
is
me, the
wrong?
Washington Post PolitiFact is wrong a whole lot of times.
But are they wrong on that, Bernie?
Okay.
Are they wrong on that, Bernie?
Joe.
Bernie,
Joe,
did you miss?
Joe, did you? Wait a minute. I'll answer your question. You answer mine.
I answered yours.
No, you didn't.
All right.
One more time. Were you on the floor time and time
I
again, for whatever
don't
reason,
want to watch this anymore.
talking about the need to cut Social Security and Medicare?
It was a good burger.
No, I did not talk about the need to cut any of those
I
programs.
feel much
Okay,
better
all
now.
that I would say to the American people, go to YouTube. It's all over the place. Joe said it many, many times. And I'm surprised, you can defend that or change your mind on it, but you can't deny the reality.
So, Senator, because you brought up Social Security and you've been talking about it, I want to ask you about something that you wrote in 1996.
You know what he's trying to
You were a
do,
member of
right?
the House,
He's trying to,
and you wrote an op-ed that said, quote, "It is clear we
It's
will
way
have to
too
make
late.
incremental adjustments in Social Security
It's way
taxes
too late, but
and benefits."
Bernie's trying to make a
Why are
case for
your
the old
past
folks
comments any
because he
less
knows he
relevant
lost
than
without
Incremental
them.
adjustments, what I advocated, adjustments that I advocated and have
attacking Biden
advocated
on
for
Social
years
Security,
is, among
you
other
know,
things,
that's not
increasing
gonna work,
the cost of
man.
living assistance. No, you're not going to find me ever calling for cuts to Social Security. Right now,
If
for
you're going
example,
to do that, you should have done
we
that like
determine
6 months
quotas
ago, you know?
by
Damn.
looking at inflation for the general population rather than segregating the higher costs that seniors are paying
like
for
too late.
prescription drugs and
Way
for
too late.
health care. That's what I was talking about.
I know. I'm
I
here
have,
for the
in
Yang
fact,
commentary.
When Joe
okay?
and others were enamored
where's
with
Yang?
the so-called
Where's
bold
Yang saying?
Citizen effort, which included cuts to Social
I
Security,
know.
raising
Yeah.
the retirement
Say
age,
someone say
I
UBI.
formed,
Someone
along
say
with people like
UBI.
Barbara
That's our.
Blackstone, the
Okay,
defending
that's the
Social
thing
Security caucus
to
to
look
say no.
forward to.
When 20% of our seniors are trying to get by on $13,000 a year or more, we are not going to cut Social Security.
I know.
Vice President
Say
Biden.
this. Say this.
Yesterday, you endorsed an Elizabeth Warren plan that would undo key parts of the bankruptcy law you helped pass in 2005. A few hours ago, you announced support for making public college tuition free for families who make less than $125,000 a year, something Senator Sanders has supported. What changed?
Two things. Number one, let's talk about the bankruptcy bill. The bankruptcy bill was passing overwhelmingly, and I improved it. I had a choice. It was going to pass. It a Republican president, Republican
Biden's
Congress.
looking pretty good
and
tonight,
I
I
offered
gotta
two
say.
amendments to make sure that
He
people
looks
under
like, hey,
$50,000 would
I
not
know
be
how to
affected,
handle this
and
corona
women and
shit,
children would
you know?
go to the front of the line on
I think it's
alimony
coming across
and
pretty
support
well.
payments. That's what I did. It passed overwhelmingly. I did not like
You
the
have
rest of
one
the bill,
Univision
but I
moderator.
improved it, number one. Number
Let me,
two,
pull it
I've
up.
talked with Senator Warren about her proposal. This is the first opportunity we've had to make substantial change in what we couldn't get done in a Republican administration. That's why we talked 2 nights ago, and I supported her proposal. And it's a good proposal. It's a solid proposal. And she should get credit for having introduced it. With regard to what we're
Go,
talking
Joe.
about
Give people
in terms
credit.
of college education, I've been saying for a long time that we're in a position where 12 years of education is not enough for the 21st century. We need 16 years of education. The exact bill that Senator Sanders introduced, I guess a little over a year ago, capping it off at $125,000 in income. You could get free up to that point. After that, you'd have to pay for your college education. It only worked for public schools.
Biden's sounding,
and it would work
he's making
for public
sense, man, and he's very articulate tonight.
I support that idea. It was a good idea, and I support it. And so that's what it is. And I'm not saying everything Bernie said has been wrong. He happens to be right on that one.
Senator Sanders, I assume you welcome these changes.
Look, this is a little bit about leadership as well. Joe talked about bankruptcy. Joe, if my memory is correct, you helped write that bankruptcy bill.
I did not.
All right. And that bankruptcy bill, by the way, when we talk about education, you got 45 million people in America struggling with student debt. Some of them really struggling with student debt. And that bankruptcy bill made it impossible, very difficult for people to escape from that student debt. It was a very, very bad bill. You said, Joe, that a majority of the people in the Senate voted for it. You're right.
Overwhelming majority.
Overwhelmingly. Well, I voted against it in the House, and I was right. And I don't have to rethink my position because that's what leadership is about, having the guts to take an unpopular vote. But it's not just bankruptcy. The difference between Joe and I on higher education is 4 years ago. It was not a popular idea, Joe. I'm glad
I don't know where
you're
it is.
coming around now.
I don't know where
4
it is.
years ago when I said that public colleges and universities should be tuition-free, people were saying, Bernie, that's a radical idea. Well, you got states and cities and counties all over the country that are moving in that direction.
So,
and I'm glad that Joe is on board. But what leadership is about is going
so the
forward
one person is
when
from
it's
Univision.
not popular, when it's an idea that you get criticized for. So I'm proud of that fact, and I'm proud of my leadership on many issues. Joe, since the campaign, has come around. I talked about raising that minimum wage $15 an hour 4 years ago, Joe.
So did I, and I went out and campaigned
$15 an hour?
$15 an hour, New York City. Go talk to the governor.
I will talk to the governor. I'm not aware of that.
All right?
I am not aware of that.
You should be aware. Look.
All right, 4 years ago, it was a radical idea. Very few people in Congress were talking about it.
Go ahead, Vice President.
Well, here, look. Let's get something straight about the bankruptcy bill. The bankruptcy bill already, it did not affect student debt for 90% because the law had already been passed.
Coronavirus.
You could not declare bankruptcy for those loans that were from private institutions. You couldn't do it. And so the bankruptcy bill didn't affect that. It affected 10% of the people, the first bankruptcy bill. 10% of the student loans, number one.
Yeah.
Number two, now we're in a position where we're able to correct that problem. The fact is, if I hadn't stepped up and changed the law as it relates to people making less than $50,000, those who for alimony and child support, then guess what? They would have been in the bucket too. It was going to pass anyway. I made it. Let me finish. I made it incrementally better. I did not like the bill. I did not support the bill, and I made it clear to the industry I didn't like the bill. Number two,
this is not League of Legends. What the hell?
Calls for the opportunity to fundamentally change the mistakes we couldn't correct in the bill the first time around. And that is why I support Elizabeth Warren's idea. And it's a very good idea.
Senator Sanders, go ahead.
Well, this is kind of circular logic. We're going to reform the bill that I voted for. Well, if you hadn't voted for it, and if you had rallied other people, as I try to do in the House voting against it, we might not have the problems with it we have today. You know what leadership is about, Joe, and it deals with, whether your opposition or your support, I should say, for
do you want to see this?
legislation regarding gay communities and the so-called Defense of Marriage Act. You remember that bill, right?
This is going to be
cringy. It was, gay marriage today is considered a little bit different than it was 25 years ago. I remember that vote. It was a very hard vote. I voted against the Defense of Marriage Act.
Biden is smarter than Bernie in this way.
For it.
He adopts Bernie's positions functionally
the bankruptcy bill.
because he knows they're popular, but Bernie won't hit him back on electability when he knows Biden is strong on that front.
I voted against
that
disastrous trade agreements
not correct
like NAFTA
in any way
and
whatsoever.
with China, which cost this country
arrogance.
over 4 million good-paying jobs. You voted for it. I voted against the Hyde Amendment,
This is why people don't want
which
to vote
denies
for him,
low-income women the right to get an abortion. You have
The
consistently
whole idea of
voted for it. I don't
minimum
know what your
wage,
position
he did
is
not
on it
invent
today,
that.
but you have
Okay.
consistently voted for it. In other words, all that
It's
I'm
a little
saying is
disrespectful
we can
to
argue about the
dismiss
merits of the bill.
Vice President Biden.
It takes
People's
courage
previous
sometimes
efforts,
to vote, do the right thing.
We can argue about the past and the future. This man voted against the Brady bill.
This is just
5
solidifies
times.
why
Background checks.
Bernie lost.
Background checks 5 times.
It's like,
number one. Number two, this
Oh,
man
that's
is the
why.
only one of the few Democrats I know who voted to exempt the gun industry from being able to be sued.
Maybe
Talk
it would
about
need-
a
maybe it's
special,
what needs to
special
happen,
interest.
but-
we can sue. We should be able to sue drug companies.
So
we should
not-
be able
not
to sue
pleasant.
tobacco companies. We cannot sue the gun manufacturers because he voted for that years ago. He
You know,
says
like,
it was a mistake now. I'm prepared to
Biden
accept
is
he
just
says it's a
talking
mistake.
down
Well,
to
your
Biden,
question is,
Bernie
what do
right
we
now. It's
do
just like,
from this
look, Bernie,
point
I
on?
know
And by the
you
way,
have
I might
all
add,
these ideas,
I'm the
but
first
this is
person
how
to
it
go on
works.
national television in any administration
Here's
and
why.
say I supported
Here's why the
gay
way you're
marriage.
doing it is not correct.
I supported gay
And he-
marriage when asked. And and it started a ripple effect. I'm not taking all credit for it, but I'm the first major player to say
And he's
I
explaining
support
himself
gay
fairly
marriage
well, I
on
would say.
national television.
All that I'm saying here is
leadership.
We can argue, this or that bill. But what I'm suggesting is that in this time of crisis, when we're living in a really
took a water in the morning.
unsettling world, economically, from a healthcare
I know, right? You got to be
perspective with the
careful. You got to be
coronavirus,
careful when you.
The people of America
Be careful
know
where
my
you
record.
cough.
Okay? For 30 years, I have stood with the working families of this country. I have taken on every special interest there is out there, and that is what I will do in the White House. That's a very different record than Joe's.
That is not a different record than mine.
That is a totally different record than yours. All right? I mean, and it's manifested in this campaign when you're, getting all this money from, wealthy people and billionaires. So I think if you want somebody who will take to the White House what I've done for my whole life.
Thank you, Senator Sanders.
And that is take on special interest. I think I'm that candidate.
Average campaign contribution $44.
Let's talk about the future, Vice President Biden. If you become the Democratic presidential nominee, how will you appeal to supporters of Senator Sanders when you do disagree on so many issues?
He's making it hard for me right now. I was trying to give him credit for some things. He won't even take the credit for things he wants to do. Look, I think that I want to make it clear. If Bernie's a nominee, I will not only support him, I will campaign for him. And I believe the people who support me will do the same thing. Because the existential threat to the United States of America is Donald Trump. It's critical. I would hope that Bernie would do the same thing if I'm the nominee and encourage all of his followers to, in fact, support
This
me
is a conspiracy
as well.
theory. It's
Because
literally
much
the
bigger
DNC has
than
all
either of
control
us.
over when debates happen
Character of
and
the
how
nation
debates
is
happen.
on the
Suck my
ballot.
dick.
It
Anyway,
goes
going
well
forward,
beyond
moving along.
whether or not Senator Sanders and I both
Bernie
agree we need
is doing well
healthcare
on
should be a
certain
right,
fronts here.
not a
What
privilege.
Bernie is
We
doing
both
well
agree
on
we have
certain
to
fronts here is
deal with student debt. We
exposing
both
Joe
agree
Biden
we have to
for
deal with education
for
and
the
access
fraud
to
that he is.
education.
And he is
We
a
both agree
fraudulent
that we
person.
deal-
He
we have a new
has
Green Deal
lied
to deal with the
consistently throughout
existential
his
threat that
political
faces
career.
humanity.
He
We
has
disagree on
lied
the
and had to
detail of how we
leave the
do it.
1988
But we
campaign
don't
in
disagree on the
disgrace
principle.
for those
We
lies when there was
fundamentally
actually a
disagree
more
with this
adversarial
president
media
on
class
everything.
that
This is a
held
man who wants
some of the
to cut
candidates' feet to the
Social
fire.
Security,
Joe
cut
Biden
Medicare,
also
not
needs
Brown-
to be
not Bernie,
Joe Biden
the president of the United
Oh,
States.
fuck it.
So this is much
Oh, God.
bigger than whether or not I'm the nominee or Bernie's the nominee.
I don't know why I went
We
back.
must defeat Donald Trump. He is the exit. 4 more years of Donald Trump will fundamentally change the nature of who we are as a nation. We've got to restore this country's soul. That's essential. And as long as this president is there, we're not going to be able to do that.
Senator Sanders,
Can I just say a word, then I'll respond to you?
Well, it's just a quick question, which is, if he is the nominee, Vice President Biden, you've already said you would support him. Of
course.
But will you campaign for him? Will you urge your supporters to
on
support
day
him?
one, when I announced my candidacy, what I said is this country cannot deal with.
I gotta go back, man. I want to see the responses.
A pathological liar, was running a corrupt administration,
it's
who obviously
so
doesn't
cringy,
know
man.
the Constitution of the United States, who believes is above the law, was a racist and a sexist and a homophobe. He is the most dangerous president in the modern history of this
About
country.
this
And what I
is
said on day
because
one,
the media will
Day
not
one.
hold his
Well,
feet to the
obviously,
fire.
I
The
hope
media
to win the
will not
nomination.
cover this in an adversarial fashion, in the same exact way that they've
I
covered
wanna
Bernie
hear
Sanders.
what
Not
he's
even
got
in
to
the
say
same exact
about-
way that they've covered
Bernie
Bernie
just
Sanders,
admitted that he's
but
gonna
at least with
endorse-
a crumb of skepticism. I'm not saying attack every single thing that Joe Biden does. Okay, I'm not even saying treat this in the way that I have treated this
He's
campaign.
such a kid.
Just
Jesus Christ.
simply Ask why Joe thinks it's acceptable to lie about getting arrested to meet Nelson Mandela. I mean, how the fuck does that not get brought up? How the fuck does the Social Security track record of Joe Biden, which is you could easily find on the internet, as Bernie Sanders pointed out to, which, by the way, he should have had a website readily available to send people to where he could also take donations from. That was a missed opportunity, for the record. He should have just had all of those.
But if I don't win the nomination, and I think every other Democratic
this was going to happen,
prepared to come together to do everything humanly possible to defeat Donald Trump. But let me respond to something that Joe said. You know, we talk about the green media and all of these things in general terms, but details make a difference.
You know,
what I have said throughout this campaign, and I don't think I've heard you say this yet, Joe.
Do you feel?
If we are going to save this planet
before and after Yang,
future generations, we need to have the courage to take on the greed
Andrew
of
Yang
the
made my
fossil
life
fuel
better.
industry and make it clear to them that their short-term profits are not more important than the future of this planet. We have a very detailed plan, a detailed proposal. Happy to get the endorsement of the Sunrise Movement, the young people.
We're going to get into the Green New Deal. We're going to talk about climate change. We have to squeeze in a quick break. When we come back,
housing,
the CNN Univision Democratic presidential debate will return. Stay with us.
You know, compared to before Yang and after Yang, I'm doing better than it was. So.
Welcome back to the CNN Univision Democratic presidential debate live from Washington, D.C. And as we noted, Arizona will vote on Tuesday. We solicited questions from undecided Democratic voters there. One is from Amy Langefeld, who is a law professor from Chandler, Arizona, with a question for Senator.
This is Bernie's fault. He should have dropped out and saved people like him from embarrassing himself. You know, that is what Yang did for us. Okay? We could have kept on going. Like, he could have kept the race going and have, you know, we were passionate enough that we were going to do it until the day we die, right? Like, but he spared us. You know, he said, look, it's time to end this. It probably wasn't an easy decision, but so I have a lot more respect for him now, although it's
Senator
hard.
Sanders.
It was hard.
Women are the canaries in the coal mine of the conservative agenda. Our
I made you happy for a while,
is at
right?
risk from the Federalist
it still makes me
Society's
happy.
remaking of the courts.
Yeah.
Our
It hasn't
lives
left
are
me.
threatened by abusive partners' access to guns. Women are disproportionately affected.
But think about
Social
people who supported
Security
Bernie
cuts
this
and
race,
cuts to
right?
public education.
So now that
How
he's
will
probably
your
going to
cabinet
lose,
ensure
so
the
he's,
best
he
advice
lost. You know, he's not
on
gonna
issues
make
that
it.
affect women's
this debate is
physical
not
and
going
financial
well.
health? Thank you.
And
my
I just got to, you know, this is the nail in the coffin.
Will look
you know,
like
and
America. Last I heard, over
What-
half
what did
of
all
the
these people
in
hear?
America
What
are
did they
women,
get out of it?
And that will be the representation in
More
my cabinet
enemies,
and my administration. And
lots
in
of
terms
awkward
of
moments.
policies, unlike Joe,
just being pissed off
I
and
have
angry,
consistently
you know?
believed.
I'm
and
sure
have a
there's
100%
a lot of
lifetime voting
infighting
record
as well
from groups
that
like
we don't
NARAL,
hear about.
that it is a woman's right.
I mean,
to
even we had
control her own
infighting,
body,
you know, like
not the government.
Every campaign has.
I have believed that we have got to move aggressively to deal with domestic violence in this country.
But hey, you know, I made new friends. I got my new job because of the
made the
Yang
case
Yang.
that we cannot have women in America earning 80 cents on the dollar compared to men. And if you're a minority woman, it's 50 or 60 cents on the dollar. We need to have universal, affordable,
Facebook
high-quality
profile might
child
be
care.
suspended?
So
What?
women who are single or married can go off to work and know that their kids are going to be well taken
That might
care
be a
of.
scam.
So I think if you look at my agenda, which is on berniesanders.com, what you will find, it is a very strong agenda in fighting for the rights of women who today are under incredible political assault by Trump and Republican governors
might be
all across this country.
suspended due to breach of rules
Yes,
today.
thank you. Number one, I agree with
and a
with
suspicious-looking link.
The question of the underlying premise of Amy's question. Number one, I committed that if I'm elected president, have an opportunity to appoint someone to the courts.
I feel like I
I'll appoint the first black woman to the courts. It's
part of
required that they have
America, you know, that I
representation
never
now It's long overdue.
Never.
Secondly,
saw
if
before.
I'm elected president, my cabinet, my administration will look like the country. And I commit that I will, in fact,
Do you
appoint
think-
I'll pick a woman
Let me-
to
let
be
me-
vice
I
president.
don't know. I
There are
don't
a number of
care
women who
anymore,
are qualified to be
but I don't
president
care about
tomorrow.
debate anymore,
I would
but-
pick a woman to be my vice president. Number three, I'm the guy that wrote the domestic violence law, and I'm the guy that put in the prohibitions that no one who abuses someone else should be able to own a gun, period. They should not be able to own a gun. I would get the boyfriend exception amended. Now I've gotten it passed that if you get a stay
It's
order
weird they
from
can
a
just
court,
type in
you have a
anything.
child with someone,
You know,
you cannot
just,
own a gun. No one should be able to own
Can
a
I
gun.
create my
who has
own?
abused
Can
a
I create
woman,
my
period.
own?
Mr. Vice President, if I could just follow up. Just to be clear, you just committed here tonight that you were running
can I
it.
create
if you
an
get the
Andrew
nomination,
Yang?
will be a woman.
Yes.
Okay, let me.
Senator
ask-
Sanders, will you
right
make that
now,
same
may I
commitment?
just respond and,
Please.
ask Joe a question? Right now,
What's fake? Oh
a
yeah,
woman's
it's
right
fake.
to control her own body is on a
I'm
massive
not.
assault,
I ain't clicking
unprecedented
on that
assault.
link. No way.
Joe, you have.
It's like,
in
hey,
the
there's a problem
past,
with your Facebook profile.
on more than one
You're going to get
occasion, voted for the
suspended.
Hyde
Click on
Amendment,
this suspicious link.
which says that
find
a
out
woman,
more.
low-income woman, could not use Medicaid funding for an abortion. Is that still your view, or have you modified it?
It is not my view. It's not my view. And by the way, everybody who's
just
been
drop-
in the Congress
you
voted for
just
the Hyde
drop out,
Amendment at one point or another because it was locked in other bills. The reason why I affirmatively came
Joe
out
looks
opposed to
ready.
the
He
Hyde
does.
Amendment was
He's-
that if we're going to have public funding for all health care along the line, there is no way you could allow for there to be a requirement that you have Hyde Amendment, a woman who doesn't have the money could not have coverage under health care.
Well, I'm glad.
Number two, and I've done that, I did that a while ago, okay? Number one. Number two, I would send immediately to the desk of the United States Congress when I'm elected president, if I'm elected president, a codification of Roe v. Wade amended by Casey. Because I think it is a woman's right to choose. I think it's a woman's opportunity to be able to make that decision. And in fact, I've gotten 100% rating from NARAL as well.
Senator Sanders, before we move on, I just want to get you to respond.
You have a lifetime 100% voting record from NARAL?
I know my record of late from NARAL has been 100%. I don't know whether it was 25 years ago.
Well, all right. I mean, I think one of the differences, not to pick a bone here, is I have been consistent. All right. I've always believed in that, and you have not. I'm glad you have changed your views.
Senator, just to be clear, the vice president committed to picking a woman as his running mate. If you get the nomination, will you?
Oh no!
I will. For me, it's not just.
So I guess it's
nominating,
not. I guess Yang is not
a
his
woman.
VP.
It is making sure that we have a progressive
So,
women, and there are
see?
progressive women out there.
This is
So
actually a
my
good
very
thing,
strong tendency
because now we
is
know.
to move in that direction.
Right. Now
Let's
we
turn now
know.
to immigration. Vice President Biden, you recently said for the first time that the Obama-Biden administration
now
made
that-
a
that,
big
you know,
mistake in deporting
maybe if
millions
people
of immigrants. But you
were
didn't
hoping that
publicly
would happen,
speak out
might
against
be
it at the time.
disappointed, but
commitment
now we can
will you
focus
make
on the
tonight
things that is not
as
that.
president,
You know,
you won't deport millions
so it's
again?
not a bad thing.
Number one, I said that it took much too long to get it right. And the president did get it right by DACA, as well as making sure that he tried to protect parents as well. And by the way, moving on an immigration bill as well. The fact is that we already had a
So
vote
is
on
there
the
a
immigration bill,
Andrew
by the way,
Yang
and Bernie voted against
category
it.
now?
The
Can I check
immigration
it?
bill. Had he voted for it and it passed, we'd already
That'd
have
be
6
hilarious.
million undocumented would be citizens as I speak.
It'd be on
right
the
now.
very,
But I
very
will
bottom
send to
of
the desk
everything.
immediately a bill that requires for access to citizenship for 11 million undocumented folks, number one. Number two, in the first 100 days of my administration, no one will be deported at all. From that point on, the only deportations that will take place are commissions of felonies in the United States of America.
So to be clear, only felons get deported and everyone else gets to
Period.
stay?
Yes. Yes, and the reason is it's about
Oh
uniting
no!
families.
Wait,
It's about
I
making
can't
sure
change.
that we
I
can both
can't
be a nation of
change
immigrants
the game
as
midway.
well as a nation that is decent.
Let me
Is
respond.
that not allowed?
I'll answer your question. Let me respond to Joe's comments about the 2007 immigration bill. That bill was opposed by LULAC, the largest Latino organization in America. The Southern Poverty Law Center called its guest worker programs akin to slavery. There wasn't really a vote on the bill. It was killed because there was a vote on the Dorgan Amendment. I think it was 49-48. And you know who voted with me on that one, Joe? Barack Obama. He understood that that proposal was a bad idea. We don't need
Have you seen this?
Slavery in America where guest workers are
coronavirus
forced to stay with their employers.
killed.
But in terms of immigration in general, let me outline.
Coronavirus has killed more people
Day
than it
one,
infected.
we restored the
Wow,
legal
that's
status
deadly.
of 1.8 million young people and their parents in the DACA program.
And
Number two,
apparently
immediately,
the Vatican
we
City
end these
has
ICE
been
raids,
like filling in
which are
some
terrorizing communities all over this
nonsense
country.
here.
3, we changed the border policy under my
Man,
administration.
Italy
no
is
federal
nuts.
agent will ever grab little babies
Assuming,
from the arms
I
of
don't
their
know.
mothers.
Okay,
And
these
fourth,
numbers
I think
even
we can
accurate?
pass what
I mean,
the
look at
American
this.
people want, and that is comprehensive immigration reform, path towards citizenship for the 11 million undocumented.
Senator Sanders, critics suggest positions like this send a message that when a Democrat is in the White House, the border is open. Do they?
No, that's just, I mean, that's what Trump says, and that is a total lie. What we're talking about is
I think it's going to be
humane,
Amy.
sensible policy supported by the American people. Nobody is talking
I think it's going to be
about
Amy.
open borders, and of course, Trump lies about that. But the bottom line
Maybe
is, right
Stacey
now, you have in
Abrams.
this
I don't
country
know.
people who have
Right.
been here for decades. They're working hard. They're raising their kids. They're an important part of our agricultural
Joe
economy,
and Amy
our
could
construction
make a
economy.
pretty good
These
team,
are
I would
good
say.
people, and yet they're living in terror. And we have got to end that terror and end
Amy
the
can
ICE
help
raids and move
Biden
toward a
get
path
people on the
towards
right
citizenship.
Let me
and
set the
some of
record
the
straight.
Midwestern
Something to
votes
say.
that he needs.
You know, the idea that it was slavery. Barack Obama supported that bill, for that immigration bill. Teddy Kennedy supported that immigration bill. I supported it. I doubt whether those people think it's slavery.
Well,
and by the way, right after his vote against that, he went on the Lou Dobbs show and continued to canard that they're taking jobs. These immigrants are taking jobs from Americans, which is one of the Republican canards, right after that vote, that no vote. And so, come on. This is, you think Ted Kennedy is for slavery? You think I was for slavery? You think people voted for it for slavery? And with regard to your issue, your question relative to whether or not I would deal with supporting the border. Look, we can deal with securing the border by national technical means. All the bad things are coming through ports of entry right now. We don't need a wall. And by the way, I would immediately, as president,
I guess these are
surge
the
to the
four.
border. I would end this notion for the first time in history that people seeking asylum have to be in squalor on the other side of the river.
I would love to have Warren
in desperate situations.
as a VP,
they should be able to
but
come to the United States and have a judgment made as whether or not they
it's
qualify. I would
probably
also surge to the
gonna be
border.
one of these
Immigration
three.
judges to make decisions immediately, and no one would be put in jail while waiting for their hearing.
Senator Sanders?
That's kind of what I've been saying throughout the entire campaign.
So
what we need is at the border hundreds of administrative judges. We need to deal with people who are seeking asylum based on international law. We need not to be dividing children from their parents and dividing families up. We need a humane border policy.
You could
And I'll tell you what else we
see
need, and I speak
Andrew
as the
trying to
son
be
of an immigrant.
diplomatic here.
My father
yeah.
came to this country from Poland at the age of 17, without a nickel in his pocket, couldn't speak English, didn't have much of an education. I will end on day one
Yeah, I
the
gotta retweet
demonization,
this
the
just
ugly
for
demonization
so I can pick it up
from
later.
the White House of the immigrant community in this country. We've got a president who is trying to divide us up. My administration brings our people together, black and white and Latino, Native American, Asian American.
Thank you, Senator Sanders. Vice President Biden, you opposed sanctuary cities as a presidential candidate in 2007. Where do you stand now? Should undocumented immigrants arrested by local police be turned over to immigration officials?
No.
Senator Sanders?
Of course not. Look, and one of the things that goes on when you have that process is that not only the psychological terror, and I've talked to these kids. Kids are scared to death in America when they come home from school that their mom or dad may not be there, may be deported. What we need to do is to end, and I will end this on day one, the ICE raids
that's weak,
that have been so harmful to so many people. And we
oh,
need
God,
to
please.
do, again, what
Please
the
stop.
American people want us to do. I'm the son of an immigrant. This is a country significantly built by immigrant labor, built by slave labor. And what we have got to do is appreciate each other and end this demonization and divisiveness coming from the Trump administration.
Senator
Sanders,
go ahead. Listen, look, we are a nation of immigrants. Our future rests upon the Latino community being fully integrated. 24 out of every 100 children in school today, from kindergarten through high school, is a Latino. Right now, today. The idea that any American thinks it doesn't pay for us to significantly invest in their future
that's nice is that
is absolutely a bizarre notion. Because if we
right
do not
now,
invest,
there's a lot of people
everything
with
that the
Bernie
very
cap
wealthy are concerned about and the xenophobes are concerned about,
they're
will
smart
in fact
enough
get
to
worse,
know
not
that
better.
they lost.
We should be embracing, bringing
but
them
they have
in,
to
just
keep
like what
their
happened
thing
with the
going,
Irish
right?
immigrants after the famine, just what happened to the Italians, etc.
Like,
We've been
I
through
think
this
they're
before.
feeling
Xenophobia
conflicted
is a
about
disease.
like
Thank you, Vice President Biden.
having
Let's
to
move now to the climate
keep the
crisis. I'm
momentum
coming right
going,
to you,
even though they
Senator
know it's
Sanders.
over.
The World Health Organization calls the climate crisis a, quote, health crisis. And
I
warns
blame
that climate
Bernie
change could
for
fuel
putting
the
them
spread
in
of
that
infectious
position.
diseases.
That is bad.
Can
That's
you
poor
point to
leadership.
specific measures in your
If
climate
it's over,
plan
it's your
that
job
address
to tell people that it's
threat?
over.
Well, of course we do. I mean, we look, this is what the scientists are telling us, the same scientists who make your point there, Jake. What
It
they're
sucks,
telling us
it
is
sucks.
if we don't get
you
our
know,
act together,
especially if like
in the
streaming
next
is your
7
job
or 8 years,
or you consider
there
it
will
your
be
job,
irreversible damage
then you're
done to this
obligated
planet. We're
to talk
talking about cities
it.
in America.
You're forcing
from
people to
Miami
bullshit.
New Orleans to Charleston,
you know?
South Carolina, being underwater. We
should
are
never,
talking about
should never
severe
put
droughts, which
anyone
will
in
prevent
that
farmers
position
in
if
the
you
Midwest
can,
from growing the
if you can
food
help it.
that we need. We're talking about extreme weather disturbances, which hit Houston, Texas, Venice, Italy, just a few months ago. We are talking about
Yes, we
the
gotta learn the hard way.
absolute need. And I want to hear Joe's position on this. This is not a middle of the ground thing. This is not building a few more solar panels or a few more wind turbines. What this is about is
the methane
transforming
gas
our
that
energy
is
system
extracted
as quickly as we
from
humanly
farting
can
cows
away
ain't no
from
joke.
fossil fuel. It is insane that
But
we
in terms
continue
of
to
like
have
the spreading
fracking
of infectious
in America.
diseases, we're talking about
It is
having
absurd that we give tens of
Yeah.
billions of dollars a year in tax breaks and subsidies to the fossil fuel industry. This has got to end and end now if we love our kids and future generations.
Vice President Biden?
First thing that President Obama and I were summoned to the the Defense Department for was to meet with all the chiefs. The single greatest threat to our national security, they said, is climate change. Single greatest threat to our national security. Because as populations have to move, because they can no longer live where they are, because their islands are sinking, because you saw what happened in Darfur with the change in weather patterns and the desert there, it causes war. It causes great migrations. Great migrations. They said that's the single biggest problem. Number two, there's an awful lot of people today who are in fact getting ill because of the changes in the environment, particularly up where Bernie lives. It has nothing to do with him, but having up in the Northeast, because you have
Okay, so it does work. You just can't rename your category to Andrew Yang
well,
and hope
in
that it
addition
creates a
to
new one.
eliminating foliage.
That sucks.
Vice President Biden, let me ask you then. You talk about this being the number one crisis.
Yes.
They told you at the Pentagon. The price tag for your climate plan
it has to be
is
a
about
real
$1.7
category,
trillion.
right? Yeah.
That's about $14 trillion less than Senator Sanders wants to spend on this. Is your plan ambitious enough to tackle this crisis?
Yes, it is.
Will I do
ambitious
better
to
in
tackle
just chatting, or would I do
crisis,
better in
because
politics?
Go to
I don't know.
joebiden.com. I lay out the first 13 things I would do immediately upon being elected. Number one, we're going to once again reinstate all the cuts the president made and everything from the CAFE standards, how far
this
automobiles
debate
can go,
is boring
investing
and
in
cringy
light
at the
rail
same
so that
time.
we take cars off the road, making sure we're in a
And
position
I
where
want it to
we are
end.
now in a position
And it
that
please end.
we
It's
put
gonna end in half an hour.
500,000
Okay.
charging
Painful.
stations in areas that, in fact, all new highways that we built, making sure that we spend $500 billion a year in the federal government paying for transportation, the vehicles we run, all of those being converted to be able to run on low carbon fuel and or be able to run on no carbon fuel at all by having them move into a direction that is all carbon free. We can
All
do these
carbon
things. We can lay
free.
down the tracks where nothing can be changed by the next president or
Uncle
following
Joe.
president.
Oh, man.
The one beyond that. In addition to that,
See, the
we
thing
also
is,
have
people
to
don't get
immediately
that
rejoin
you don't
the Paris
need
Climate Accord, which I helped
Uncle
put
Joe
together.
to be
I would call the 100
expert
nations, over 100 nations,
on
but the 100
climate
major
change.
polluters to the
You
United
just
States
need
in the first 100 days to up
leaders.
the ante and make it clear
He
that in fact we
listens,
would, in fact, if
you
they
know?
didn't, there'd be a price to pay. And lastly, I would be right now organizing the hemisphere and the world to provide $20 billion
why
for
people
the
like him.
Amazon, for Brazil, no longer to burn the Amazon so they could have forest. They're no longer forest, but they could have farming, and say, this is what we're going to do. They absorb more carbon in the Amazon and the region that's burning now than we emit in one entire year per year.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Senator Sanders?
All well and good, but nowhere near enough. I mean, you mentioned we started this debate talking about a warlike situation in terms of the coronavirus. And we said we have to act accordingly. You said it. I think you're right. I said it. We have to act dramatically, boldly, if we're going to save lives in this country and around the world. I look at climate change in exactly the same way. It's not a question of re-entering the Paris Accord. That's fine. Who cares? Not a big deal. The deal right now is, do we have the courage? And this gets back to the point I'm trying to make all night long. Do we take on the healthcare industry and tell them their profits are not more important than healthcare for all? Do we take on the fossil fuel industry? Look, in terms of the fossil fuel industry, these guys have been lying. They've been lying for years, like the tobacco industry lied 50 years ago. Oh, we don't know if fossil fuels, if oil and carbon emissions are causing climate change. They knew. ExxonMobil knew. They lied. In fact, I think they should be held criminally accountable. But this, Jake, is an issue of enormous consequence. What Joe was saying goes nowhere near enough. It's not a question of money. Give me a minute here. We have this to talk about this. This is a world-shaking event.
No one's doing nothing here.
Let's stay on. We're staying on this issue.
Number one.
Did he actually explain how you take it? You're talking about Bernie? Of course not.
No more drilling, including offshore.
You know he's not about getting
the oil
things
industry
done.
to continue to drill, period. And
Biden, on the other hand, has this whole comprehensive plan that he prepared for just for this debate.
We are able to move rapidly
Look
to change
at
the
all
dynamic
this.
in terms
He's
of
ready for
what
this
we
shit,
can do
man.
to set
Look
in
at
motion. The fact that he says climate change, Paris
man, it
Accord
keeps
doesn't
on
mean much.
going and
We
going
can
and
get
going.
everything exactly right. We're 15% of the
This
problem.
shows to the American people that he can respond to a
we
crisis
need someone who can deal
in a rational
internationally.
way.
We need someone who can bring the world together again. We need someone who can move in a direction that, in fact, if you
is this plan
violate
good?
the
I don't know.
commitment you make, you will pay an economic price for it, like what's happening in China.
But he has
They're
a plan.
exporting coal, significant coal.
Thank you. Look, obviously, the Paris Accord is useful, but it doesn't.
We're comparing the guy
that
has a plan versus someone who didn't even bother.
This is an existential crisis.
Bingo.
You talk about, I'm talking about stopping.
Bernie is just
as soon
all
as
he has is
possibly
talking
can.
points
I'm
and
talking
idealism.
about telling the fossil fuel industry that they are going to stop destroying this planet. No ifs, buts, and maybes about it. I'm talking about speaking to China. Well, I'm not sure your proposal does that. I'm talking about speaking to China, to Russia, to countries all over the world. And in this moment,
how can you argue against
making
this
the
stuff,
point that
right?
instead of spending 1.8
comes down to execution,
on weapons
right?
of destruction designed to kill each other, maybe we should pool our resources and fight our common enemy, which is climate change. I know your heart is in the right place, but this requires dramatic, bold action. We've got to take on the fossil fuel industry. Your plan does not do that.
My plan takes on the fossil fuel industry and it unites the world. He just got finished saying, what's he going to do? He's going to bring these countries together, make it clear to them. I'm saying we bring them together, make them live up to the commitments. If they don't live up to the commitments, they pay a financial price for it. They pay an economic price for it because we can do everything. My state is 3 feet above sea level. I don't need a lecture on what's going to happen about rising seas. I know what happens. I watched the whole Delmarva Peninsula, just like it is in South Carolina.
Pick your role.
Something I know a little bit about. I wrote the first climate change bill that was in the Congress, which PolitiFact said was a game changer. I'm the guy who came along and said with Dick Lugar that we're going to trade. We'll forgive
I was
your
there.
debt if you don't cut down your forest.
I was there where you were doing
this
that.
This idea that all of a sudden Bernie found
some
this
of this
out
might
is
have
amazing to
some.
me.
Senator Sanders?
Bernie didn't find it out. Bernie is listening to the scientists. And what, you're talking about making countries around the world fulfill their commitments. Those commitments are not enough. What this moment is about, Joe, is that the scientists are telling us they underestimated the severity of the crisis. They were wrong. The problem is more severe. So all that I'm saying right here is that we are fighting for the future of this planet, for the well-being of our kids and future generations.
Okay.
You cannot continue, as I understand Joe believes, to continue fracking. Correct me if I'm wrong. What we need to do right now is bring the world together, tell the fossil fuel industry that we are going to move aggressively to wind, solar, sustainable energies, and energy efficiency.
Thank you, Senator.
No new fracking. And by the way, on the Recovery Act, I was able to make sure we invested $90 billion in making sure we brought down the price of solar and wind that is lower than the price of coal. That's why not another new coal plant will be built. I did that while you were watching. Number one. Number two, we're in a situation where we, in fact, have the ability to lay down the tracks where no one can change the dynamic. And that's why we should be talking about things like I've been talking about for years. High-speed rail, taking millions of automobiles off the road, making sure that we move in a direction where no more drilling on federal lands, making sure that we invest in changing the entire fleet of the United States military to...
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Senator, I want to talk to you about fracking because you want to ban fracking, which is a method of extracting natural gas. The shift towards natural gas and away from coal has resulted in reduced U.S. carbon emissions. So how can the U.S. transition to your targeted goal of zero emissions with fracking completely out of the picture?
Because we have to invest in an unprecedented way. In an unprecedented way. You started off by saying that we're talking about a $13, $14 trillion investment. That is a lot of money. And I've been criticized for that. But I don't know what the alternative is if we are playing for the future of this planet. So we got to be dramatic. And what being dramatic is massive investments in wind, in solar, in sustainable energies in general, and research and development, in making our buildings all over this country. My state of Vermont and around this country got a lot of old buildings. We can put millions and millions of people to work making our buildings energy efficient, moving our transportation system to electricity. So what we're talking about is a massive, unprecedented investment. That is what the Green New Deal is about. I supported it, and I will fight to implement it.
Thank you so much, Senator Sanders. We're going to be back with more from the CNN Univision Democratic presidential debate. Stay with us.
Yeah, it's not over. It's not over yet. I should make the video right now. Like, they're not gonna say anything interesting, is my guess. Alright, where's Andrew Yang and his yanging? Okay, I'm gonna make a video. I'm just gonna get out of video. Hello everyone, this is Ryan from the YIMBY Arts project. This is a special video, debates night tonight. between Joe and Bernie, and I was I just kind of wanted to stop watching it after the first couple minutes. This pretty much sums up my how I'm watching this right now. And the debates, they're still going. It's the last half an hour, and I just don't want to watch anymore, to be honest. But it's pretty brutal. Biden is looking pretty good right now. Like, what surprised me was he actually came up with a comprehensive, like, how to combat the coronavirus plan. He did his homework, and he showed up, and he's like, here's the plan, let's talk about it, you know. And he's actually looking pretty good. Like, he looks very presidential, at least compared to, you know, his performance up until, you know, this whole campaign. So I don't know, you know. I think this is probably going to be a good night for Biden. But who cares about that, right? We care about Andrew Yang. What does Andrew Yang have to say? Well, you know, he's trying to, you know, he's a nice guy, so he's trying to be diplomatic about it, right? And so he's like, sort of, you know, he has some criticisms and nice things about both candidates, but he's trying to be very gentle about it, you know. You'd figure Joe would project calmness. He's certainly projecting energy. He is, yeah. It's kind of weird, getting a bit testy. Okay, well, I don't know. In any case, the most important thing, really, that anyone here would care about is this thing. So Joe just committed to a woman as a VP. He likes it, but he didn't. No, I feel left out, you know. So, no, I think as of tonight, we can kind of rule out the possibility that Andrew Yang is going to be Joe Biden's VP candidate. In a way, I'm kind of relieved because, you know, like, I feel like Andrew Yang could really serve better in a different sort of role than a vice president, if he wants to promote UBI. And, you know, unless Joe Biden came out and said, yeah, let's do this UBI thing, that's why we're going to have this Asian guy on board, you know, it would make things very, very awkward for him politically if he's not explicit about it. So that's something I was worried about. But now we don't have to worry about that anymore. Now, Andrew Yang is a free man, and he can promote UBI in whatever way he thinks is best. So, that's about it. Yeah, you know, I just want to kind of like get that out there. But the other part is, okay, just real quick, who are his possible VP candidates? Okay, so Yang himself said that possible Kamala Harris, Amy Klobuchar, and maybe Stacey Abrams, who gets brought up a lot. They're all possibilities because, you know, they're fairly well-known Democrats in the race, and they do have some clout. And let's talk about sort of the advantages and disadvantages. So Kamala Harris, I honestly, even though a lot of people are looking at her as a favorite, I honestly think that she's the worst choice for Biden. Whoa, she's only 5'2". Wow, she's pretty short. You know, I'm a pretty small guy, and so I'd be about the same height as her. Damn. Okay, anyway, that's nothing. Okay. So the problem with Kamala is that she's technically a black woman, but you probably know, if you've been following the campaign, that she actually doesn't poll all that well among the black community. And that could be a problem going into the general because, well, one is that she has a lot of, Tulsi Gabbard kind of confronted her on this during that debate, but, you know, she locked up a lot of the African American communities, and then she, you know, she was on record kind of laughing about it. You know, well, you know, you could argue whether or not it was really like malicious like that, but either way, she has a problematic record when it comes to the African American community, which could really undermine Joe Biden's trust that that community has of him. So I don't think he's really going to risk that. You know, even if he's like about to retire, I don't think it's he's the kind of guy that would be risk that sort of relationship just for that sort of thing. So she does have a lot of power in California, but that's just one state. So moving on to Amy Klobuchar, I think this could be a fairly reasonable pick for Joe Biden, because Joe Biden needs some help, one, with the women's vote. He also needs help with winning over the trust in people in the Midwestern states. Democrats tend to they tend to perform very poorly among that crowd because, at least the way things are now, a lot of people consider the Democratic Party to be a urban and elite, party of the elites, so to speak. Whether that's true or not is up for debate, but that is the perception. And Amy can do, and she's actually a very, very prolific bill sponsor. So, and she's actually had a pretty good track record of reaching across the aisle and getting bipartisan bills passed. So a lot of people have already said that Amy could be a very, very good VP candidate. And who knows, right? Biden might, because he was a VP himself, he could show her the ropes and, maybe set her up for a presidency in the near future. Who knows, right? And so I think that's something that Amy would be interested in as well. So we have to see. If you didn't know, Amy has she has introduced several bills related to human trafficking, which are fairly substantial. And I wish more people knew about that. She's actually a fairly solid congresswoman when it comes down to it. Okay, and then there's Stacey Abrams, which is also, so if Joe decides to go the I don't want to say Barack Obama 2.0, but if he wants to, like, a lot of Republicans are kind of joke around that Joe Biden is going to pick a token minority as his VP candidate to run against Trump, because that's because that'll make sense, because it'd just be like Obama, except I don't know, right? So but there is some truth to that, because I do think that this is a way for Joe Biden to solidify his support from the Black community, and while at the same time also nominating a woman, right? So this sets Stacey up for a possible presidential run in the future, and so it could happen as well. The problem with Stacey is that I think so. Amy Klobuchar tends to do well among people who are moderate, and even some people on the right. Like, she's a very centrist candidate, whereas Stacey Abrams tends to lean a little bit more left. So you kind of lose out on the moderate, like the center-right vote, in order to solidify the progressive vote in a lot of ways. I don't know. So that's for Joe Biden to figure out. And I can't really say either way, but that's what's looking like happening right now. So okay, so I'm gonna go back to the debate now, see the rest. I'm pretty sure I'm not really missing out on anything, but just for completion's sake, I'm gonna check it out. So okay, thanks a lot for watching, and see you in the next video. This is Andrew Yang fan club. It is. Oh yeah. What's going on? Is it still cringy? Wait. What happened to the stream? Did it end?
I'm having weapons of mass destruction. I understood that. I was on the floor of the House time and time again. But the issue is not just the war in Iraq. That was a long time ago.
You're talking about Iraq.
The issue is the trade agreement. It wasn't so easy for me to lead the effort against disaster.
If anything interesting happening while
the issue was the
I was making that video, let me know.
Supported. The issue was the Hyde Amendment. The issue is the Defense of Marriage Act. The issue is whether or not in difficult times, and God knows these are difficult times, we're going to have the courage to take on powerful special interests and do what's right for the working families of this country.
Why did you vote not to sanction the Russians?
You know why? Because that had everything. You keep talking about Iran. That was tied to Iran. Russia was in Iran. I think John Kerry indicated his support for what I did. That was undermining the Iranian agreement. That's why.
Not true.
That's why, and that's the only reason why. I have condemned Russia time and time again.
Vice President Biden.
The fact is that the idea that
Bernie should punch Biden. Yeah, see, the problem with Biden, not Biden, but
it's not accurate. Look, I'm the guy that helped put together the Iran deal and got
the problem. See, the problem with Bernie is that he wants to be a dick,
my foreign policy guy doing that negotiation. I was the guy that helped put together a 60-nation organization.
He wants to be a revolutionary, but he's not willing to
in
kill.
Iraq and in Syria.
That kind of thing.
I've dealt with
if you're going to start a revolution, you're going to,
and I know what
people are going to die.
I know who the good guys are.
And I don't think he's
guys
reconciled.
The fact is, this Bernie's notion about how he embraces folks like the Sandinistas,
so he wants to be Mr. Nice Guy,
the former Soviet Union,
but he
and
also
talks about the good
wants to be
things
a
they did in
revolutionary
China.
at the same time.
It's absolutely contrary to every message
that's
we want
why
to send
everything
the
he
rest
says is just a jumbled mess because he's just trying to.
I have.
He wants it both ways, you know.
All forms
the reason why it works for Trump because Trump just
America's
doesn't give a fuck. He's like okay with coming off as being an asshole.
And in Saudi Arabia, and in fact,
I don't like that.
Work with conservative Republicans
but
to utilize for the very first time the War Powers Act to get the United States.
I think a lot of people at least see that and they say, "Oh, well, at least Trump is being himself, right? He's
so
not
my view
trying to."
Is that in a world moving
He's not trying to be
authoritarianism,
nice.
the United States has got to be the leader.
I mean, that's always been a problem.
People all over the world look to us.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, gentlemen. I want to change topics and ask each of you about
if he punches
some of your
Biden, I think he'll
this
get more
election,
followers.
starting with
I think
you,
a lot
Vice
of Trump
President
people
Biden.
will vote
Senator
for him.
Sanders has won more of the
And
Hispanic
I'm
vote
not
than
even
you in
kidding.
several key states so far. In fact, he doubled your support in
Go for it.
California.
Go
among
for it, Bernie.
Hispanics.
You don't have
He's
anything to
tripled it
lose.
in Nevada. So why is your message
don't do
not
that.
resonating with Hispanic voters?
Don't do that.
Well, look, my message
We
is
live in a
resonating
civil
across the board.
society.
Every single state we've been in, there's been a significant turnout. In Virginia,
should
turnout was up
handle
70%.
things that way.
They voted for me. He didn't bring them out. I brought them out. And number two, look what's happened in Mississippi. Look what's happened in North Carolina. Look what's happened in Washington State. Look what's happened across the board. Why is it that I'm winning all those places? What's the reason? What's the reason? The reason is because they know I am a Democrat with a capital D who in fact believes that our base is the base of the Democratic Party, which are hardworking men and women who in fact are high school educated, African Americans and minorities, including Hispanics, but all minorities, suburban women, people who in fact have a sense of our place in the world. That's why I am winning, not just winning, but overwhelmingly winning, not even close in these places.
Senator,
you didn't.
Senator Sanders, let me just follow up with you about an issue that you're having. For the second consecutive presidential election, you're struggling to gain wide support from African Americans. Why is your message not resonating with African American voters?
Here is what I believe is happening, and this is an important point, and why I decided to run.
What happens if Biden punches Bernie and Biden loses?
That we defeat Trump. I think
Biden is not allowed to punch people, okay?
Of a biracial, bigenerational,
Biden
multi-generational,
is the civil southern gentleman.
Now we have won some states.
You know, he is the gentleman of the Democratic. He is the elder statesman. He's like the Yoda
we are winning the ideological
of the Democratic Party.
Even in states like Mississippi, where Joe won a major victory.
Yoda.
Turns out that a pretty good majority of the folks
can't just be
believe
like,
in Medicare
hey,
for all. And that's true in almost every state in this country. And the other issue that we don't talk enough about is we are winning the generational struggle. Depending on the state,
I don't
we
even
win
know.
people 50 years of age or younger. Big time
anyway,
people 30 years
you know what
of
I mean.
age and younger.
Biden is the elder statesman, and he cannot be like punching people in the face. Okay, that's just not what you do.
But I have my doubts about how
Bernie,
you win a
on the other
election
hand, it
against
would
Trump.
make sense,
Will be
right?
a very, very tough opponent.
Bernie is like,
unless you have energy, excitement,
look
the
at him right
largest
now.
voter
Okay, I can
turnout
show
in
this for a
history.
few seconds.
And to do that, you are going to have to bring
you could be
young
like
people who are not great
revolution,
voters,
and then
they
start
don't vote in the kinds of numbers
attacking
they
him.
should into the political process. You're going to have to bring Latinos who are great.
And then people
on
watching
the
that,
agenda
they'll be
we
like,
need,
"Oh, that
but
makes
also
sense."
don't vote in the
Because
numbers that
Bernie
we
is a
need.
socialist
I have
and he
my
loves
doubts
revolution.
that
And
Vice President
I love the
Biden's
fact that
campaign
he's being
can
authentic right now by
generate
attacking Joe
that energy and
Biden on
excitement
it
and that
physically,
voter
right?
turnout.
I will do that.
I
And by the
mean,
way, just get this straight. The energy and
it would not
excitement
be
that's taken
good,
place so far
but,
has been,
you know.
for me, 70% turnout
What do you have to
increase in
lose?
Virginia.
What do you have
I
to
can
lose,
go down
man?
the list.
You're gonna lose
They're
anyway.
coming out for me, and I didn't even have the money to compete with this man in those states. I virtually had no money.
Biden
The
is
press
just
kept
like,
saying, Biden has no
"Ooh,
money.
I had
And they
more
were right.
money.
Biden had no
Bernie
money.
had more money than
And
me. The
idea,
socialists had
why
more
are they
money than
doing
me,
that?
even though he
The
accuses
reason
me
they're
of
doing
being
that is
beholden
because
to
they
the
understand
billionaires
I know
and
what
that I
has to
beat him
happen,
anyway.
that I know what needs to be done. And by the way, the idea that everybody supports Medicare for all, he still hasn't indicated how much it's going to cost people. He's yet to know exactly what's going
They're
to.
saying the
Here's
same
my point.
thing.
People don't know
They're
the
saying
detail
same
at
thing
all.
all over again.
And the fact is, I am
Thank you,
winning
sir.
overwhelmingly among Democratic constituencies across the board.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. We're going to be right back with more from the CNN Univision Democratic presidential debate. Stay right there.
No, end it. End the debate now. Call it. Call the. He's dying, man. Leave him be. Leave him be. Can Bernie win if he punched Biden on the... I don't know. You know, I'm trying to project myself as being more professional. No, that would not be. See, I use word like that would not be conducive to that. You know, I'm using words like that now. Yeah, but see, if I made a video about Bernie physically attack, okay, here for real though. Aaron Peskin, campaign manager, assault. Oh yeah. See, remember this guy? Oh, yeah, we talked about this already. Where's the California? There we go. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we already talked about this, but I think you'll get a kick out of it anyway. So, Aaron Peskin. It would get good views, that is true. And I could tie it into the housing shit, you know. But Aaron Peskin's friend attacked another staffer. Revolution! And it's kind of hilarious that this guy is like only one step away from Aaron Peskin. You know, they talk about toxic campaign culture, man. What the fuck? Like, seriously. You don't attack people physically, okay? Like, get that AdSense. Ugh, man. You're asking me to sacrifice my noble goals and values for a few cents. Like, literally. It's not worth it. I will literally get like $1 out of it. You know? Is $1 worth sacrificing my integrity? Maybe. Not right now, though. I'm not at that point yet. All right, what is Andrew Yang saying? I don't care about anything else. Yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, you're right, man. Joe is just like, ugh, like he's just like twisting the knife, you know? It's just like, ugh, and it's like, this is gonna hurt. A lot of people are gonna get their feelings hurt. tonight. What if the video gets 1 million views? Well, then, oh man, fuck. I have no values. Just tell me what to say. Just tell me what to say, Master Money. Money. Just give me money, and I'll say what you want me to say. What do you want me to say? Well, it depends what you want me to say. Yeah. More abhorrent views. Cost a little bit more. I'm sure you understand. There's a spreadsheet somewhere that has all the, you know, like say if you want to be pro-abortion, for example, you know, like okay, this is how much it costs.
Welcome back to the CNN Univision Democratic presidential debate. Finally, gentlemen,
maybe
thanks so much for everything as we end here tonight.
Looked at in a good
Let's return to where we began, the coronavirus,
you know,
which does not discriminate based on ideology. It does not care if one is a Democrat or a Republican, a conservative, a moderate, or a progressive. Senator Sanders, let me start with you. What's your closing message tonight?
Okay, closing.
For those who are concerned about, affected by, or dealing with the coronavirus.
I'm going to be quiet.
Well, our hearts go out to everyone. We need to move aggressively to make sure that every person in this country who has the virus, who thinks they have the virus, understands they get all the health care that they need because they are Americans, that we move aggressively to make sure that the test kits are out there, that the ventilators are out there, that the ICU units are out there, that the medical personnel are out there.
No, he
but Jake, if I might also say,
I'm pretty sure
that in this moment of economic uncertainty, in addition to the coronavirus, it is time to ask how we get to where we are. Not only our lack of preparation for the virus, but how we end up with an economy where so many of our people are hurting at a time of massive income and wealth inequality. It is time to ask the question of where the power is.
It should have been the other way around. Joe should have been quiet.
Who owns the economy?
Bernie should have been loud.
Who owns the legislative process? Why do we give tax breaks to billionaires and not raise the minimum wage?
You know?
Why do we pump up the oil industry while 500,000 people are homeless in America? This is a time to move aggressively, dealing with the coronavirus crisis, to deal with the economic fallout, but it is also a time to rethink America and create a country where we care about each other rather than a nation of greed and corruption, which is what is taking place among the corporate elite.
Thank you, Senator Sanders. Vice President Biden, what's your closing message tonight for those concerned about, affected by, or dealing with this virus?
Number one, as I said at the outset, I just can't imagine what people are going through right now who have lost someone already. I can't imagine what people are going through when they have a mom. Like, for example, a good friend of ours is sitting outside the window of a nursing home where her mom is because she can't go in, trying to do sign language to her mom and through the window to be able to talk to her. I can't imagine the fear and I guess I can imagine the fear and concern people have. Number one of the things that I think we have to understand is that this is an all hands on deck. This is, as someone said, maybe it was you, Jake, at the outset, this is bigger than any individual. This is bigger than yourself. This is about America. This is about the world. This is about how we bring people together and make the kind of sacrifices we need to make to get this done. And so first and foremost, what we have to do is start to listen to the science again. As I said, what we did, we met, and what I'd be doing today, I'd be sitting down in the Situation Room literally every day like we did at the outset of other crises we had when we were in the White House, and pulling together the best people, and not just the United States, the world, and say, what are the prescriptive moves we have to take now to lessen this virus, to beat it, to go to the point where we can save more lives, get more people tested, get more people the kind of care they need. And then what do we do beyond that to make sure that the economic impact on them is, in fact, rendered harmless, that we, in fact, make sure every paycheck is met, every paycheck that's out there that the people are going to miss, that we keep people in their homes, they don't miss their mortgage payments. They don't miss their rent payments. Making sure that they're going to be able to take care of education. And by the way, the education institutions are closing down right now. And so there's so many things we have to do. And in addition to that, what we have to do is we have to have the best science in the world to telling us what can stay open and what need to be closed. Like I said earlier, the idea that we're closing schools, which I understand, but not being able to provide lunches for people who, in fact, need the school lunch program to get by. The idea that we would close any place that I can understand the decision made to close places where 100 or 50 people or more gather. But how do you keep open the drugstore to make sure you can get your prescription? How do you deal with the things that necessarily have to be kept going? And what's the way to do that? There should be a national standard for that. It should be coming out of the situation room right now. And by the way, the single most significant thing we can do to deal with the larger problem down the road of income inequality is get rid of Donald Trump. Donald Trump. He's exacerbated every single one of these problems, both the immediate urgent need and how we're going to hold people harmless for the damage done as a consequence of this virus. It's important we do both.
Vice President Biden, Senator Sanders, we want to thank you both for being here tonight under these challenging and trying circumstances. We wish both of you the best. Our thanks as well to our partners at Univision. For Ilia Calderon and Dana Bash, I'm Jake Tapper. Thank you so much for watching. Please stay healthy, stay safe. Our coverage of both tonight's debate and the coronavirus pandemic continues now with Anderson Cooper.
Jake, thanks very much. There you have it, the CNN Univision Democratic debate. Joe Biden, Bernie Sanders, and a third unwelcome player, the coronavirus. The candidates acknowledged it at the close of the debate in their final
What about
remarks,
Tulsi Gabbard?
Also at the very beginning, greeting each other with an elbow bump, not the usual handshake or hug, then stepped up to podiums that were a few extra steps apart, 6 feet apart to be exact. Chris?
Right, and then we saw some moments where these two gentlemen seemed to be a world apart about the pandemic and how to address it. Obviously, that was heavy in the air, and they both said that, listen, we got to think about the coronavirus right now. We got the breaking news from the CDC limiting the size of gatherings to 50 or under. How does that square with having primaries going forward? But as the debate began, we also got word from the Pentagon that the first American sailor has tested positive. So we're seeing what should be expected, Anderson. It's going to grow and grow and move through every aspect of society.
Yeah, it's been an extraordinary day, a momentous night, a debate unlike any we have seen. Vice President Biden committing to naming a woman as his running mate, Vice President. Senator Sanders saying he is leaning in that direction. There's certainly a lot to talk about over the next several hours. We'll be putting into perspective, and let's start with that right now. Back with us is David Axelrod, Gloria Borger, David Chalian, Laura Barron Lopez. David.
Okay, well, I'm going to turn it off until Andrew Yang says something. Joe and Bernie. And okay, I'm going to make a video. I'm just going to get out of video. Hello everyone, this is Ryan from the YIMBY Arts Project. Ragnarok is here.
This has got to be the leader.
Stacey is that, I don't know if I understand your reference. Joe Biden to figure
out. These are having weapons of mass destruction.
This is Andrew Yang fan club. It is. So this sets Stacey up for a possible presidential run in the future. And, so it could happen as well. The problem with Stacey is that
hurry up, Ryan. Hurry up.
Amy Klobuchar tends to do well among people who are moderate. Left. Not really missing. I'll see the rest. I'm pretty sure I'm not really missing out on anything, but just for completion's sake, I'm gonna check it out. So, okay, thanks for watching, and see you in the next video. All right, here we go. Joe Biden. Oh man, how can I make this clickbaity? Like, Joe Biden rejects Andrew Yang as his VP. Brutal. Actually, I might just literally put that. Andrew Yang is $20. All right. I would say that's about it. I know. Seriously, JoJo. I know. I was like, "Wah!" But I knew. I mean, I just tuned out. I tuned out after 10 minutes because I was just like, they're not gonna say it, man. They're not gonna say it. So we can have a relaxing night of playing Fallout with my brother. Oh man, what do you think about the debate, JoJo? Overall. It was... Well, I mean, I think you know my opinion, but... I look up Fallout. How do I... There's Fallout 4, but there's no Fallout 76. So what's the matter? Oh well. Yeah, that part didn't really bother me much, but I thought Bernie got crushed tonight, to be honest. It's just like he really like when they're asking him coronavirus questions, you know, Biden came out, he had a plan, and he knew about immediate response. You know, like, okay, yeah, that's great, Bernie, about your long-term plans, but what about now, right? And he hammered him like pretty hard on that, and I don't think he ended up coming across very well. You know, I'm talking about Bernie. So, and yeah, he just kept on pivoting back to M4A. Medicare for all is going to solve all of this. I'm like, okay, that's great, but what about now? Yeah, like, what are we doing now? Not 4 years from now. What about now? And he didn't have an answer. And so he came off looking like kind of amateurish, honestly. So... Oh no, he's not going to endorse Bernie. No way, that's bad. That would be a bad move. Bernie doesn't deserve Yang's endorsement, honestly. Like, so might be a dickish thing to say, but he doesn't deserve it. So, but the surprising thing is, Yang is no longer a VP candidate for Joe anymore, because he explicitly said so. Joe's gonna pick a woman unless Andrew gets a sex change and he gets permission from Evelyn, of course, and his kids. You know, it's gonna be weird for his kids too. It's probably not going to happen. You know, it's unfortunate. He might, though. I don't know. Depends how badly he wants it. And then we can have the first transgender Asian male to female candidate. Why did I go there? I don't know. I'm just killing time. Okay. I'm waiting until 7:30. Adriana Yang. Yeah, no. I brought it up because they're making jokes about it. Was it Adriana Yang? Adrian Yang? Female. Andrew Yang. I thought we were allies. Sort of.
I am having a very bad day.
Oh, wait. 4 women. Sally Yates. Interesting. Jan, okay, these are not people I thought. Honestly, he could pick someone who's a completely unknown. You know? ASC bunch up in the Bernie ship? Probably. She's very calculated like that, you know? You think she gives a shit about Bernie? I don't think so. She's on it. She's out for herself. Yeah, trust me. Trust me. She's out for herself. She does not give a shit about Bernie. And then I think the
former Vice President Joe Biden.
I think folks on the left, far left, are gonna learn that the hard way. You know, get a little taste of the real world a little bit. Oh yeah, no, she's totally playing it. You know, she's very calculated. There's a reason why she won. You know. I mean, you could say that, yeah, it was a very uncompetitive race, but it's a little bit more than that. I think, you know, like, honestly, like, she probably saw the writing on the wall way before a lot of the Bernie folks did, and so, you know, she was going around, and, you know, she would just basically say anything she can to get ahead. And so at the time, I think she made the political calculation that, going against UBI was a good idea. But you hear, as soon as the coronavirus hit, right, you just change your tone right away. And yeah, okay, like, okay, maybe she changed her mind about it or something, but did she really change her mind? Or did she calculate that? Right? He's like, oh, look at this. You know, now that it's suddenly politically more popular, ooh, I could take advantage of it.
Hey, today is a wonderful day, and I will show you our Korean town.
Okay. My boss just sent me this. This might be interesting to look at.
Hey, today is a wonderful day, and I will show you our Koreatown location. Let's go. We're in.
It's kind of weird calling him. I'm just gonna call him my boss or whatever. I don't know. It's like half a boss, half a friend,
Netflix.
half a landlord. Oh wait, that's 3 halves. See, the math doesn't add up.
One restroom,
lockers right here.
I'm also, he's gonna be my student.
There is a big shower right in here.
So this is the kind of thing we want to try to work on in our space.
And some patio. People
well, we want to try create a co-working space-ish. Right. So this is why we're knocking down one of the walls in the apartment complex. We're gonna make a big complex and share it between like 5 or 6 people. And it's good, one, because we can offer free. It's, you know, it sucks if you want privacy, but we can offer cheaper rent. But at the same time, we can also make more money because there's more people, right?
So if you like it, find a link below and sign up for a tour. Have a fun time in LA.
I mean, it's not that the video itself ain't that great. It's just, but he's like, oh, you know, this is some.
Hi, my name is Alex.
So we can. Just to check it out, you know, check out what other people are doing. So. Oh man, it's good. Oh, man. Oh god, I can't even imagine what's gonna happen after I move. You know, right now, I mean, I'm not in love with this place, but it is a place. You know, I have my own room, which is nice. I'll still have my own room, but we're gonna be working on shit like this, you know, and it should be fun. It should be fun, but it's gonna be a lot of work and it's gonna be crazy. It is gonna be crazy. Streaming in my own room. Yeah, see, like, that stuff I don't even know yet, you know? So I'm probably gonna... The last thing I'm gonna move is my streaming setup. Everything else is gonna go. And then... Like, I don't even know what my room looks like. You know? I don't know if I'm gonna have to soundproof it. So... And I don't know, he was talking about wanting to make a music studio, so I'm like, well, if we're gonna do that, might as well move my stuff in there, right? Is it like that video? I mean, it has nothing to do with coronavirus, that's for sure. Which video are you talking about? Oh man, I don't know if we're gonna hurry up, Andrew Yang. Oh wait. Didn't I have a previous one? Didn't I have like a Joe Biden, Andrew Yang? Ah, fuck, man. See, I don't even want to think about that kind of stuff. We might have to, right? Oh wait, there it is. Good. No, hey, wait, why does this cost money? Man, getting your heart broken is expensive. Are you serious? I literally... Oh, wow. Okay, well, I ain't sure as hell ain't paying money for this, so I'm just gonna... No, I'm gonna grab one of these. Just stick it on. No, that's it's a weird color. I'm just gonna this and that, and then wait. Okay, great. Wait, is there a draw tool? Okay, well, I gotta get creative. The zigzag. I don't know if this is gonna work, man. I just... Okay. Fuck this. Fuck all of this. I'm sure I can find it on the internet. Yeah, so, you know, even Andre was thinking about buying an assault rifle in relation to the whole coronavirus thing. I'm like, well. Well, that's your right, but, oh no, is this like not transparent? It's not. Yeah, that's fine. Whatever, this is good enough. Is that legal? That's legal in California? It depends on the rules, you know. It gets really ridiculous. So I see, you know, once in a while I watch gun YouTube videos, right? And okay, they actually might be more strict at where you live than here. I don't know. It gets really weird because, you know, like, they're like, okay, what is a pistol? What is a shotgun? What is an assault rifle, right? And so they set these legal, so, you know, well, it can't just be like, well, I know it when I see it, you know, it's not like that. Like, there's a very, very technical definition of what each of these weapons are. And what people do is that they try to find sneaky ways around it, you know? So it's like, oh, well, you know, I know it looks like a AR-15, but it's actually a pistol. See, by the definition, and they bring in a lawyer. They're like, you know, a rifle, it has to be 16 inches long with this kind of barrel and yada yada yada, and like, therefore, this is not an assault rifle. It's actually a pistol, fully automatic, and shoots rifle rounds, but it's technically not a pistol, not an assault rifle, so you can't come after me. And then, you know, the person hearing that is like, what the fuck, what is this bullshit? And so they go to the judge and they have them amend it, and then they come back with the new definition, and they're like, oh no, I can't use this anymore. Well, what if I replace the muzzle with I don't know, right? It becomes this cat and mouse game. Like, so ridiculous. Yeah, those mods, right? It's like, well, what do you mean by high capacity? And then Joe Biden will be like, that means 100 rounds. So you need 100 rounds? Well, it depends what you mean by 100. Is it like the one after in the chamber, or is it, you know, like, yeah, people, that's just what people do, you know? That's how life works. So this is Democratic primaries, Joe Biden, Bernie Sanders. This might be one of the last videos that I make about him. Actually, I'm gonna make a goodbye video too. It's a shame. Okay, my brother should be here soon. Wait, what? I hate that. Joe Biden. Why is it not working? Joe Biden. Whatever. Okay. News and politics. I gotta do this quick. Okay, save it. Hopefully this will work. There we go. Oh, okay, let's look at the Joe Biden. Joe Biden. I'm too tired. I'm just gonna click on everything. Joe Biden fights. Yeah, okay. Socially oh yeah. This is so ridiculous. You know, Tulsi would have made that. Tulsi would have made that debate interesting. He was Bruno, man. What did they say? They said nothing. Just like the rest of the... They're like, hey, coronavirus is bad. Vote for me, I'll do something about it. That was basically it. Who is Andrew Yang? Well, let me tell you. Okay, that's good enough. Alright, so I probably shouldn't have premiered that, but too late. So then now I have to get ready to play some video games. So excuse me while I shrink myself. Because I can't afford a computer that can play these games. No, don't close it. Nope. What the hell? It's stuck. I'm gonna have to close it. It's stuck. I'm trying. Look how low it is. Dude, like, I don't know what's wrong, but like, Google and YouTube has been over compressing all their audio because they feel insecure, you know? Or do you think it's an insecurity issue? Okay, what? I don't know what's going on with this. It's, let me close it out. Okay. Okay. Now let's make this a little smaller. I think like 80 or 90, 80. YIMBY Arts project. This is a special video. See, now it's too soft. Tonight between Joe and Bernie, and I just kind of wanted to stop watching it after the first couple minutes. This pretty much sums up my how I'm watching this right now. And the debates, they're still going. It's the last half an hour, and I just don't want to watch it anymore, to be honest. But it's pretty brutal. Biden is looking pretty good right now. Like, what surprised me was he actually came up with a comprehensive, like, how to combat the coronavirus plan. He did his homework, and he showed up, and he's like, here's the plan, let's talk about it. You know, and he's actually looking pretty good. Like, he looks very presidential, at least compared to, you know, his performance up until, you know, this whole campaign. So, I don't know. You know, I think this is probably going to be a good night for Biden. But who cares about that, right? Right? We care about Andrew Yang. What does Andrew Yang have to say? Well, you know, he's trying to, you know, he's a nice guy, so he's trying to be diplomatic about it, right? And so he's like, sort of, you know, he has some criticisms and nice things about both candidates, but he's trying to be very gentle about it. You know, you'd figure Joe would project calmness. He's certainly projecting energy. He is, yeah. It's kind of weird, getting a bit testy. Okay, well, I don't know. In either case, the most important thing, really, that anyone here would care about is this thing. So Joe just committed to a woman as a VP. He likes it, but he didn't. No, I feel left out, you know. So no, I think as of tonight we can kind of rule out the possibility that Andrew Yang is going to be Joe Biden's VP candidate. In a way, I'm kind of relieved because you know, like, I feel like Andrew Yang could really serve better in a different sort of role than a vice president if he wants to promote UBI. And, you know, unless Joe Biden came out and said, yeah, let's do this UBI thing, that's why we're going to have this Asian guy on board, you know, it would make things very, very awkward for him politically if he's not explicit about it. So that's something I was worried about. But now we don't have to worry about that anymore. Now, Andrew Yang is a free man, and he can promote UBI in whatever way he thinks is best. So, that's about it. Yeah, you know, I just want to kind of like get that out there. But the other part is, okay, just real quick, who are his possible... My computer can't handle it, okay? So, I'm sorry. Yang, I don't have... I'm not Mr. Moneybags electrician like Kamala you are. Harris, Amy Klobuchar, and maybe Stacey Abrams, who gets brought up a lot. They're all possibilities because, you know, they're fairly well-known Democrats in the race, and they do have some clout. And let's talk about sort of the advantages and disadvantages. So, Kamala Harris, I honestly, even though a lot of people are looking at her as a favorite, I honestly think that she's the worst choice for Biden. Whoa, she's only 5'2". Wow, she's pretty short. You know, I'm a pretty small guy, and so I'd be about the same height as her. Damn. Okay, anyway, that's nothing. Okay. So the problem with Kamala is that she's technically a black woman, but you probably know, if you've been following the campaign, that she actually doesn't poll all that well among the black community, and that could be a problem going into the general, because well, one is that she has a lot of Tulsi Gabbard kind of confronted her on this during that debate, but you know, she locked up a lot of the African American communities, and then she was on record kind of laughing about it. You know, well, you could argue whether or not it was really like malicious like that, but either way, she has a problematic record when it comes to the African American community, which could really undermine Joe Biden's trust that community has of him. So I don't think he's really going to risk that. You know, even if he's like about to retire, I don't think he's the kind of guy that would be risk that sort of relationship just for that sort of thing. So she does have a lot of power in California, but hello, yeah, that's just one state. Can you hear me? So moving on to Amy Klobuchar, I think this could be a fairly reasonable pick for Joe Biden, because Joe Biden needs some help. Okay, one, with the women's vote. He also needs help winning over the trust in people in Midwestern states. Okay, I gotta head out. Democrats tend to perform very. Sorry, hold on. I'm talking to like several different people. Perform very poorly among that crowd because, you know, at least the way things are now. Okay. Yeah, you can hear me, right?
I can hear you.
Okay. Fallout 76 will teach us how to survive post-corona. I know, right? I told you, Darren. Fallout 76 is a documentary in the future.
Well, what's gonna happen soon?
Yeah. So okay, hold on. I just debates just finished, so we should talk about that.
Oh, right.
Oh no, updates. Okay, it's not that big, but
it's a pretty small patch. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab a drink real quick.
All right.
Be back. I gotta re-sign in. Why did it reset everything? It reset everything.
Oh, it always asks you to sign in. I don't know why, but
no, it just like something happened and the Brave browser like I had to basically start everything from all over.
Oh.
Well, okay. I'm not sure. We get some foreign people on D Live once in a while, and I have no idea where they're coming from.
Russia.
I don't know. You can see my screen, right? Can you see my screen?
No.
Oh, not today.
Oh yeah. No, I haven't. Wait, you're on Twitch, right?
Yeah, well, I'm everywhere. I'm even in Russia.
Oh.
Oh, wait.
Russia.
Yay.
I really need stuff.
Oh, man. Can I do this? I don't... Okay. Press any button to start. Okay. So, what's been up?
What?
What's the haps?
Oh, died. Okay.
I'm trying to be cool. Okay, I need more followers.
What's the haps?
Yeah, see, that's what the kids say.
I don't. I don't even know how to respond to that.
Just say something, man. Jeez, you're leaving me hanging here. See, I have like at least 2 people.
Oh, now they charge for. They charge for respawns now.
Respawns?
If you die.
Wait, it costs money?
Oh, never mind. Never mind. That was because I was trying to respawn somewhere kind of far. There you go.
Okay, yeah, that would have been unfair, and you would have had to vote for Bernie.
Yeah.
Oh man, it was painful, man. Like, I don't know. You know, it depends on who you talk to, but I think Biden just creamed. Like, Bernie got creamed in the debate.
I mean, Bernie has he has no legs to stand on.
Oh yeah, I mean, because he's not, you know, he lost already. He's probably gonna lose already. Like, I mean, I know technically, right? But people, I don't want to say that a lot because some people get mad. But oh yeah, UBI or die. See, I came up with a good. So one good thing about the coronavirus scare, right, is that there are more people out there talking about UBI. Right, and I think we were talking about this the other day, and so I came up with a new slogan for the UBI campaign.
Which is what?
Do you want to die? Don't want to die? UBI. Catchy. You gotta admit that it's catchy.
I guess so, huh? UBI. Wait. It's so hard to remember. It has to be shorter.
No. It's okay. It's a work in progress, but
okay.
Don't want to die, UBI.
Don't want to die, UBI.
Okay, we'll work on it. Okay,
you should say, I like UBI or die better.
UBI or die. Yeah, but that's not really humanity first. You know, you're like threatening someone. I feel like
that's the only thing that works in people's psyche is threatened. Being threatened.
Okay, we're already getting to that. All right.
So you basically have to say.
This is why Donald Trump is gonna lose this year.
Why?
Because that recession.
Oh.
And he's an asshole.
Yeah, nobody cares.
And he's an asshole. So,
yeah.
Nobody cares about the recession. Oh, that's talk of that's when you know you're about to lose. Oh man, it's the economy. It's the economy, stupid. You know.
It's not gonna. Yeah, it's gonna be fine.
You think it's gonna recover, huh?
Oh yeah. It's gonna come up. It's probably next month. It's gonna be fine again. Yeah.
Next month.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, that's a pretty big claim, man. Okay. Well, we'll see what happens, but I would, if I were you, I'd be scared.
Scared? Wait, why would it be scared?
Of Trump not winning.
I mean, if he doesn't win, it's not gonna like, oh my god, my life is over.
I know, you don't care. You don't care that much, but you should. try to pretend. See, this is why my videos don't get any clicks, because you don't overreact, even though you tell me all the time, like, you know, oh, Ryan, you know, in order to get, you know.
Right.
So.
No, you can overreact. I'm just gonna be.
I'm trying. I'm trying to overreact. See, I'm overreacting right now, but.
Sure.
But it's.
Okay, so basically, because of coronavirus, Trump is not going to be president, and we're all doomed.
I don't believe you.
We're all dead.
That is true.
Unless UBI happens, then we'll be safe.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Then
oh, we gave 1.5 trillion to the banks instead of the people again. That is true. Okay, to be fair though, okay, it is not a giveaway. It is a loan. So they are loaning people that 1.5 trillion. So in theory, they should pay it back.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, one thing that's actually interesting. Is,
no, I was about to ask you, what do you think about that? Yeah.
Oh, so one thing interesting about that is that they're going to lower the federal interest rate to virtually 0%. So.
Wasn't it always pretty low?
I mean, it's at like 2%. It's like 2% right now, but they're going to make it like 0%.
Man, I don't know. I feel like they've tried that already, you know? Oh yeah, where are you?
In the game.
Yeah, me too. Did you
I don't think we're in the same party, that's why.
Did we add? Oh god. I'm gonna... I can't be safe in my own home. People are shooting me from the roof. Coronavirus, man. Where are you? Okay, social. Thought I asked you. Okay, where are you? Can I just? Okay, I'll fast travel. I'll just fast travel to you.
But you're at your camp though, right?
I don't know. I clicked on fast travel, so now you're.
Oh, alright. No, but we're not in the same party yet.
I thought we are.
No.
No.
We're not. We are not. Hold on. Oh, I'm getting shot. Oh.
Well.
Hold on.
Okay, good.
Hold on. Run on. Let me join party. Social. Invite to team. So I invited you.
Oh,
you see that?
I thought I invited you.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, whatever.
I would have seen it.
Okay,
there. Yeah, I'm gonna fast travel to you now.
Okay, where you're right there. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, there you are. I see you right there.
Yeah.
All right. The total unknown was afraid of Andrew Yang. Trump said that, you know, he was afraid of some unknown, totally unknown person coming out of anywhere that would defeat him. And we thought that guy was going to be Andrew Yang, but it's actually the coronavirus.
Yeah.
So.
Coronavirus.
You met your match.
Nobody. I don't know.
Okay, you're living in a bubble where you know, you have money.
But what does that have to do with anything?
And you take responsibility for your actions.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Good for you, Darren. Do you want a medal?
No.
Okay.
Well, what does it have to do with anything?
Okay, good, because I wasn't going to give you one. So.
Okay, good.
but most people aren't like that. And what's gonna happen is they're gonna be like, Trump, it's Trump's fault that the economy sucks.
Wait, whose fault?
Trump. Oh,
whose fault is that then?
It doesn't matter if it's his fault or not. They're going to punish him for it anyway. And then Joe Biden becomes the president. And that wouldn't be so bad. Joe Biden's, Joe Biden, but he's.
I don't understand. What is Trump done that's like so, I don't know, so bad right now? I don't get it.
He's kind of annoying.
But that doesn't mean like he's bad president.
And he, I don't know. Do you really want to get into this? Because it's just like, where do you start?
Okay, so let's forget about everything in the past. Let's just talk about coronavirus. Like,
okay.
Why are people so upset about coronavirus and him?
Well, they're not happy with the way he responded to the crisis.
So, what would be the ideal response?
Well, we're just kind of like, we just look at what other countries are doing, and we feel like they've handled the situation a lot better.
Well, what are they doing?
And it has more, like, for example, like the testing kits, right?
The what?
Testing. To test to see if you have the virus or not.
Right.
So, a lot of places are, like, for example, China has it under control now,
Right.
They contained it. And they're like, oh man, but look at what they did. And
But we are testing it now, right?
We are, but I don't know. Okay, it's more than just a virus. Okay, it's like, it's kind of like how. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Should we do the quest?
We were doing something last time.
Yeah, no, we were doing some kind of quest.
Keys to the past. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's just continue that one.
Yeah.
Which is where.
I don't know. Jack Ma donated 500,000 testing kits. Okay. Yeah, I don't know, but okay. So we are testing it, but it's more than that. I've been telling people, like, you know how like the virus was a trigger for the recession, right? Possibly.
It's a fake recession, I think.
Okay, whatever. Okay, we'll find out in a few months who's right about that. But it's not just about the virus, right? It's about how, like, it's exposing how, like, our healthcare system is all fucked up.
But how is it? I don't understand why what's happening that's making it so bad. Oh, it's over there. Okay.
Wait, where are you?
Let's go. Let's go.
Where are you?
It's north. It's north east.
Wait, really?
Yeah, the quest. Yeah.
Search
for notes at Bolton Greens.
Pick up barrel? Or wait, what?
No. The quest is northwest or northeast.
Okay, hold on. Let's get this handled. Key to the past. Okay.
Yep. Bolton. Something. Search for Bolton. I don't know.
Okay. Wait. My face is blocking the quest. That's why. Search for notes at Bolton Greens. Okay. Yeah, see, Andrew Yang should have ran on a... Like, do we have to walk there?
Let's see.
Let's go to that camp.
8 caps. You want to walk there, or do you want to?
I went to the camp.
Fast travel?
I'm already there.
Yeah. Oh.
Can't follow me. So we're talking about like, okay, so.
Oh, Trump and what he's doing with this virus and why everyone is so unhappy about it.
Well, oh yeah, like I said, it's more than just, hey, nice house.
Yeah.
So, was that coming from you?
What?
Oh, holy crap.
Wait, where's house?
Man, you can get access to a lot of nice things after level 50. Bullets explode for area damage. That's pretty nice, man. It's just like a 45 rifle.
Wait, where are you?
I'm in the just fast travel to me. I have no money. Just like in the real world. But
Wow. That's dependent on the crypto.
Yeah, crypto ain't doing so well either. So I'm glad I got my job. It's very timely.
No, I can't fast travel to you. Okay, well.
You can't fast travel? What? Why?
Well, I mean, it's letting me fast travel, but it's like a little. I have to go south a little bit.
What? I just want some bullets, man. Oh, bullets! Okay, whoa, these are pretty good deals.
I need to get some stim packs.
These are good deals. 1 cap each for 1 bullet. I could get 330 shotgun shells.
Oh.
I'm buying all of it.
Are you hoarding?
Oh yeah.
You're hoarding your bullets. I guess.
I'm buying all the 10mm rounds too. Cause
see, at least hoarding bullets, that makes sense to me. You know. It's like,
yeah. Let's see.
Alright.
This is what's happening in the real world too.
Yeah.
People are buying.
No, but people are hoarding things that like make no sense.
What, toilet paper? Everybody's got to
Like,
wipe.
well,
Everybody's got to
but
wipe.
why would you? Yeah, but in an apocalypse, like that's like a non-essential thing.
Don't you gotta wipe your butt?
I mean, you don't have to.
You don't have to. That's true.
If you're worried about the apocalypse, I mean, like.
I'm a
there's
little.
other problems.
I'm a little worried. Okay, because. Yeah. See, JoJo's planning on. He's planning on trading toilet paper for bullets.
I mean, maybe. See, I think bullets would be a better economy. That's what you should be stocking up on.
Yeah, but wiping your ass.
Because if I have more bullets than you, then I could just like take your stuff and your toilet paper. And...
Oh, never thought of it that way.
Yeah.
But what? But look. You know, when you gotta go. When you have to use the bathroom, it's really hard to aim.
It's what?
It's really hard to shoot a gun when you have to use the bathroom.
Well, but that's like I was talking to Colin about this, but like in India, like no one even uses toilet paper.
What do they do?
They just use their hand, and then they wash their hands afterwards.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, not like obviously like not everyone in India does that, but like it's a like more rougher parts of town. That's what they would do. But it's doable. Like you can make do without toilet paper.
Yeah, just get over it. Get over it. You. Yeah. Oh well. Anyway, I'm down to my last 2 rolls. Actually, I only have 1.5 rolls of toilet paper left. I'm getting a little worried.
Oh no! Like I was talking to my friend, and he said he's gonna drive all the way to San Diego because his uncle has he owns a 7-Eleven, and he's gonna save some toilet paper. Because everything is gone.
And then you'll see him on the street selling it for $10 a roll.
Yeah.
How bad do you want it, my friend?
It's not even like it's just like a not even a rational
There's
thing
gonna
to
be
buy.
a black market for toilet paper. You could be like, hey kid. Oh yeah, and moisty naps. That's a free.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the bidet business. You know, those crazy high-tech Japanese toilets.
Oh, those are looking pretty good right now.
They are. They're like, man. Wow, you can save on so much. You know, it makes sense. You know, it's actually cleanly.
Yeah.
But it's like, no, that's so weird. Okay, let's go.
Let's go.
Lead the way. I'm too distracted by debate stuff tonight. So you're gonna have to... Alright, so... So now that we solved the coronavirus problem, let's go get back to the debate. So the debate was Joe Biden, Bernie Sanders. There was no audience because, you know, social gatherings are bad.
Because of coronavirus.
And they literally moved the stage. You were supposed to do it in Arizona, but I think they moved it to Florida or something.
Okay.
And they're like, it was just like, Joe Biden was like Joe Biden, he did his homework, so he came with he actually had a fully fledged anti-coronavirus plan.
Okay.
And he was like, hey, ooh. Ah, no.
See, this is...
What?
This is... I don't know. This coronavirus thing is, like, becoming politicized.
Well... You should get used to it by now. Come on.
No, but that's why I think... That's why the media is, like... Because the media is highly liberal, right? So that's why they want to push this thing so much.
Here we go again. The mainstream media liberal bias.
I mean, does it not? I mean, there was like literally last, like, was it like during the 2016
what do you think about Fox News then?
They're both also bad. They all suck, but...
Okay, at least we agree on that.
No, there's like, remember those WikiLeaks? Was like, Democrat Party is directly involved with the media? Like, okay, so obviously they're gonna...
Alright, let's not go down this hole, because there's no point, you know? So...
But it's true, but I'm saying that...
Oh, but it's true. Okay, well, anyway, it's not really...
I mean, there's email evidence that is true, but... Anyway, so that's why they're trying to push this so hard.
Ooh.
The mainstream media, they're trying to push this coronavirus as if like it's a huge problem.
Why?
So that way the Democrats can come in and save the day.
You think that's what it is?
Yeah. I mean, it's like so obvious, but
Okay. See, that's why. Oh my God. See, let's not turn into the, you know, that round table. Oof. Remember watching?
I don't remember.
Remember watching that? No, the Trump girl, another guy. Remember?
What were they doing? What were they talking about?
She was yelling at him on stream.
Oh.
Remember that? That was like.
Oh, I thought that was normal for.
That was normal for Twitter. It is kind of normal, but not that normal. Yeah, you weren't here, Jojo, but we were watching. You know, there was a political roundtable, and yeah, that was Toka. Oh, you know who she is.
Toka. Oh, he already knows. Okay.
Yeah. Man, that was fucking mean, man. On both sides, really.
Yeah, it's just it's just kids being, you know, immature. That's all it is.
It is, but. Wait, where are we doing?
Reading this note.
Where is it?
Upstairs.
Is it upstairs? Okay, I was going down. Yeah, that surprised me though. She just like really nailed it in. You know, it's not left, it's not right, it's coronavirus. Yeah,
Right.
I agree. Yeah.
Yeah, but they're using it. They're using it as an opportunity to politicize it.
Yeah, but everyone is, okay? Okay, I saw, okay. So the New York Times released a thing saying that China is blaming Americans for the coronavirus now.
Right. I mean, it doesn't make any sense, but...
It doesn't matter, but I'm saying that everybody does it, and you think that if your side is not guilty of it, you're probably, you know...
No, I'm just saying everyone is trying to politicize it. I'm saying, but that's why the Democrats and the mass media are doing this.
Okay. Are you saying that the people on the right are not doing that? And they are angels?
No, I don't think. I think the right people on the right are like trying to, you know, make it like it's like oh, this is not an issue at all, right?
Yeah.
And but whereas like the truth is somewhere in the middle, but
okay.
Like you know,
so
but that's what's happening.
admit that it's hyperbolic even on both sides. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
But that's why like here in LA, people are just panicking like crazy.
Oh yeah, we live in California. That is true.
Yeah.
Like yeah, see, like even Andre was like, man, Ryan, I was thinking of buying a AR-15. Got a little concerned.
Really?
I'm like, well... Anyway, I invited him to go shooting with us, so...
Yeah.
You know.
Oh, he's actually seriously gonna buy an AR-15?
I don't know. You're probably not.
Oh.
But no, man. AR-15.
No.
AR-15. See, JoJo's looking at handguns.
No. You shot the handgun. You want the AR-15 if you're trying to protect your property.
You think an AR is better for home protection?
Oh yeah, handguns are harder to load, right? You can fit less bullets, so you can only fit like 8 bullets in one clip.
They're
right?
harder to aim too.
Yeah, pistols are harder to aim. So rifles are like by far better if you want to protect your property.
Okay, JoJo, keep that in mind. Yeah. Maybe what you need is one of those heavy machine guns.
No, but those are not very mobile. See?
Oh god, you're such a critic, man. Why are you such a pessimist?
Yeah.
What about grenades?
Grenades. I mean, those are good if you're trying to like, you know.
I mean,
blow up a tank or something.
Yeah, but you can, think about it. You can fit it in your wallet, or not in your wallet, but you can fit it in a pocket. You know.
I mean, I think for apocalypse, single person elimination is more useful.
It depends on how many bandits I'm fighting to steal my toilet paper. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all context. Yeah.
It's all about circumstantial variables.
Where are we going?
Oh yeah, I don't know.
You don't know. Find the Gore Man's key fragment. Where is it? Oh wait, it's not here, is it?
Oh, it's back. Oh, it's back there. Okay.
Wait, back where?
Oh, we gotta travel to that camp. But do you want to fast travel or walk?
Where? Which camp?
Travel.
Which camp?
North Cutthroat Camp to the east.
North Cutthroat. Wait, what?
North Cutthroat Camp to the east.
Oh, it's to the east? I don't see it. Oh wait, Wendigo Cave. Okay.
Wendigo Cave, yeah.
I don't know why I'm paying for this, but...
Because you have UBI, so you can...
Not yet! It's not fair. It's not fair. Actually, you're the leader here. Oh shit! Uh-oh, that didn't do much.
Oh shit! Oh, that's a super mutant fighter. Okay. Oh, there's a lot of them.
It's not. They're not too bad. They're not too high level.
All right.
I should
I'm
probably
gonna go in and
use a
kill
different weapon.
Oh
Whoa,
jeez!
Holy crap!
Someone has a rocket launcher. Okay.
Okay, who has a rocket launcher? Oh, that guy over there. Oh shit! See, this is what happens when you take too much. When you get too much coronavirus, you turn into this really, really big, strong guy. So you know, I don't know. They are a little dumb, though. Yeah, a little dumb. But not all. Ah! You need a better gun, I guess. Stop telling me what to do. Chat.
Died. Okay.
You know, today, chat was like, "Hey, Ryan, you need to make a video about what would happen if Bernie Sanders punched Joe Biden in the face."
Oh.
And I'm like,
what would happen?
What would
I mean,
happen?
it couldn't hurt his numbers anymore.
Yeah. I'm like, well, let's do the math, okay? Right now, Bernie ain't doing so well in the race.
All right.
What does he have to lose? Right?
Yeah, what does he have to lose?
Nothing.
I mean, it might actually resonate with some people.
Yeah, it might resonate because it's like revolution. And,
yeah.
And then I also pulled up an article where I think oh shit.
Oh.
The reload time on this is so slow.
Hey, where's the guy with the rocket launcher?
I don't know, but someone's shooting me.
Oh, it's a super mutant.
Who's shooting me? Wait. Where's that coming from? Oh, he's up there. Okay, let me change my weapon. Hey, don't do that.
Oh.
I'm just gonna casually just sit here and aim.
I just keep. Oh, there you go. Now he's dead.
Okay, there we go. Okay, so like so why not just be like revolution and then start attacking him, and that because that's exactly what the friend of a guy someone that Bernie endorsed did in San Francisco.
Oh, really?
I think I told you about that, right? So
no.
Aaron Peskin, the NIMBY in chief up in San Francisco. So his friend, his campaign manager, literally assaulted someone, another campaign staffer.
Oh.
Allegedly, but everyone saw it. Oh my god.
Okay.
Allegedly, but yeah, it was bad. It was really bad.
All right.
But so.
But did it hurt his numbers?
I don't know. I try not to think about San Francisco, right? These days, but yeah. So I figured, well, if he's not gonna win anyway, why not?
Yeah.
But
well, I think he has to do it. He has to do it like off camera or something, Then.
Oh yeah, take him back to the back.
Yeah.
Well,
Really?
Oh man, it's like Trump and Biden. They talk like that, man.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, they're both kind of have that kind of personality, so maybe they might actually fight each other. I don't know.
I know, like Biden was like, I want to take Trump back to the back of the bar. It's such a oh man, even the metaphor is outdated. But
yeah.
I'm gonna take them to the side of the barn, and
let's go this way. We're going the wrong way.
Oh wait. Okay. So then damn man. And then Trump responded to him, and he's like, "Whoa, I'd like to see that."
Yeah.
I'm gonna blow on Biden. He's just gonna be down, just like that. You know how he talks, right?
Yeah.
I'm like,
Well, this is the future. This is the future 2020 general election.
You know, and so I'm just like the whole time about everything these days. You know.
Yeah. Well.
And it's your fault.
It's my fault.
Yep. Can you unlock this? This case, this ammo. We need ammo, man.
Where's the ammo case?
Right here. Right in front of me.
Oh.
Yeah, you're right. Tulsi will kick both of their asses, right? Tulsi's actually young and in shape.
Oh yeah.
And she's still in the race. And they didn't let her speak at the debate. I'm disappointed. It would have been hilarious having her there, right?
Yeah, why not? There's only 3 people.
Yeah, it's like, hey, I'm, hello, there's Joe Biden, Bernie Sanders, and Tulsi Gabbard is still here for some reason.
Yeah.
And she'll be like, hello, do you want to talk about government corruption?
Yeah. That's not good for either person.
I know, like, either one, right? Like, they'll be like, no. Hey, but Biden had a pretty good night tonight, I gotta say. But it was a little brutal. It's kind of painful to watch because it was all at the expense of Bernie.
Well, that's what it is.
Because he was like, you know, I came here with a fully fledged coronavirus plan. What did you come with? Like, okay, and you know, the only answer Bernie had was like, look, we had Medicare for all. If you had Medicare for all,
this wouldn't be a problem.
This wouldn't be a problem. And then Joe Biden was ready for that answer, and he said, "Well, yeah, but what about now? That's great. That's great 5 years from now, but what about now, Bernie? What are you gonna do about it?" And he had no answer. And so Biden came off looking like, hey, I know how to get shit done, you know? And so... So this was supposed to be Bernie's comeback moment, if anything, but it didn't happen. And he looked a little... He looked, I don't know. He looked a little low energy.
I mean, he probably is pretty discouraged anyway.
Yeah, you could tell he was like, not really, you know. I think he was upset. Hey, Ryan's brother.
Hi. Who's that?
QOP. She's the regular here.
Oh.
Yep.
Well, I guess then that's pretty much it then. It's Biden versus Trump.
It's gonna be, yeah. So now oh, okay. One thing that did happen tonight, worth mentioning, at least for us, is Biden is gonna pick a female for his vice president.
Who?
We don't know yet.
Wait, he doesn't know, but it's gonna be female.
Yeah, weird, right?
It's kind of weird, yeah.
It is weird, but that happened. Okay.
It's so pandering.
I knew you were gonna say that, but I don't know. Get over it.
I mean, you don't think so? You think it's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna hire a software engineer who's gonna be a woman, no matter what.
Identity politics.
Yeah.
I don't know. Anyway, for us, it was useful information because then, at least then it's like, okay, we don't have to worry about that possibility anymore. You know?
What possibility?
Well, there's a rumor.
Oh, Andrew Yang?
Yeah, Andrew Yang being a VP pick for Biden.
Oh.
But that, unless Biden endorses UBI, that would be very hard. Wait, where are you?
I mean, oh wait, there's a cave here we gotta go to.
Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Yeah, so Andrew Yang can focus on his own thing now. That's exactly. Because I think it would have been really awkward if he was a VP, but he wasn't allowed to talk about UBI. That would be...
Well, that's just not his platform.
Yeah, I don't think that would have worked out, so... What did it say? Find the key. Why is this... Okay. Well, we're going inside.
Going inside the cave.
She's probably going to be a person of color. Yeah. So the joke is, Biden is
It's going to be a woman and a person of color. Okay.
The joke is that Joe Biden's going to pick a token minority.
Yeah.
For his VP. You know.
Great.
That's the joke.
They're just really going all out with this thing. Yeah.
Political machine is out. Andrew Yang is in it, and also his ideas like universal basic income. Great. All right. Maybe I gotta go play that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe I have to switch it up. You know, go back to the days where I'm just having fun, playing games about politics. Hey, get out of the way.
Man, your aim is...
You're in the way. You're standing in front of me, literally. And you're like, why do you
Oh my god, this guy has so much...
Why do you suck so much?
Oh, here it is. Wait.
Bernie supporters are still sour that Yang endorsing Biden. Yeah. Honestly, he probably should have waited.
Yeah.
Even though it's mathematically over, it's not over emotionally, you know.
It doesn't feel good. Okay.
So
don't worry. Help is on the way.
Help is on the way. I remember when we used to say that about UBI. Help is still on the way.
What's on the way?
Help is on the way.
Started a few weeks after the bombs hit. Shows no sign.
What is help?
UBI.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't bank on that anytime soon.
Hey, if you don't believe, no one will believe. Yes,
I mean, it's not about belief. It's about, you know, hedging your bets. I do think UBI will, you know, has a chance in the future.
Okay, I'll take that. That's better than nothing.
I don't know. I hope people. I don't know. I hope so.
Okay, good. You just gotta make people believe, you know? Just be like, hey, this is a good idea. Oh my god, do you want to die? That's why.
Do you want to die? Oh, okay.
Don't want to die? UBI. Well, see, I'm gonna say it over and over and over, and eventually you're gonna remember.
Maybe. UBI or die? I don't know.
No. Don't wanna die? Question mark. UBI.
See, that's not extreme enough. You know.
Death is pretty extreme, I think.
Don't want to die, but don't want to die is a negative. You gotta make it seem like you're gonna die right now if you don't vote for UBI.
Isn't that what it says, though? Oh yeah, yes, yeah, oh yeah, he's right. He's right. If you're a libertarian, UBI or die. You know, it depends on the audience.
Yeah.
Okay. You have to tailor your message.
Yeah.
But the fact that UBI is rhymes with die is probably a good thing.
Right.
You know, so gotta think about that.
Oh, this thing is huge.
Does this thing have the coronavirus?
Probably. Kill it! Okay. Oh, ow!
That guy's strong.
Holy crap, this guy is strong.
Yeah. Did that do something?
Oh, die!
Ow.
Oh, I died. Damn it.
Oops, that's the wrong gun. Please don't do that. Wait, where'd it go? Hey, where'd it go?
Where are you? Wait,
oh, what? Okay, that did nothing. Okay.
I'm coming.
You wouldn't have died if you had UBI, exactly, Darren.
That's true.
Oh.
Damn it! All right, you got me.
I mean, it's like not.
No, I'm actually I'm a supporter of UBI. I'm not.
Yeah, but you did it. You're not supporting it hard enough. That's the problem.
I mean, it's alright.
Why aren't you giving your life away to UBI?
Oh my god, this guy has so much life.
Okay, well, we'll talk about this later after we beat this guy.
Yeah, this guy's annoying.
I know, and he wouldn't be so cranky if he had UBI. Okay.
That's true.
Oh, see, you agreed with me again.
Wait.
Here's another grenade. Alright. Do you feel better? No? Oh, ah! Oh shit, I'm gonna die. Okay. Let's relax. Don't panic. Don't panic like the coronavirus. Okay. No panicking allowed. Where'd he go?
Oh, ow!
You missed, man.
Alright, got him with a grenade.
Jesus Christ, man.
Die! Die! Oh, I'm gonna die,
Okay,
oh, no, I'm
we're
dead.
almost there.
Yeah, it's fine, fine.
Oh. The corona is too strong. Yeah, I agree. Okay. Where does his corpse go?
Oh, is he dead?
I can't find his corpse, so now I can't get his stuff.
What? For some reason. Oh wait, you know why I died so quickly? All my armor is gone. Okay.
Oh, mine too. I've just accepted it as part of life. You know, this is why, right? This is why. Then doesn't that make you want to buy those
buy what?
Fallout points and spend real money on it?
That's true. No. I'm not gonna fall for that trap.
Two famous politicians from SC were planning to come on and endorse Yang the week he dropped out. Oh man, yeah, I know, it's a bummer. We had to see that it was painful because the week he dropped out, I felt like we were picking up momentum, and I think we were. But he saw the bigger picture, right? He saw the bigger picture of like, okay, even if we did get this momentum, we would still not going to make it.
Yeah.
And so he made the hard decision of like, okay, you know, and so they were talking about kind of like how, well, I personally appreciate that about him, you know, because I'm like, at least he didn't waste our time, you know. He could have left us, you know, like we would have followed him all the way, but at least he was mindful of the fact that people were making sacrifices, and yeah, he said it wasn't worth people's time and energy. So that's a huge contrast. So like the Bernie bros, you know, I'm talking about not talking about everyone, but the Bernie bros. Bernie bros are like the toxic portions of his campaign, right?
Right.
So they were giving us shit about how you know, oh, Yang has no chance, you know.
Yeah.
They were giving us shit the whole time in the race, and then as soon as he dropped out, they're like, you should endorse Bernie, you know. And they were still giving us shit. They were giving us shit today.
Really?
Oh yeah. Like you just go on Twitter and look at just some random whatever Andrew Yang tweets, and you're like, you should have endorsed Bernie, you know. I'm like, what?
Don't you endorse Bernie?
It's over, man. Get over it, you know. Like seriously.
Bernie.
Oh yeah, you know, because Yang actually endorsed Biden because he said he was going to endorse the nominee, and then Biden is the nominee from the math.
Right.
We just do the math.
I mean, that's true.
But people don't understand math. Some people don't.
No, nobody likes.
So it's like, why did you endorse Bernie? Why didn't you endorse Bernie? If you endorsed Bernie, he would have won.
Really?
No. I don't think it would have been a difference. Honestly.
I don't think so either.
You know, but just a few months before, they were like, you're nothing, you're insignificant. Yang is polling at 3%.
I mean, considering this is his first time ever for running president, it's not that.
I think it was pretty damn good.
No.
But anyway, you know, let's look at it in perspective, right? But like, you know, I feel bad for the folks. I feel bad for the Bernie supporters, even though they've been talking shit to me the whole time. I'm still sympathetic because Bernie has wasted their time, and you know, he should have dropped out. I don't even know why he was in this debate.
Yeah.
You know, like he knew.
I don't know.
You know, he the only reason why. Oh shit!
It's this guy. Ah.
Yeah, they suffer from a lot of things. Cognitive dissonance.
I don't know. I feel like Bernie Sanders is a sellout, so just.
Oh, I know, but
he probably just wants to get more money from the campaign.
No. See, that's the problem with him. He can't decide what he wants to be. You know, do you want to be a revolutionary? If you want to be a revolutionary, you got to be able to do stuff like punch Joe Biden in the face on national TV.
Yeah.
Isn't that? Oh, this is the boss. I'm gonna die. No.
Oh wait, crap.
Oh, you're gonna die too. He's coming after you. Oh.
No, I got him. Just shoot him.
I'm trying.
Oh, you're good. Ah.
I blew up my own limb. I don't know where my grenades are coming from, but okay, we'll finish this. We'll finish this conversation after.
Alright. Oh my God, I'm gonna die.
Come on.
Oh, he regenerates.
Yeah, stop doing that. Stop regenerating. I don't even know how many grenades I have. Okay, I'm out of grenades. That's bad. Okay, this is gonna take all night, isn't it?
Probably. Is he regenerating?
No, help, no. Stop. Okay, well. So, kind of the problem with, you know, like. I'm trying to be. Oh, I went outside.
Me too. I went outside.
Yeah, I'm trying to tie this fight back into politics. So when a Yang and Trump supporter fight for survival, is there an end to that sentence? Because I don't know how to continue it.
Wait, is that someone from the chat?
Oh yeah. My regulars.
Oh, when Trump and Biden fight for survival.
When a Yang and Trump supporter fight for survival. ...
Yang and Trump. I don't know. I feel like.
Oh, here we go. Armor piercing. There's a. Did you notice there's a power armor here?
Oh yeah, I wonder if that would help against that thing.
I think you should take it. This is the one time I feel like it might be necessary.
Alright, let me grab that.
I'm just gonna have to lay in like pretty much all my bullets.
Alright.
Alright, here we go. Oh man.
Let's do this.
It seems like there's a fusion core in there. Coronavirus unites us all, doesn't it? Yeah.
It does.
Just realize.
Actually, I don't know. I don't think so. Not this time, but.
Actually, it's going to tear us apart from the inside. Oh.
It probably is.
Man, you're such a.
Oh shit! I went outside. Fuck.
See, that's what happens. See, that's so typical of Trump voters. So typical. Even though I did the same thing.
Yeah. No, that's true. But see, I think it's mostly the I don't know, Democrats and liberals that want to hide in the cave.
Hide in the cave.
Whereas Trump voters are going outside and enjoying the sunshine.
Is that
at least right now?
Is that true?
I feel like it is.
Is it like being a Trump supporter just like the most awesomest thing ever you could ever think of?
I don't know.
I feel that way about the Yang.
Imagine if Yang won the presidency, right? Then you'd feel awesome.
I would feel awesome.
Yeah.
He didn't, so I don't feel awesome.
Yeah, but imagine if he did. That's what it's like to be a Trump supporter.
Wow. I don't know what to say to that.
Yeah.
I can't argue against that. I could be like, hey, actually, those feelings of yours is not real.
That's true.
Yeah. Psychology books say that people are in denial when they
Who's in denial?
You are, because you like things that are incorrect.
I like things that are incorrect.
Yeah, you know what I mean? So
I don't know what that means.
I would appreciate if you corrected your feelings. Yeah.
So what is the correct feeling?
Have just admit that Trump sucks.
That Trump sucks.
And I'll give you then you will be corrected.
That's true.
There's another. Where's the boss? Do you see the boss?
No.
I see a crab, but I don't want to.
Oh.
Where's the boss? Oh wait.
Alright, let's look for something here.
I heard something.
Oh wait.
Oh crap.
Well, the quest is over here.
No. Okay.
Hold on. Let me kill this. Oh my god.
I want to save this.
Oh, there's two of them.
Oh, come on.
Oh no, they're just as a cockroach. Okay. So.
This gun sucks.
Oh, there's two of those. Oh my god, there's so many of them.
Oh, there's a Wendigo. That's the guy. Okay.
Like, why is mine dying so quickly? Okay. Oh, ow.
I'm gonna set everything on fire. I think the fire helps. Okay, I'm out of ammo. Nope, that's it. That's it, man.
Alright, Wendigo. He's angry. Ah!
Oh, I'm out of bullets again.
Oh! I got him. This power armor is gonna save us all.
Oh, good. Fire kills coronavirus. Yeah, that's true.
Is that true?
Oh. I have no idea.
Oh, he's dead.
Oh, wow.
Right.
Nice work. Wow.
Whew.
Wait.
I mean...
I got the key fragment.
Oh, me too.
Wait, it won't let me pick it up. Okay, now I'm... Okay, not too bad. Oh, I'm over encumbered. Where's that legendary...
Oh, you want to go back to him?
I kind of do, man. Because we're running out of time. And I think he's the last thing. He's the last thing. Last thing. Alright. Fire kills Corona. But wait, I was wanting... Oh yeah, so...
What?
We're talking about Joe Biden.
Oh, I died!
You died? Is it the guy?
Wendigo killed me. There's another one.
There's another one?
That's annoying.
Is it annoying?
There's another Wendigo walking around.
Maybe I should wait. Do you still have the armor?
Yeah, I still have it.
Okay. Let me know when you get back.
Coming back right now.
I need to look at all these drugs, man. You know, if you want to win.
Oh yeah.
You gotta use drugs, man.
I mean, drugs is the only way to.
That's
succeed.
what is this teaching people?
I don't know. I should drink alcohol too. It makes me stronger.
Yeah, just like in real life.
But this one actually makes me stronger.
I know, right? It gives you +1 strength.
Yeah.
You know, what is it? What are you trying to teach your kids here? Winners don't use drugs. Yeah. Yeah, that's what losers say. That's loser talk. Okay, let me get rid of something. What did I have that's so heavy? What the hell?
Alright, coming.
Alright, okay, I have 3. I have quite a few grenades. So I'll just eat this glowing meat.
Totally fine.
I could just take some drugs. There's a drug called Psycho that seems like, hey, safe.
Maybe I should try that Nuka Shine, the moonshine thing.
Yeah, whatever it takes, man. Wait, where are you?
I'm coming. This thing is really slow.
Suffering from flap limb. I think that's new.
Yeah, I have this.
You know what? Let's see if I have something. Like, I really need to upgrade my shotgun. Shotgun skill. Oh shit.
Kill David and get the cutthroat's key fragment. Where's David?
Automatic.
Oh, David. Oh, he's in here somewhere.
What about shotguns? Shotgun. Expert rifleman. Skeet shooter. Improve accuracy and strength. I want damage. Van Jones keeps quoting Yang on CNN. Oh yeah, I could be watching that right now.
Who's what?
You don't know who he is. Van Jones is a CNN commentator, and he was a Yang gang.
Oh.
So I'm pretty sure he brought Yang onto CNN. So everyone loves him. Like the Yang gang loves Van Jones.
Yeah. I mean,
he's a cool dude. Yeah, we can watch it tomorrow. Yang gang. Okay, we don't have time for this. Let's go.
Let's go.
What
are you looking for? Kill David and get the cutthroats. Where's David?
No. We wanna kill. We don't have time for that. We need to kill that legendary Myler.
Okay.
And take his shit. See, this is the post-corona scarcity world.
Oh, there's another Wendigo. Okay.
Yeah. See, scarcity mindset. Hey, Wendigo.
Hold on. Hold on. Let me take my. Oh no.
Wait,
let me take my drugs.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Sorry. That's important. Oh no!
Oh, he's attacking.
He's attacking.
Okay, I'm gonna take my Nuka.
Hurry up! You're just sitting there while he's punching your face.
Alright, die.
Crossbow is not a good weapon for this. Not at all.
Oh, ow!
Okay.
Oh, down. Okay.
Yeah, that's the worst weapon for this, dude. Did you die?
I died.
Okay.
I have like no armor on us.
Yeah, really I'm kind of regretting this decision now. Ow.
Oh, you're dead?
That hurts a lot.
Hold on, let me. Bourbon increases my strength.
I really want to save my grenades for that Myler.
No, we'll slowly kill this guy.
Okay.
Nuka Shine.
Yeah. Oh, I went out again.
Oh, see,
because I just like, okay, here we go, and then
I have a vintage Nuka Shine. Increases unarmed damage. Oh, it's only unarmed. Damn it. Okay.
Vintage. Is it vintage or is it just stale?
It's the vintage one. Or I don't know.
I remember during one of the debates, I had a vintage beer.
Right.
It was sitting in my fridge for about a year. Ooh, and it sure tasted like it too.
Yeah.
And every time they
aged.
Yeah, aged beer. And every time they mentioned Trump, I had to take a sip.
Oh. In what? In the Democratic debates?
Yep. It was very. I was drinking a lot.
You were probably drunk by the end of the night. Yeah.
Well, I only had like one beer, so I had to ration it. But
yeah.
The thing
no,
is,
it should literally be one entire shot.
It was a punishment because it tasted awful, man. I was like, oh. You know, it wasn't gonna make me sick, but it was just.
You gotta. If you want more views, you gotta up the ante. You gotta be like one shot per Trump reference.
Yeah, and then at night I'm just like a fucking wreck. And I'm just like, Andrew Yang. UBI.
UBI. Well then you'll have 1,000 subscribers.
Yeah, why is he in on stage? Why is it Tosi on the stage right now? You know, I'm like.
Nice. Yeah.
I miss
exactly.
Tosi. I miss Tosi. Oh, also Tosi. She. Oh man, this not having. I gotta get rid of something. Why do I have this lead pipe here? I'm never gonna use it.
I don't know. Alright, I am going to eat some food. Potato crisps.
Okay, good.
Alright.
Drunken politics is the best. It depends.
Oh, this guy's in our way.
Oh, is that? No, that's...
No. It's a regular guy.
Regular one. Okay. Hey, how's it going?
I will kill him. Yang him.
Oh, wait, what up? Have you heard of Andrew Yang? I know you're living in this cave, but, you know, think about if you got $1,000 a month, you could get out of this cave, this literal cave. Find your own place.
Well, he's already dead.
Oh. That's a shame.
He did not appreciate.
He did not appreciate. That's what happens when you don't support UBI.
Yeah. This is what we did for you.
Dad, this is not humanity first. I cannot approve of this message. I'm Ryan from the YIMBY Arts project, and I do not approve of this message. Okay. He chose to die, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know, it can work. Remember the Vote or Die campaign? Remember that? Remember that?
Was that a campaign?
Yeah, who was it? It was like a rapper. And the idea was that to get the young folks out to vote, you would need a rapper to threaten people that he was going to kill them in order to get them out to the polling booths, you know? Or get them out to vote. Oh no! And the funny story is that it totally did not work. Apparently, if you threaten people with death,
that doesn't help.
They still won't come out and vote. That's how much they hate politics. Oh, I was going to try to revive you, but...
That's fine, it's fine.
Oh, well. Okay, I'll be waiting here. P. Diddy. Oh, yeah, it was P. Diddy. Oh, yeah, it was.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. He got a little weird towards the end. Remember when he was changing his name every 2 weeks?
Oh, yeah. Like legally, right?
Mm-hmm.
He was like, yeah.
First it was Puff Daddy, and then P. Diddy. I don't even remember all the other ones. It was just so like. Yeah, so he was going through a crisis of some sort, obviously.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know why? Like what?
You know how to get people scared? Coronavirus. That's how you get people.
Do you want to?
You'll catch coronavirus if you don't vote.
Don't want to die from the coronavirus?
No.
UBI. I don't know. It doesn't have a.
No. Just say UBI or die.
UBI or die. But that didn't work. We just talked about that.
Oh, that's true.
See, that's why I want people to feel like, ooh, this is nice. Okay, maybe crippled limbs with shotgun might be a good idea. Yeah, that's probably the best thing I can get right now.
Oh, was another power armor?
Was this during the Obama campaign? I think so. Yeah. I think I think that was. Oh man, this is getting confusing. Alright, 7.
Okay.
3, 3, 3, 2, 1. 3, 3. Okay, I'm assuming I don't know how to do math. Yeah. Okay, good enough. Let's go.
Alright. Let's go.
Okay. Whoa, is that another?
Yeah, I found another one.
I might as well use it. Wait, it doesn't work.
No, that's the one I had. That's the old one. There's no fusion core in it.
Oh. Oh, you found another one. Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Okay. Well, I mean, if you're willing to be the tank, then.
Yeah. Well, you have the gun, right? So it makes more sense for me to just tank.
It's true.
All right. Where is he? Okay.
Okay, we gotta get this guy, man. I
Where is he?
have 6
Oh,
grenades.
there's a Wendigo.
Another one. Well, let's take him out.
All right.
Hey.
Let's do it. Let me sit in front.
No. Problem is, my shots are strong, but they're really slow.
Yeah. So just I'm just tanking right now. Just shoot him.
And even then, it's not that strong. You know? Well, actually, now that I think about it, the vote or die campaign, maybe it worked because Obama won.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, maybe there's something to the whole like
threaten your life.
Threaten the voters.
Okay, well then.
Okay, we finished the quest. That's good.
Where
is that Mirelurk?
Yeah, I don't know.
He's somewhere around here. There's another. Okay, these are. He looks a little easier.
Where are you?
So there's one more key fragment. This one belonged to the cut. David.
Hey, where'd you go?
I'm just walking around. Randomly.
I saw him roaming around out there, near his favorite barbecue shack. Turned into one of those scorched
So,
things.
UBI or die.
See him like that.
Yeah.
He could be a
I guess
real
it
jackass.
kind of says the same thing, doesn't it?
Doesn't deserve that fate.
Yeah.
Now I'd bet anything he's still got his key.
UBI or die. Don't want to die. UBI.
Yeah, why not both, right? It's not die or it's not left or right. It's both.
Yeah.
If you
Nobody
don't-
wants to die.
Yeah, if you don't agree with me, you're gonna die. That's really the message.
Oh my god.
I mean, I'm not. It's not because I'm gonna kill you, right?
Yeah.
That's not it. It's because hey. Yeah. See?
That makes sense.
If that guy, if that ghoul over there, if he supported UBI, he would be alive right now.
Yeah, he wouldn't have to live in this cave.
Yeah, I know. But this is the future, Darren. Like, literally, everybody's gonna live in a cave.
Yeah.
And they're gonna be all holed up inside of indoors, and they're just gonna be all, like, shriveled up because they never get any sunlight, and we're like, is the coronavirus scare over yet?
Yeah.
No. And I'm like, I don't know. Do you trust the media?
I don't trust the media.
Yeah, what it... Oh, okay. So, one crazy thing is that, you know the anti-vaxxers, right?
Yeah.
They're worried, okay? They're worried that the government is gonna find a vaccine and cure everyone against their will.
What? Why?
Because you know vaccines are full of things that causes your kids to have autism.
Oh.
According to non-scientific journals everywhere, you know.
I mean, a vaccine is not going to do anything.
Look.
It's gonna...
Look, we're not talking about science here, okay? We're talking about how everything is a conspiracy.
Right.
Grumpy old men is trending. That makes sense.
What is
that? That was the theme of tonight's debate.
Oh, the old men?
Grumpy old men, yeah. That describes today's debate perfectly.
Oh.
Oh, is that it? Oh, there he is.
Oh, there he is.
Okay.
Oh, he's back to full life. Okay.
Yeah, well, we left him.
Right.
Okay, so here's the deal.
I need to get my health up. What's a psycho? What does psycho do?
Psycho gives you more damage and such.
Looks like something I need. Oh, I have psycho tats. I'm gonna use that.
I think it's time to finally retire this. So I'm just gonna drop this.
Alright.
Okay, that's gone. Take all the drugs. I like how... Okay, so I'm gonna take Psycho and Psycho Buff and Psycho Tats. And,
yeah, I'm taking all of that.
And I'll just take Erratics just for fun. And then whiskey and wine. You should mix your alcohol.
Yeah.
I'll take.
I'm gonna drink and then I'm gonna take drugs.
Okay. Mentats. Oh man, I'm gonna be so fucked up.
Alright.
Okay.
Alright. I'm gonna take lots of drugs.
And I'm gonna wash it. I'm gonna wash it down with a Nuka cherry. All right. Here we go.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you ready?
Wait for me. Okay. And I'm gonna drink.
I took all the drugs. I took all the drugs that I had.
All right, I'm ready. Let's go.
Okay, let's go. Woo! Oh man, I missed, but I don't even care because this is drugs.
I'm just.
Here we go. Here's another, and here's another, and here's another. Okay, let me reload my. Okay. Oh man, there's got to be a faster way to switch out, but it's okay.
Oh, he's dead. Oh my god, he's glowing. Okay.
Woo! Wow. Drugs are great.
Yeah.
That's the moral of the story.
Drugs and alcohol. That's all I did right before this fight. Yeah.
Oh man. Okay. Good. See, we're ending on a positive note tonight.
Yeah.
That's great. Wow, do drugs, kids. Yeah.
You'll accomplish all your goals and dreams.
I know. Look at it. How do you think all the Wall Street people do it? They're all hopped up on cocaine, man.
Yeah. There's no other way.
Yeah. Alright, let's head out. Time. This is perfect time.
So, yeah.
So you're working on a build?
Yeah, there's
for Let's? Or...
For Let's, yeah.
Okay.
There's a bug. Try and get out.
You're so... industrious.
What do you mean?
I don't know. You like working.
I like working. I don't know. I still have much like. I don't have a lot of hobbies outside of coding.
Well, no, you do like rock climbing and stuff. You know?
Yeah.
You play soccer. It's not like you don't have anything. How do you get out of here?
I don't know. Hold on.
That was totally worth it though. Just for that moment.
Yeah.
So there.
That was amazing. Like the guy did no damage to me. It's crazy.
I know, right? And why? Drugs.
Drugs and alcohol.
Drugs and alcohol. Yeah. Oh man. Let me look at my stats actually. Look, I'm really high. Even you can even see that I'm really high, even in the stat. So. It doesn't tell me what this does, but I'm pretty sure it's. Oh no!
Can we just, like, fresh off?
Oh no! Wine has worn off. That's you know, if you're an alcoholic, that's your that's the moment you dread.
That's the worst part. Yeah.
Yeah, when you're like, oh no, I'm sober now. Now I have to deal with my problems.
I gotta actually think about my problems.
Yeah. Hey, and it's not easy, man. You know.
How do you get out of here?
I don't know. I try to get out. I just want to go home. I just want to go home.
Duct tape. Baseball grenade.
Well, oh good. Oh god. I need. What do I need?
What?
I need infinite ammo. That's what I need.
You know, if you just give Bethesda money, I'm sure you could make it happen.
Oh god. Ugh. That's how they get you. Whoa, what the? Okay, is this an exit? I don't know. I'm just gonna.
I don't know where I'm going.
Well, neither do I. I'm just gonna go this way, hope it leads somewhere. This is actually a pretty big place.
Alright, well, I'm gonna get out of my fusion core or my power suit.
Alright. Yeah, I think we cleaned it out at least.
Yeah.
So, did I just go in a circle?
Yes.
God damn it. And I fell down a cliff.
Is there a map in here?
The problem with this game is there's no indoor map.
Yeah, that's annoying. Over here.
One other option is to kill yourself.
But
and that'll respawn you.
Alright, so now we have all these problems that we can solve. Drugs, alcohol.
And suicide.
Suicide, yeah.
Oh man, this got dark real quick. So these are the times. These are the coronavirus times, okay? Getting lost.
Oh wait, I think I found something.
Jojo's saying we're getting lost in a liberal cave.
Right.
Does this hit close to home? Does it, is talking to a liberal kind of like this? You know, you go in circles, getting nowhere.
Yeah.
Being lost.
Oh, I think I found something. Come follow me.
Wait, where are you? Oh, you're that way.
Well, this is like debating politics. Anybody, you just go in circles all the time.
That is true. Well, I would argue that there are ways to move a conversation forward if you want to, but the reality.
It has to be a two-way thing, though.
It has to. Yeah, no, it has to be a two-way thing. Both parties have to agree that they want to actually talk about it. Talk about real stuff rather than like validating their opinion, right? That's what most people try to do. And so, how did you get there?
So you see where the waterfall is? I don't know if you ever seen the waterfall.
I saw a waterfall.
Yeah, so go to the waterfall, and then there's a little opening there.
What? Really? It's a secret exit?
I don't know if it's a secret exit, but...
Wow. No wonder I had this on hand. Okay, seriously though? Seriously, where am I? Oh wait, can I go up here? Well, I found a bunch of unrelated things, but... Oh no, am I going to have to do the thing where you like, you know, put your hand on the raw and... I see you behind the wall, but I can't get past the wall.
Ow.
Can I go this way? Does this lead somewhere?
Oh, I'm outside. Okay.
Can I climb up here?
No, I don't.
Oh, wait. Oh, am I getting somewhere? Oh, wait. I think I see something.
Where am I? Oh, wait. I see something over there. Am I outside? Oh, I'm outside, finally. Okay.
Yeah.
Whew. Oh, man.
That took a while. Okay, I'm gonna get back. The cave is like the psyche of our minds, kinda. Yeah. See, but there is a escape.
Eventually you can get out, yeah.
You can get out. We are often our worst enemies. Yeah.
Oh, you're out.
I am out, yeah, I finally made it. So I'm gonna fast travel, even though I can't. Wait, can I fast travel?
Well, I'm over encumbered. I gotta drop some
Me
stuff.
too, but you know what can save that? Drugs.
What?
Drugs.
You could take drugs and then fast travel?
Oh yeah.
What?
Wait, oh shoot. Do you have any alcohol?
Yeah, why?
Oh no, normally it'd be fine, but no alcohol. I'm only encumbered by 4, so if I take a if I just get drunk, then I can fast travel.
You're over encumbered by 4.
Isn't that how it works in the real world?
Is it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Talk to you know, talk to former Navy SEALs.
Oh, yeah.
Like, yeah, the first thing you do is just get pissed drunk before you go on a mission, because it's scary, man. I don't want to die. All right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, whoa, okay. I'm like half joking.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna drop this. I'm just gonna eat all this. Eat all this.
Let's see.
You're smarter
Pretty
while
spoiled.
drunk. Yeah, I have 30 spoiled vegetables. Maybe that'll.
I'll probably lighten a little bit.
Yeah. What am I carrying that is so heavy? I don't get it. What did I have? Oh, I'm just gonna drop this. Screw that. Okay, good. Now I can make it. Alright, off we go. Finally. He picked up the lead pipe. I know, but it's a good lead pipe. I'm gonna drop it off though. And I should do it now, because if I try to do it next time, I'm gonna forget.
Probably.
Oh. Let's do all the...
But I'm gonna go to that guy's cave and real quick.
That guy's cave?
Not cave. Not that guy's cave. The guy's camp is right there.
Oh. Yeah, it was worth buying 300 shotgun shells.
Oh yeah.
Totally worth it.
That's what I'm saying. In the apocalypse, the most valuable thing is ammo.
Yeah. That is true.
And not toilet paper. No.
Yeah, there is no toilet paper in this game.
I don't think we picked up one single roll of toilet paper this entire time playing the game.
Yeah. Something to think about. Oh man, I'm always like, yeah, but this game is always like, it's basically like, you're always short on ammo.
Yeah.
You know?
But that's just how your game is about scarcity, right?
I guess so.
It wouldn't be apocalypse if you had unlimited supplies and everything.
Yeah, some games though. Some games they give you everything. Oh, no wonder I have 11 missiles.
Yeah, it's pretty heavy.
And I'm just carrying it around for no reason. I wonder, can you like, I'm carrying 3 peppers for no reason. All these plans. Oh, I should have read those. I wish they would do that automatic. I have 11 Robco research facility cards. I don't need 11 key cards. But I can't get rid of it.
Yeah, that's a lot. You don't need that. I'm gonna skip all these guys.
In The Walking Dead, they start trading art and musical instruments because they have everything else. Yeah, that's just like pretty much like real life too.
In Walking Dead?
In The Walking Dead. I don't know. You watched that series, didn't you?
Oh, I haven't really watched it since like the 3rd season.
Okay, I don't know. I watched, I think, the first couple.
But I remember when I was watching it, food and water was like very hard to come by.
I think
So
I think it gets a little bit more, like, as you go further into the story, like they run into camps where they're a little bit more established, you know, and they have a little bit, they have more wealth and such. Negan has been carrying the show. Okay, see, I have no idea who or what you're talking about.
Well, then, Oh, so that actually, then, your keyboard is going to be pretty valuable, too, then.
Apparently.
When the coronavirus apocalypse hits.
Oh, yeah, coronavirus.
Like, you know, you could probably sell off your keyboard for really, I don't know, a lot of toilet paper and a lot of food.
They'd be like, Ryan, play me a song. I'm like, well, give me some toilet paper.
That's at least 10 rows of paper.
I know. You want me to play for you? I gotta be ruthless, you know. Otherwise, I'm not gonna survive. I'm gonna be like, well, if you want, you know, if you want some soothing ambient music, you better pay the fuck up, man.
Yeah.
Make sure you, yeah, you know, I ain't doing this shit for free. You know, what are you talking about? You want culture in your life? Yeah. Do you remember the good old days back when you didn't have to kill someone for their, you know, for a pack of, you know, corn nuts?
Yeah.
Those were the days. I'll remind you of those days, but you gotta give me 10 rolls of toilet paper. Seems like a good deal to me.
Yeah.
Where are you?
Oh my god. Finally. Okay, hold on.
Okay, well, let me know when you're... I'm gonna be visiting our neighbors.
Alright. Let's see. Finally found...
If they just built enough housing, none of this would have happened. Okay.
Yeah.
Like, I'm serious. They're like, oh my god, we don't have enough shit. You know, I'm like, no, we do. Just relax zoning laws, like Andrew Yang says in his zoning policy page.
Right.
And we won't have to do this anymore, you know? I'm sure.
What are we doing?
I'm sure. I'm walking around shooting people taking their shit.
Oh, okay.
As usual.
As
this game tends to encourage.
Right. Oh man. Alright. Oh, I have a.
Right. I'm just sitting next door, by the way. You can probably hear me.
Oh yeah.
This is when the NIMBY comes on my stream and becomes extremely concerned. Yeah, that happened.
About what?
About how I'm talking about housing and shooting zombies at the same time, and that's very concerning, don't you think, Ryan?
It is concerning.
Concerning about what?
I don't know.
What are you concerned about? It's called concern trolling, by the way. There's a name for that.
Oh.
Yeah. It's when bad faith, usually older people. So it's usually done by older people, but it can be done by young people too. But it's like, I am very concerned about what you are doing right now, Ryan. And I'm like, what? Mind your own fucking business.
Concerned about what?
And that is when they push their agenda onto you. You know, it could be about anything. So like, I'm very concerned that you are playing video games and talking about SB50 at the same time.
Stop doing that.
I know. Remember that video? That was that was the very first video. Like, and you were there.
Cool.
You were
That's
there.
Not cool.
You were there, and I was like, I was really pissed that they killed SB50 through a backdoor process. His name is Anthony Portantino, by the way, in case you want to vote him out this year. Anyway, I was mad, and then, they called up Laura. You know, Laura Foote, you know, the founder of the YIMBY movement. They called her up. They called her up, and then she called me up. Because he was concerned.
Oh.
Like, I'm not making this up. There's a... okay, I might as well just say I might as well just lay out all the details, because... so, you know, he's a NIMBY. He's a, quote, journalist for the blog called 48 Hills, which is a NIMBY blog in San Francisco. They are like the NIMBYest blog ever.
Right.
London Breed, you know, the mayor, she called that blog a bullshit-ass blog. I thought that was hilarious.
What?
She called the blog a bullshit-ass blog. I'm quoting her directly. This is a mayor now. So anyway, the one of the reporters, I put that in quotes from that blog.
Oh, my game crashed.
Contacted. Okay, maybe it's time to wrap it up. Your game crashed. Anyway, that's the story. So he contacted Laura, and then Laura contacted me, and she's like, "Are you okay, Ryan?" And I'm like, "Yeah, what's going on?" And then and she's like, "Yeah, so Tim from okay, maybe I shouldn't. I don't know. Okay, it's too late. Everyone knows about it. It's Tim. It's Tim Redmond. Tim Redmond from 48 Hills emailed me because he was very concerned. Okay, are you done? Are you did crashed out?
Yeah, I'm crashed. Yeah, I crashed.
Okay, I'm done as well.
Alright.
And so that is the beginning of the YIMBY Arts channel. Like, for real. Because after that, I was like, well...
I'm gonna do this all the time now.
Yeah, that's what I said. I was like, well, that's a sign. That means I need to keep on making videos.
Yeah.
I ain't listening to him. I mean, are you kidding me? Man. Alright, so that's it for tonight.
Alright.
The origin of the YIMBY Arts. Yeah, it's a weird story. But that's what entrepreneurship is, you know? When you're faced with a problem, you have to look at it as an opportunity. You agree with that?
Yeah, I would say so.
It's not a setback, it's an opportunity.
Yeah.
So,
the fact that someone cared, that means you're doing something at least right.
You're doing something right when someone, cares enough to call two people, right?
Yeah.
So, all right. Well, good luck with your debugging.
All right.
We'll
talk to you later.
Yep.
All right. So.
See you. How can I? Okay, let me reset this. Well, that was pretty fun. Nice change of pace from the debates. Should I restart my... Oh no, that's not the right one. Ugh, I'm beat though. I'm probably gonna head out. So anything going on with anything? Let's see. Before I head out. I'm concerned you're shooting corona zombies. Sure. That means I need to keep on doing it. Ryan, I'm concerned that you are getting drunk all the time and passing out on the sidewalk every day. I am concerned. Oh man, that means I need to keep on doing it. Oh, that could, see, things can go so wrong with that mindset. Yeah, that's why a lot of entrepreneurs end up destroying themselves. So we gotta be careful. You know, it's not all fun and games. Because it's like, on one hand, you're like, I see the vision of the future, and I'm not gonna, no matter what anyone tells me, I'm gonna follow it all the way through. And if it's a huge mistake, then uh-oh. You know, stuff like this has becoming more and more common. Child abuse, hate speech, harassment, yeah, oh god, good god. This is like looking at the underbelly of YouTube. This is a bot, and I appreciate that it's positive. It's just getting kind of... This bot, I'll tolerate this bot because it's Yang related. But yeah, it's not even a compliment because it's not, they're not there to compliment you. They're just here to get... It's just an automated bot that is trying to generate traffic. And I would almost click on it, but I'm not gonna. You know, curious. Wow. I like David Pakman now. He was very fair. What is this? The music video. interpretive dancing, yeah. I actually like I like some of these songs. They got recommended to me by some of my friends, or some people on it's very, what do you call, industrial, I don't know. It's just like, hey, we live in a corporate world. Might as well get used to it. Yeah, it's that kind of thing. We live in a corporate, very, you know, mechanical world. Let's see. Grant Brower Frick. This one's pretty good. Oh man, it's a little depressing. But I don't know. Alright. I'll try it. I'm gonna make a post about the video really quick. Where is Trump? Trump is in the White House right now, I believe. Wow, 3 people. Damn. Trump is not here on stream, if that's what you're asking. He's, I tried to get him on stream today, but he was busy. Hero. Oh. Oh, I see. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, I see. You thought it could be interpreted as being a little bit racist, but it's fine, whatever. I'm not... It doesn't bother me. Is that Biden mentioned that he would be having a female VP candidate for his campaign this year. Personally, I'm actually glad that that is no longer an option, because I would rather just think Yang in that position would make it actually harder for him to promote. But get coffee, get to work, yeah. Bro, you're so chill. I'm pretty chill. People say that. You have the eyes of my late wife. She recently passed of blue waffles. Yeah, but I think this track really, like, you know, the Brandt, Brower, Frick, they're 3 German dudes, you know? Like, hey, we are German. We know how industry works. Here it is. And we, you know, they do performances while wearing full suits, you know? It's very, very, that's their style, you know? Oh, but it's very cool. You know, they make it sound very cool. Even though it's a little dystopian, but it's still. Trying to promote his message of UBI. Okay, what? We'll see how things go. Either way. There we go. UBI. One guy's staying away from the herd. He is. Oh no, what are you gonna do? Oh wait, it's actually not a guy, it's a girl. And that's it, nothing happens, okay? That's life. Nothing happens, she just was, you know, she was on break, so she went to the roof and just had a breather, and now she's going back and getting some more coffee and getting back to work, okay? Damn. What were you thinking? So, I don't know. Like, it's hard to listen to it all the time, but it's pretty cool once in a while. Okay, so this is basically it. See? Look at the masterful thumbnail creation there. Okay, all that. I've been streaming all day. So it's been fun, guys. Don't get too depressed about, you know, coronavirus. It'll be okay. I don't know. But I do actually feel it was painful, man. It was painful to watch Bernie. It was just like, ugh. Yeah, it'll be fine. Just don't panic. Okay. How about this? I'll let you guys know when it's time to panic. You'll know. Oh, trust me. We're not there yet. And you know me, you know, like I think the world's going to shit, you know, at least in housing, but it's not time to panic yet. All right. So have a good one. Night, everyone.